Welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
If you like a lot of wrestling on YouTube, join our cult.
Come on!
Come on!
Yeah!
Another quiet, subdued, probably short episode of the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. You're listening to the dulcet, rigid tones of Tom the Unmoving, joining us as a special guest with Ross the Uncaring.
Yeah, it's one of them weeks, baby.
Oh, what a week it's been.
Forget Newcastle United Super League, Champions League nonsense. This is the group of death.
Oh, yeah.
This is the group of death.
yes.
I don't know how long this podcast's going to be, but I can feel the gif already taking effect, baby. That's the second time I've said baby in this podcast
Baby.
already, baby.
Put it this way, you're listening to it, we're still recording it.
Yeah, we've looped. Time is on repeat, but yes. How the hell are you guys doing? We'll start with you, Ross.
Oh, well, I had to pick up Jack's workload this week, so it's been all tickety-boo. I've had two of these on the bounce. We're flying through the podcast. Let's go. Come on! Yeah! He picked the worst week to take off. Bless his cotton socks. He's worked hard over the past couple of weeks. I accept that. That's fine. But there was two pay-per-views this week and everything else. Come on!
Plus, he's been listening to There Goes My Hero. Watch him as he falls. He was so sad on Twitter this week, wasn't he? Bless him.
About the old CM Punk stuff. There's the first mention.
Hey. For those drinking at home every time we say CM Punk, don't.
You will die.
Yes. And Tom, how are you doing, Tom?
I saw the SpongeBob musical the other day.
Oh, lovely.
Great. Oh, it's so good.
How bad was it? They had to replace SpongeBob because he started a fight with Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, they did that first song, and then and then Squidward does this scene where like he has to smash a glass, and he looked down the barrel of the lens and went, "Real glass, cry me a river." And he came backstage, and Tony Khan went, "That's cost me money."
They keep on saying Squidward's not a good promo, but I'm going to retire. They have to retire.
So Tony's Krabs, Squidward's CM Punk. Who's Patrick and this Samoa Joe? Stop
voting! I want to do a Wembley.
What's the matter, kid?
Right, the podcast.
Let's get out of the way, shall we?
Crying.
In the news this week, CM Punk did the lunge. That's nice. He was down for the skeleton. At Tony Khan, following a backstage altercation with Jack Perry at AEW All In. Despite being a mental night for AEW and pro wrestling in general, all talk coming out of All In was unfortunately centered around CM Punk and Jack Perry having a backstage fight, with numerous reports attempting to stitch together what happened. A news report...
What happened?
Yeah, I tried doing the Mountain Muscles thing, sorry. It just didn't sound
I
right.
just thought it was an impersonation of an Asian person, Maffew.
No. It's a very popular... Tom's here. I'm doing reference to our mutual friend.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, it was an impression of Mac with muscles, as was the style at the time.
Thank you, Tom. Jesus. And his report from the day, whatever. Meltzer's report indicates that Punk lunged in Khan's direction. But we saw him MMA. Probably wouldn't have hurt him if he hit him. After the altercation was broken up, but several people got in Punk's way. The former AEW... Will you stop laying on the bloody table? The AEW World Champion
It can't take me and Tom. It can take me and Jack, but me and Tom teeter it too much.
We're going to keep my hands down here.
No.
Why have we bought a table that you can't lean on? Not even a little bit. It's disgusting. Anyway, carry on, CM
Poor Jack's massive ego making things awkward. The information comes from a neutral source backstage who is, quote, not a wrestler. Which I thought was funny.
Many Comega.
Yeah. With their account also says that during Punk's fight with Perry ascertained that his Crimea River comments were just his attempt at getting heel heat. Punk is then said to have shoved Perry hard, then sucker punched and choked Perry when he got in Punk's face. During this, Khan was said to have been yelling at Punk to let the former Jungle Boy go. As for Punk lunging for Khan, this ties in with earlier reports suggesting that Punk and Perry's fight occurred in front of Khan and saw monitors knocked down onto the AEW boss. Yep. I saw.
Can't feel my legs, Paul.
I saw Jericho beat Kane at Armageddon 2000. Meltzer says noted that he toned down the language when reporting on Punk's lunge, saying on the radio, if you saw the actual wording of what was said, lunging was toning it down. It was more than lunging. Thanks, Dave, for getting us through this fog of news that you always do.
Thank God Dave's got a nice dog. That's all I can say after listening to
I
that.
love Dog Meltzer.
Dog Meltzer's a great dog because his writings, I think, Jazz Happens, I think is where you put it, isn't it?
I think when he said there, it's from not a wrestler. Dog Meltzer's not a wrestler.
Who isn't? Larry as well. Was Larry on the scene?
Larry's telling
Larry.
Dog Meltzer. That's it.
What happened, Dog Meltzer? Whoa, woof.
He won't talk about his pulses. Dear God.
I like that one. I like it. You know what? That was so crap. It was good.
Horses.
Just call me Dog Throat. Anyway, Khan felt... It's a very serious issue.
I know, yeah.
Khan, well, whatever. We've had an entire week of hearing nothing but this because this dropped on...
Saturday, when he got sacked.
Yes.
But the rest of it was a little bit before Saturday.
Yes. Before the Chicago edition of Collision, and obviously...
Like
All
hours
Out.
before the
Yes,
Chicago
hours
Collision.
before. And then obviously Khan talked about how he felt his life was threatened by CM Punk. So yeah, CM Punk is out.
That's the bit that's really the hook, though, for the entire thing from, an onlooker's perspective. Because to say your life's in danger, that is super serial, that. So that is ramifications for legal action on CM Punk's part if it is indeed not true. So it must be true. So what did Punk do? Ooh.
And we're all very eager to hear CM Punk's side of things, of course. He's allowed his day in court. However, we have not heard anything from him. So knowing how this insane news cycle goes, we'll probably hear from him minutes after the podcast goes live, just making us look like amateurs. But until then, we have to speculate what we've got right now. What did Lennon say? Sometimes there are weeks when decades happen, and then there are decades when weeks happen, or something
I think
like that.
Lennon said, imagine all the people.
Oh, for God's sake, I could see it coming a mile off.
He said that to
Only
Yoko as
Lennon
well.
would've. Security confiscated CM Punk signs ahead of AEW Collision, apparently. It was notified by lots of people who saw this thing, and here we gone, lads. The Chicago crowd are definitely going to be talking about Punk all night.
But
No, they didn't.
one sign made it through the net. Did you see it in the front
I saw
row?
it too.
Tony Khan has cured cancer. Front row on the barricade opposite the hard cam. That one slipped through the net. Whoops.
Oh, the anti-Punk ones. Oh, yeah, we're all right with that. Yeah. Yeah, there were a few that you could see on camera, and then you're like, oh, can't see them again.
Remember, if you saw an anti-punk sign, you didn't see an anti-punk sign.
That's their spirit. Aye. Then more news about CM Punk. Apparently had an altercation with William Regal at Revolution 2022. They fired Punk on Saturday, blah, blah, blah. It came out that by bodyslam.net, Cassidy Haynes, hey, how you doing, said that, where are we going? During the altercation, Punk reportedly refused to shake Regal's hand, and then he got in Regal's face, telling him he didn't like nor trust him, that Regal was a stooge for Triple H.
He was right in the end. At the time, it might have seemed a bit like left field, but the way the cards are being dealt, it probably is true.
Yeah, Regal's like, well, I am now. Guess who's not getting recommended when they want a job? And finally, CM Punk was open to returning to WWE in late 2022. So this is that story that I almost forgot about, because how can you keep up with this nonsense? When CM Punk decided to go see people back, the he's in town, I think I'll go say hello, unprompted. And people are like, what? WWE? Don't they hate you? Like, don't you hate them? Have you spent over a decade talking about how much you hate them? And people have speculated that he was trying to get his price up from AEW to re-sign and all that stuff there, like wrestlers have done for decades. But apparently he was pitching this I'm okay coming in. I'm more than happy to come back to WWE and wrestle Kevin Owens.
He
And
was
I'm
deeply embroiled in the Bloodline story at the time, remember? This December when he went back for this little stint backstage. That was just after Survivor Series when Sami and Kev had that big moment in War Games. How would that have played out?
Well, in theory, CM Punk went, I've got an idea, right? Get Kev out of that storyline. How about he eliminates me from the Rumble and we have a match instead?
Main event night one of WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah, main event night one of WrestleMania.
He's getting his booking tips from Shane McMahon, apparently.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So, nothing but CM Punk news, and obviously it affects the rest of the wrestling, but we're not going to talk about him much for the rest of this. So, any thoughts, Ross?
I think at the end of the day, I think it's the right thing to have happened. But this all could have been avoided, and it's all easy to look back on now. It all could have been avoided if Tony Khan was stricter back after Brawl Out. If he was stricter back then, because it felt like after Brawl Out, there was Punk was treated differently to the rest of the roster. Obviously, we read about the stuff about Collision. People can come backstage; they're not allowed backstage. The roster's split in half, softly or hardly, however we want to put it. It felt like a lot of things were moved around to compensate and accommodate Punk, and it still didn't work out. So it just, if Tony Khan was harsher back in the day, I think we could have avoided a lot of what was happening, but he didn't. So this is where we are, and I think for the company, it's the best thing to have happened. Because now, but then again, time will tell. Because if we're sat here in a month's time going, Jack Perry's fighting with Penta or something like that, then it's a problem that's like not just CM Punk.
Right.
That then makes it like a bad call. So let's come back in a month and not say anything else about it.
Good word. Anything out there, Tom?
You'd hope that Punk would getting rid of Punk would send the message of like, we'll take nothing from anybody.
Yeah.
Like this guy we put on a high pedestal and he's still gone. I did a whole video on it. Where did AEW go wrong with CM Punk? I did like an 18-minute video essay. So all my thoughts are there, but pretty much what Ross said. That press conference, he sat there, Tony Khan sat there and just listened to CM Punk just dress down the locker room, just eviscerate the EVPs. And Tony Khan just sat there and went, I'm sorry about that.
Can I have a drink, please, Phil?
Can I have one of your drinks, please, Phil? Mr. Punk.
Can I make a point? I'm the owner of the company. And he'd be like, well, I ain't CM Punk's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's the fact,
No.
the fact that he got away with that, like, there's no boundaries there.
Yeah.
That's the big thing.
Then again, from Tony Khan's point of view, back then, Punk was, he was a bit of, not too much of a needle mover, but he was moving needles. So from a business perspective, I can see why we want to keep someone like Punk happy. Because there was that stat that came out from Collision at the weekend after he made the announcement. There was a big drop off, and then by the end of the show, it was in the 200,000s, I think, the viewership, which is not normal for Collision. I think I've got that right.
When we stick around for the Punk main event.
Yeah, so it's obviously
was none.
we'll have to again come back in a month and see if the decision from a business perspective and sort of the harmony of the dressing room, if it's made sense or not.
Yeah.
But it feels like the right thing to happen.
I mean, they were able to rebuild after last year's. Obviously, got the very good MJF run that started because of, well, this big Punk-shaped gap in the card, and now the rebuild. I mean, if only they were able to rebuild with some of the talent they've got the roster, given that they've signed nearly everybody. One person who isn't signing more is Sonny Kiss. It's gone from AEW, one of the AEW originals. And Tony Khan gave a response that was like, well, look, yeah, we can't have everybody be on the company. And I like Sonny Kiss. We have a roster of over 100 wrestlers now across AEW. Sonny's a great wrestler. I've done a lot to keep the locker room stable. I have a lot of people I don't need to keep on the contract, but I've done well not to do major mass layoffs. So yeah, Sonny Kiss is gone. I don't think they ever really had any chance to shine. I mean, was the biggest thing they did was Kenny Omega beat them in like 5 seconds.
Had a TNT title match against Cody
There's
on
a tag
Dynamite.
team with Janela, wasn't there, for a little bit as well?
Oh yeah.
They did a last man standing match or a lights out match on Dark.
Yeah, because they did the promos building up to it, and then it just kind of Janelle drive around in his car,
Oh yeah.
and then that was it, really, wasn't
Yeah.
it? That was oh well.
So they did
Yeah.
bits, but there was always I think, and then Sonny joined the Trustbusters near the end.
Oh, that hot angle, yeah.
And yeah, it's just one of those where a few of the originals that were brought in when the company first started didn't really get out of the sort of the second division really, and then when the company grew and grew,
Yeah.
it was just a case of
And it's like, yeah, obviously he's got the new toy syndromes, like Adam Cole, Daniel Bryan. And Sonny Kiss like, hi.
But it's, the nature of the business, unfortunately. You're going to get people that start with you, like MJF, who came in as like as a mid card type position, and has just rose and rose and rose through. You think like, if I'm right in thinking, like MJF, Joey Janela, Sonny Kiss, a few others were sort of in that same kind of time period when everybody started at the same time, and it's just some caught on, some didn't, and some would say it's down to creative favoritism, some would say down to its initiative. I don't know, but Sonny Kiss will be fine.
Yeah, we agree. Further details on AR Fox having heat with AEW over missing All In. It's still not been said why AR Fox had to miss, and apparently why the big going on is that he kind of left it late about telling them, like, oh, okay, so I have to shoehorn this angle in the week before the biggest show I've ever done. Cheers. Apparently, Fox hasn't worked any international dates since 2016. So the report suggests that AEW felt he hadn't been forthright about his travel situation. Man, I love AR Fox, but I mean, that was gutting.
That's bad. That on his part, if he has like withheld the information, that was really crucial for a trip to London. Because it was such a shame when the angle went down. Because him and Swerve, just as a team, they looked the dog's bollocks. But yeah, there's no more. So he was on TV this week, so it can't be too bad.
Right.
Yeah. And judging by what we saw on Dynamite this week, I think Swerve's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
The curse continues. Piper Niven, who you may know from making herself the new goal of the women's one half of Women's Tag Team Championship. She is out for a bit. Niven was not cleared to compete on Raw. Spent her tag team partner Chelsea Green was in singles matches on the show instead. She won't be out of action for long, although Fightful Site report Niven is dealing with a short-term illness and she will hopefully be on TV soon. I would just throw those belts away as
Yeah,
quickly as
just burn
possible
them.
and then run.
Yeah, they should just burn those belts and then make an angle of creating new belts that aren't cursed.
I think burning them would be bad. I imagine they're so cursed that the gas that would emanate from them, anybody inhales them, is just...
There's potential to lean into it and own it. Like Chelsea Green backstage, like walking up to Candice LeRae, go, Candice, and like, no, nobody wants to hang out with Chelsea because she's kind of got this. She's got the wicked itch.
Yeah.
She's got the cheese touch of wrestlers.
Candice is driving on the highway and she sees one of those big trucks with all the logs stacked on her. She was like, no, I'm not driving behind that. No.
It was funny though, because when they got the tag team championships, Piper and Chelsea, they did the whole I don't know what the process is called, but they were rubbing stuff on it and cleaning them and spraying them with stuff to decurse them, and it's not worked. It was on Twitter, yeah, they were actually putting stuff on, and yeah, just a load of bollocks, really, isn't it?
Damn it. The Jacksonville Jaguars pulled their WWE title belt. I like saying it like that. Sorry, Jacksonville Jaguars pulled their WWE title belt from sale. The WWE and the NFL announced a multi-year licensing partnership this week to create NFL-inspired WWE Legacy title belts. All 32 teams in the NFL received a title belt, and they are available to purchase. The Jacksonville Jaguars title belt was quickly removed from sale, though, with fanatics claiming that the belt sold faster than we could have imagined. And they were like, no, we've taken them off for sale. They haven't sold out. You can't buy them. So
I wonder how that would have worked, because who really wants to buy one of those? I couldn't imagine
Tony Khan.
if they released like a Premier League selection of like the teams over here. I couldn't imagine buying myself a Newcastle United WWE Championship.
I'm the
belt.
Newcastle United World Heavyweight Champion. Yeah.
I am Shola Ramiobi. Here is my belt.
With the nameplate. Yeah.
Yeah, because you wonder how much of a big revenue stream it is for like the American football teams, the partnership they must have. I don't know.
I have no idea. American football.
That's not even football, is it?
It's like rugby with extra steps.
Silly Yanks.
I like it when they play rounders, though. That's good. When they do rounders in the big stadiums.
That's nice. They like that rounders.
They love rounders in America. They love rounders.
Also put the trunk in the boot. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like, so bizarre.
Weirdos.
That was the
I like
news.
America, me. I think it's one of my favourite places to go.
That's good balance, that is. I like how they dropped the letter U from colour. Just for fun.
I hated
Saves time.
spelling it with that.
I like how they pronounce horror.
That was the news.
It's going to be one of them.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame. And condescending order from last week. Jack Perry versus CM Punk. 24%. Well, that aged like milk, didn't it? Jack's wrestling friends from Plymouth. 29%. They weren't even real.
They were. He was in the hotel lobby after All Out.
Yeah, right.
All in, sorry.
They're right in here in the room with us right now. And everything MJF and Adam Cole did at All In 2023. 47%. That was yourself, wasn't it?
It was,
Fantastic.
Up
Wow.
the wrestling.
Up the wrestling, right?
Excuse me, I'm going there again. Because with their backs against the wall, the AEW roster last weekend, they pulled a show of the year contender out of their arse. So that Spirit of the Blitz going through once again. The AEW locker room's camaraderie and spirit to produce one of the shows of the year with All Out 2023.
Can you confirm or deny that they all sang We'll Meet Again before the show started?
Imagine that was when Punk was walking out the arena for the last time. Hopping on a train, sticking his head out the window.
Get out there and have a 5-star match. And together we can stop the Rotters from giving us a 0-star rating. That's right. Do your part for All Elite Professional Wrestling. Go out there and wrestle your ratty socks off.
Who do you think you are kidding, Mr. Punk? Well, you can give a few words that rhyme with punk, and none of them which you could say on this podcast, so we'll move on from that little bit. A good pick.
It was a wonderful show against some odds. Not all the odds, because it was a good card, but against some odds.
Yeah, with near build, near punk.
That's the AEW way, though, isn't it? Like under-deliver with the build and over-deliver with the pay-per-view.
But even a week's notice is oof.
Yeah.
See what you got.
They're going to do it next year again. I think I saw Tony Khan
no.
saying. So, yeah, we'll be at Wembley Stadium. Then the next week we'll be in Chicago. Well, maybe not in Chicago. Maybe somewhere else now that Punk isn't there. Maybe Sky Blue. She's the one to bring it back to Chicago.
They'll be in
again.
Sky Blue. That's where All Out will be next year.
That's Sky TV's naughty channel.
That's a good pick.
Cheers.
Tom, what have you got for us?
There's been far too many wrestling mentions in the Hall of Fame, so I'm nominating this table for the Cultaholic.
God, the concept of tables.
No,
Fantastic.
not concept of tables. This exact table. Where did we get it?
I don't know.
We need a deep dive into
We
because
were looking, because this space is a very tight box, like either side of the walls of the frame there. It's very tight. So we needed a table to put on the angle here. So we're like, we'll get a square table. That'll be a good idea. But the way this table's set up below here, it's just a column in the middle. So any pressure and it's over.
there we go.
There you go. That's how little
Like
pressure.
Jack, any pressure, and he's over.
He's not even here. So yeah,
Matthew, you wouldn't say this to a Oh, yes, I would. Yes, that's right.
so we've tried to get like sort of legs bought for it, but they've never sort of been sorted out. So maybe we'll have to push that issue through a bit harder.
It's one of those things where I always think it's like some certain jobs I've got at home where every time like I'll open a drawer and the latch will come a bit loose. I go, I need to fix that, and then I won't think about it again until I need to go and I go, I definitely need to get around to fixing that. And every time I sit in here and I do this, I go, we need to fix this table.
Yeah, we do.
It is so bad, though, when you leave it for like a year and then you fix it in 5 minutes. You go, that's all it would have taken.
I tell you what the issue is. I think because we sort of got this studio just before lockdown, and I think we've got it all, paid lots of money for the walls and the telly and all that sort of stuff. Then had to go home for however long it was initially and just didn't get round to it. And I've never done it since. But it needs to be done.
So what you're saying is we need another lockdown for us to get our stuff together.
Yes.
Book it, Boris.
Yeah. So in the event that another lockdown does send this table, book it, Boris.
That's the first time.
things, Boris.
The first time
Jesus, Matthew.
anyone has ever said that with a northern accent.
Yeah, so before it gets replaced by another table, which I'm sure will happen in the next 4 years, let's put the table, which constantly comes up in Cultaholic podcasts, into the Hall of Fame, where it belongs, and it can rock back and forth for eternity.
Well, I was going to nominate something to do with wrestling, but now I feel a bit silly
Well, you got
because
one-
I thought you were going to go for the obvious pick this week because of the comments I've seen already. I thought you were going to, so I'll take your pick, and then people think it was you, and I'll look really clever. Now when they win, then they're like, bollocks, it's Matthew's pick. I don't have the picture ready, Joel, but could you Google Dog Meltzer?
Yay!
Look, it's a sitter.
The
as they
most
say.
charismatic dog of all
No,
time.
not one word. Oh, yeah,
There he
actually,
is, there.
you know what, that
First
works.
picture
Yeah,
there.
well.
Here's now one word is Dog Meltzer. There he is.
Dog Meltzer.
Oh, there he is. There's
Dave Meltzer.
the boy.
Dave Meltzer cleaned.
Oh.
Dave Meltzer cleaned his room for the first time in 30 years and found that there's a dog. He has no memory of buying. Oh, okay.
That dog is looking at the screen as if to go, Dave, the grammar on that is
He
dreadful.
never shuts up, this guy. Every it's a year off my life, the dog's saying.
I keep saying I thought we were going for a walk. He says plans change.
It's so funny because, you know, that thing where the dogs get used to routines, like Pavlov. That dog hears like blah, blah, blah. Jericho told me blah, blah, blah. He goes, oh, he's going to be sat by the couch. Yay. Always comes up for a song. And then there's Dave with his microphone. Hasn't figured that out yet.
From his
Bless him.
karaoke Tron 9000.
I mean, look at his state of mic.
I love it.
I was going to say in that picture there, he's counting how many girlfriends the dog has. Remember that from school?
No, he's just done like the fingers over the dog's face. Like, loser. That's what the dog's going, no, Dave.
Do you remember that from school? That when someone would stand behind you and put their hand over their mouth and their hand over your head, and if you didn't turn around and go, "Oh, I caught you," you'd have like 67 girlfriends. That'd be the worst thing ever.
No.
Does that work now?
Is that what they did to try and get the curse off the women's tag belt? I have no idea what you're talking about.
That was the thing in my school, let me tell you.
What school did you go to? Everyone had a harem.
Hogwarts it was.
Hogwarts!
It's especially one behind the McDonald's. School spelled with a K. Like, yeah, whatever. School, get out the house, Ross. Leave us alone. Do something. Go and look what happened. Here you are years later talking about the most famous professional wrestling journalist in the world and his dog.
I love the idea of you know on YouTube where you get like those videos for like lo-fi beats. And, it's
Yes.
and it'll be the picture of the girl like writing a school article and the cat will be next to her. I want like a lo-fi beats video where the wallpaper is Meltzer on his 87-year-old PC surrounded by chaos and the dog just sleeping on the sofa.
It's
Low
PC.
5 eats.
It's PC that's so far behind. If it has any viruses, there's no one alive that knows how to fix them, so it's just screwed.
It's becoming so old that if it has viruses, you have to put slugs on it. If his PC gets a virus, you have to release one of the humours.
What are you doing, Dave? I'd be getting leeches for my PC.
Oh, Leech is not slugs.
We know what you meant.
Do you remember when he tried to turn it on that time and they caught it on the audio and he's going like, beep, boop, boop, boop.
And then, Dave, are you okay? Are the Doctor Who aliens hurting you? And he goes, no, my PC's just loading up. And you're like, PCs haven't made that noise in decades. What? Like, insert cassette. You're like, what the hell is he doing? So I like the idea. He's got his dog that talks to him and tells him on the news. And also the dog gets he's got quite good for a sarcastic look now and again.
The look of that dog just says so much.
Speculative here.
Oh, God, here we go, Dave.
Exactly. I'll give this match 5 stars. Dog goes,
Get me out of here, Brian.
Dog watches The Office. We're not around Dave. Dog Melvin, 3 at best. So this is Dog Melvin.
It'd have been 6 stars in the Tokyo Bone.
You mentioned there he's doing the Jim Halpug. No, that didn't work. I was going to say the Jim Halpug look to the camera off The Office.
Oh, that's
That's all right.
Let's check with VAR. It's good.
It's not. It's offside. It's been disallowed.
I love Dog. I hope Dog Meltzer wins the Hall of Fame.
Dog Meltzer.
Gosh.
The only reliable news source in wrestling.
Do we know for definite that he's called Dog Meltzer?
He's obviously not
Of course he's called Dog
I would love
Meltzer.
to
What do you
imagine-
mean? What type of question's that?
Imagine if he is really called Dog Meltzer.
I named my dog
I
Dog
named my
Meltzer.
dog Dog Meltzer. Imagine he's actually called Dog Meltzer.
You named the dog? Dog?
Yes. Dog Meltzer, brackets, Fido, close bracket.
Oh, God. Yeah, so these are the award-winning picks here at Hall of Fame.
Fantastic.
Mine is Dog Meltzer. Yours is AEW All Out.
Oh, yeah. It's been a while.
And Tom's
Mine's
is...
Dog Meltzer too.
Tom's is this table.
This table.
Oh, yeah, the table. Which is great for audio listeners. Like, they're on a table. All right. Great. These picks alone are yours to vote at patreon.com/cultaholic.
This week in the wrestling. It's this bloody week in the wrestling.
This week in wrestling. How long it was. Friday night, Jack should take his laptop down to an Italian restaurant.
Hey!
It's good, Dad.
That's the only one I've done this week because
Oh, that's a shame.
Tom did one for the Dynamite.
I did one for Dynamite.
I can't wait. John Cena returns and finds himself as a furry with all the pandering. It's good. It's good. Set him up with the left and him with the right. He's done to the crowd. He's thanking the fans for everything, including a trip to India. He's coming up soon where he is going to do some wrestling. Cena announces that he is going to be the host of Payback. John is interrupted by Jimmy Uso, and James explains...
The table's gone already.
Hall of Fame.
Explains that he turned on his brother Jay because he didn't want to see him turn into a corrupt so-and-so like Roman and Cena are. You see, Jimmy thinks Roman and John are the same as they both take, but the only difference is John takes with a smile on his face. Jimmy also takes the piss out of John's clothes. Cena believes the pressure is going to Jimmy, and he has been waiting 3 years to say the wrong Uso quit. Jimmy goes through a super kick, and John lands an AA.
So Stu was there. Stu, the cameraman. We learned this right at the start, which is very poignant for the weekend and how Monday Night Raw played out, especially. Lovely Stu. You know Stu. You look at me, you don't know who Stu is. Stu, the cameraman. He's always at the front of on the stage. It's Stu, the cameraman.
He's the guy that
he's
does,
a cameraman.
he does the entrance cameraman stuff.
I've done the cameraman's names now? God.
Oh, he always says, hey, Stu, how you doing? Nice to see you. Does John Cena.
They're canon now.
Yeah. Stu.
Aw.
Canon camera.
Camera Stu.
They were roommates.
We also learned that Cena's going to be here for months because of the fans while he was doing that furry panda stuff. Jimmy has 3 M's now. We learned on the name slate thingy as well when he came out to interrupt him. Jimmy. Must be a sexy boy.
Shame on them for not adding more M's as the weeks go by. Like,
Jimmy.
do you think Stu did that? Does the Chiron as well? Screw you, Jimmy.
No, that's Kevin. Chiron Kevin.
Oh, damn it. Chiron Kevin. I've never liked him.
Chiron Kevin.
I like Jimmy's theme, though, because it's sort of like Roman's, but not really. Has that that medieval instrument. I don't know what it is.
Loot.
Huh?
Loot?
Is that what it's called?
I think so. Or, I'm going to say loot.
Anyway, played as Luke Harp down to the ring. And yeah, this was, people like John Cena's on SmackDown. I was like, wow, that's enough for most people. So I thought they did something with Jimmy. He didn't get to look good because it's Cena. Don't be daft. But
They might have a match, I guess, off the back of that segment, potentially.
that'd be
Miz
nice.
might have a match as well. LA Knight might have a match as well, but I think that's reserved for WrestleMania.
Right.
But yeah, that line where he says, like, I've been waiting 3 years to tell you, the wrong Uso quit.
That doesn't make any sense, does it?
It happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Unless John Cena travels through time.
Oh, I mean, anything's possible with John Cena.
The original plan, according to, I think it was Fightful, apologies if I got that wrong, was the switcheroo. This was meant to be Jimmy's segment to start the show, and John Cena was going to interrupt.
Ooh.
But they went, no, we'll have Jimmy interrupt John. There's a bit more of a power play there. Which I thought was quite nice. I'm very intrigued to see Jimmy Uso as a solo. Not solo, because he's a different person. But Jimmy Uso doing his own thing. I quite like him. I thought this week he was a pain in the arse, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought it was weird that Cena's just, there's a strike on, right? I'll go to wrestling because there's no unions. It's like,
I did.
is that a good thing or not? It's like,
I'm back for the fans. Is it not just because you can't do anything?
right.
Which is why a lot of people thought like it really ramped up that The Rock would be
Right.
back around now because of the SAG-AFTRA.
Because obviously he hasn't got one film to do, so he's destitute.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
You're only as good as the last film you made, and the last film he made was Black Adam.
It was because, rocks. Oh. Santos Escobar and Rey Mysterio defeat the team of Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, a.k.a. when you select the same character twice on a video game. After Santos takes the proverbial, there we go, bullet for Ronald, allowing Waller to hit a rolling stunner thingy for the win. During this match, Theory got called The Rock by Graves.
I know.
No, Graves, no!
That's
That's
the wrong
our
guy.
thing.
It's LA Knight. LA Knight, Corey. Dickhead. I thought it was interesting how Ray got his own entrance, even though he's out there with his faction mates. That's not a very Spirit of the Blitz thing to do, is it?
You're right. They don't know about what's happening in the world.
You wouldn't see the family. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Stop, Ross, while you're ahead. The throw over the top by Santos to Ray was terrifying. Could have gone one or two ways, but thankfully it's fine. I just thought Santos looked very good in the match. That was my main takeaway. I'm intrigued to see where they're going with the storyline because it feels like they're bubbling maybe a heel turn for Santos against Ray. Maybe that could be the next US champion. Who knows? Because it just feels like Theory's done. Especially after Payback.
We've said this for months now.
Yeah.
And he's still here. Oh, well. Mission is talking to Adam Pearce when a rogue Jimmy Uso interrupts. Adam Pearce tells Jimmy off for being proper rude-like. Then Mission is talking to the Good Brothers, who aren't being helpful at all, before Uncle Alan Styles appears to say he'll sort Jimmy out for being disrespectful.
It's Uncle Al. Everyone loves Uncle Al.
These notes are better than the segments.
I've got Uncle Alan. All right, Tobo.
That's how he
All
talks
right,
as well.
Mission.
Wow.
Big shout out to Uncle Alan.
Hello, Al.
I thought it was interesting how the Good Brothers was like, nah, you don't want to get involved in that bloodline business. You want to stay away from that. It's too dramatic. Just get away from it, Machine. But yeah, that was just about it from the thing. It's just funny how Jimmy Uso, she was in a conversation where she's like, things are ready to go. And then Jimmy Uso's like, get out. Bless thy.
Thank you.
Maffew just sneezed on the podcast. That wasn't Jimmy Uso's promo. Get out. Bless thy.
AJ Styles' new thing now is he's horrible to somebody, but then pays him a compliment afterwards. You're no good piece of trash, but bless you.
I'm going to beat you for the title, but God loves you. Bobby Lashley's here to tell us what is up with him and the Street Profits. Basically, real recognizes real, and the Street EPs are very thankful for that. Lashley says that 3 of them are here for power, control, and championship gold. As they're leaving up the entranceway, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn are here for a bit of a stare down, but after Payback was a stare down. This was a stare down that aged like former WF lady and absolute whopper Sonny.
It did. It aged terribly.
Aged beautifully.
It aged terribly.
What an absolute whopper.
Sami and Kevin lost the titles. The Street EPs won't be fighting them anymore, so the stare down aged a bit like Sonny.
That's the tease, though, isn't it? But yeah, just an excuse to go. Yeah, God. Oof.
I like Michael Cole calling them the suit. Oh God, the suit profits now. That's a great pun.
Oh, that's
great
not bad.
pun.
Yeah.
Really great. I think there might be a little bit. There might be a little bit of an issue with Bobby and Montez because Bobby was like, "Yeah, we're going to be serious now," and Montez would be in Montez, which doesn't fit in with being serious, does it?
Is this where we see Montez break away?
Potentially.
Again, another thing we've been saying for about a year.
Yeah. They get really angry whenever people go, when you splitting up?
He splits up because people kept asking him when they're splitting up.
But now they'll stay together out of spite.
Yeah.
Every time someone asks them, you split it up, they add another year on.
Yeah. Crowd loved Lashley and the Profits. Plus, Lashley's smiling, so it's not a heel turn.
No, they're definitely baby faces.
Yeah.
Even though I think we said this every week, don't we? The initial intention was to turn the Street Profits heel, but then when Bobby would come out, everyone would go wild. So they couldn't do it.
No, it's not just Bobby. It's Bobby in a suit, and they all look stunning.
They're listed internally as heels.
They're listed internally.
Internally, they're the internal WWE list of like rankings and stuff.
My liver is a heel.
Like,
my lower intestine is a baddie.
Oh, my bowel is a heel. The internal list says that Bobby and the Profits are baddies, and LA Knight is apparently the top babyface on SmackDown.
Well, obviously.
Duh.
Obs.
Let me check the script. What's LA Knight?
Do you know what's funny is that like we've been like on the LA Knight train on Cultaholic for years.
The night train.
The night train.
And now everyone is. I feel like, you know that episode of Doug with the Dylan Farnham look?
No, I hate Doug.
What did he do to you?
I'd never liked it as a kid.
There's an episode of Doug where this guy, this teen actor called Dylan Farnham appears in a TV show dressed exactly the same as Doug. And then Doug goes to school and they're like, oh, Doug, you're copying Dylan Farnham, mate. He's like, no, I've always dressed like this. And then everyone's wearing what Doug wears. He's like, oh, you're copying... this is what I've always worn. No one's ever noticed.
I am the original Street Prophet because it's been over 2 years that I have been bigging up The Rock as The Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And look at what's happened now. Ross Tweddle, Street Prophet.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't relate to any of what you guys are saying. Gunther's doing all right now. Owens and Zayn then beat Cruz del Toro and Joaquin Wilde of the LWO in a match that goes under 2.5 minutes. After the match, an impassioned Sami Zayn tells the Judgment Day to bring it, whatever it is, at Payback.
We learn in this match that Joaquin Phoenix... not Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin, what's his name?
I often call him Joaquin Phoenix by accident.
Joaquin from the LWO. I forgot his surname. Wild. Thank you, Tom. He can never go to AEW because we learned he never knew his birth father growing up. It's happened again, the Watch is talking. Every bloody week. But we learned he didn't know his birth father. So Christian's licking his lips watching this if he ever goes to AEW.
That was such a good line, and your watch just interrupted it. Your watch is...
I don't know. I can't work it out.
Does it start listening to you?
Yeah.
So it says, is it a Siri one? Or
It's an Apple one, yeah.
So it obviously hears you say something along the lines, it sounds a bit like, hey Siri.
Yeah.
And then
He seriously can't go to AEW.
I should enunciate.
I hope it doesn't do it again.
It's doing something.
Oh, it's happening again. Oh, they couldn't say. Anyway, back to the match. Kevin Owens put an extra bit of stank on his pop-up powerbomb, didn't he, Maffew?
Yes, he did. What a good move. He seriously hit him with that powerbomb.
Old Cruz del Toro on the receiving end there. Legado got a bit of offense in there, but this was like, I've written down here, the tune-up match incarnate, which makes no sense. But I was shocked to see Legado beaten so conclusively.
That's kind of what they're here to be, really.
I was going to say,
guess.
yeah, it just makes sense
That's
considering...
their position on the roster. Is
Right, big matchup Payback. So, yeah, just beat these two dudes. They can take it. Britain can take it during the Blitz.
You must do your part for your wrestling promotion.
You must lose to Owens and Zayn.
Kevin Owens will put a lot of stank on that power bomb, but don't worry, we'll be putting a stank on the baddies thanks to your hard work.
Were you around during those times? Because this is uncannily accurate.
I remember those days.
He's part of the Tom Busters.
Dancing to 21 today.
Jimmy Uso is going to leave the arena, but is stopped by Uncle Alan Styles. The pair have a scrap, but Solo is here to help Jimmy. Solo then tells Jimmy he'll leave the bloodline when Solo, Paul, and Roman say so. Jimmy says those lads can't tell him a thing before leaving the arena going, hee hee hee.
So we learn here that Jimmy is CM Punk. AJ Styles is Jack Perry. Nobody wants to hear anyway. It was a carbon copy. And they do a little pushing match. It's great. Yeah. I've read too much about that bollocks this week.
Maybe, yeah.
I really enjoyed Solo Sikoa's massive flip-flops that he wore while he was beating someone up, like a dad, just around the swimming pool on holiday.
Yeah.
Hey, you're going to bomb near my daughter, are you? Bash. That's what Solo Sikoa says, apparently. And Jimmy here confirmed, because the trajectory of Jimmy through this SmackDown episode was really confusing. At this point, he's conclusively out the bloodline. There's nothing that can tell him. And then that all changes by the end.
No, he's saying no. No, sorry, Solo's saying, no, you're not leaving the bloodline.
Yeah, but then Jimmy's like, you can't tell me anything. I'm out the bloodline. See ya. It's like, see ya.
See ya.
See ya.
And they're like, I'll see you next week then. That'd be really awkward. Jimmy comes like, oh yeah, we're on SmackDown again. Oh, no. Next, we see an angry Uncle Alan and a still really unhelpful set of Good Brothers. Styles does not calm down after what just happened with Jimmy and Solo. The segment ends. Yep, sounds like a Good Brother segment.
Yeah, the Good Brothers still don't want to get involved in that bloodline stuff. You'd get involved, wouldn't you?
Ooh, that requires effort. No, I'm all right, pal.
I'm too busy writing a Sour Boys movie. I haven't got time.
I'm enjoying catering. Thank
Could
you.
you imagine a Sour Boy movie? That would...
No.
Oh, there's only one person who would be happy about that, and that's Aiden. I think call him Aiden Styles. Aiden Styles upstairs. Speaking of the Spirit of the Blitz, he was there.
Yeah, he remembers it well.
He was there with me.
Me corned beef pasty. Oh. I don't know why I was from Yorkshire
They
now.
can't be. Hey, look what we have to eat. It's a beautiful pasta. The Miz is here to speak some words with his mouth. He lies and says he's better than The Rock, whom he has been feuding with the last few weeks. Yeah, that Rock, dummy.
Yeah.
The Rock appears and puts himself in the same bracket as Dwayne Rock and John Cena Rock because they're all superstars Miz has impersonated. The Rock is out there talking about the journey he's been on to make it in the WWE and spits facts when saying Miz isn't on his level because Rocky's on a higher one. The Rock also makes it known that he wants to shag Maurice. I almost said Maris because he wants him Frazier.
He wants to shag Maris.
Miz.
Well, technically he was fighting Maris on Raw.
Yes. Oh, very good. Very good. Miz says he'll send The Rock back to practice some promos into his hairbrush in front of a mirror at his roach-infested apartment. And now it sounds like the lyrics to Common People. A skull-crushing finale and a pull-apart brawl later, and the segment comes to an end, but not before LA Knight says, "Firstly, Miz, you can't fill out a shirt, you skinny little turd."
Yeah, it was great when he's like, oh, he's going to send the Miz back like broken, disheveled, empty man, and Maurice will have a hole to fill or something, and he'll fill the hole. You know what the promos...
Yeah. Beat you up, shag your wife.
It's a bit better when LA Knight says it, I'll admit. It was nice of the Miz to reference like the reality show called Hero that LA Knight apparently got voted out of very early on, because I had no idea that was a thing.
That was the first time he interacted with the actual Rock.
Oh,
It's hosted by Dwayne Johnson. So they have like a bit of a back and forth at one
It's like
point.
Star Wars, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Rock Star Vader.
like a Star Wars.
Anakin Skywalker's The Rock, the LA Knight version of The Rock. All
Yes.
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to see
don't know
the
Yes. No, keep it up. Keep it up. I'm proud
if you
of
want
you.
to see the Rock and the Rock, it's on that show.
God, I'll have to. Does he upstage him? Like we know he will
I think
do.
he sort of he scorches him a little bit because he wasn't very good at one of the challenges.
What do they have to do? Like just
So they have to sort of act out like big action movie things. The one scene I've seen is LA Knight scaling a skyscraper.
like Spider Boy.
And as a team they have to sort of break into a building and they all work together and stuff like that. It's very cool. Something like that.
Fair enough.
I've only seen the trailer, to be honest.
You know what? Good for him.
I ain't got time.
Duh.
I'm always
Got a
interested.
lot on.
This podcast for one.
Michael Cole was mentioning a window that opens but that might close but never open again in terms of LA Knight, like seizing the moment.
So not like a window at all then?
No, unless it's got
Those windows I've famously never open again.
a rusty hinge. One of those ones on the bus that one.
yeah. Oh,
Michael Cole's first apartment where the landlord went, now you can open this window once, but then you have to leave it shut forever. Oh, that must be how windows work.
Yeah, Cole's never questioned it since.
I'll never question this.
But you know those lines that are sometimes fed to commentary from the powers that be?
Yeah.
Do you reckon that might be one of them, or I just
Yeah.
being a hack?
No, I am also a hack. So, no, I know that is not a line because Cole is really good at commentary now. I'm going to say something as daft as the window that never opens. The new horror film coming out soon.
Forbidden window.
Ooh.
Didn't the windows in the Punjab... Oh, the doors, weren't they? The doors in the Punjabi prison. Once they shut forever. Do you remember?
That's Paul Boyard, you're thinking.
Crystal Maze. That's a TV show.
I'll tell you before I'm on a Fort Boyard, because Dirty Den would always go, Jack, the door.
door.
And then the assistant would always open the door. My brother thought that the door was named Jack.
What a weird show that was.
He's just expressed, Jack, the door. Oh, hi, Dirty Den.
Hi, Dirty Ted.
I like to think the wizard fella's still up there in his tower today, just on his own.
Yeah.
Well, they'll be back soon to film another one.
I'm very hungry.
That was Tom Baker, right? It might be him then, if that's the case.
Was it the Doctor Who fella?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it might be. He's loony. Oh.
So that was Friday nights on Channel 5.
Yeah.
The worldwide WCW, followed by Fort Boyard.
Crash, bang, wallop,
Yeah.
Fort Boyard.
Pow.
An interference from Charlotte on the entranceway where she almost kicks Io Sky. And a big old dirty DDT from Shotzi is enough for this fight there. Psycho, almost said physio, Jesus Christ. The physio to defeat Bayley. You know, I like that version better.
Physio beats.
A lot of people are not happy with the giant Charlotte boom, boom, boom. Like getting the big boot up. Because Io Sky's down here with the title. She's like up here. It's like, oh, whatever.
I thought Shotzi looked fantastic with the spiky hairdo. I think it works for her in terms of her look. It's a shame the crowd don't give a toss about it, because if it was like the investment was there before the haircut,
right,
this would be gangbusters, this feud.
Yeah, we've said this every week. If they'd made her like a relatable character with something they attached to, fine. But they made her a crazy goth psycho woman. And it's like, okay, cool. Yeah. That's what she says. That's right.
To fit in with us, being old wolves, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom, have you done the quiz, the fairy quiz?
I haven't. No.
Oh. Maybe we'll have to do that at some other time, because this podcast will be long enough.
Yeah. Any other week when there's not 2 pay-per-views, please.
Let's just lose the mailbag and I'll do the quiz.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we don't need you.
We know you're a wolf anyway. Everyone in here is a wolf, aren't they?
Yeah, we'll do the crap one.
I
wanted the one where he was an angel. Everyone else is in the same one where everyone's a wolf no matter what you do. So we'll just skip ahead.
I was the bear. Because Alex would sometimes
Other
tell
people
me
will
off.
describe you as a bear, yes.
She'll tell, yeah. I get called so. I was told off for scratching my back on the door frame in the morning.
Did you really?
I was saying,
you really are a bear.
We just woke up. I just woke up just before Alex, and she was just waking up, and I was in the doorway, like, "Hey, good morning, do you want a coffee?" And I was just in my underpants, just running me back up and down the door frame, and she went, "Have you looked at yourself?" What's it mean?
You got to do what you got to do, and you can't reach that spot in the middle.
I know, right?
What are you meant to do?
She's marrying me next year.
Do you, Alex, take Baloo to be all over what it husband?
Of course you do.
So I should walk down the aisle in the L little. Anyway, Michael Cole's got an inside joke with Bayley, which shattered kayfabe for me.
Go on.
It was Beyonce or something. I didn't quite understand what he meant. I think Bayley went to see Beyonce, you know, the singer.
Yes.
This week.
Thank you.
And there was some sort of inside joke with Michael Cole and Bayley, which shattered kayfabe for me. They meant to hate each other, those two.
Yeah.
Look at that. WWE started doing something out of WWE. They shouldn't have time.
No.
They should be too busy being sports entertainers.
She's got no cells with the windows that are open. I like the robot commentator whose name I can't remember.
Kevin Patrick.
The robot commentator saying, wow, look at Shotzi. I'm not lost my thought. There we go. There's my thought. Well, look at Shotzi. That's someone who used to be lovable and nice. To which Cole and Graves went, what? Shotzi? When was she nice and lovable? She's trying to kill people with tanks. Shut up, robot.
Is Kevin Patrick on SmackDown as a punishment for someone?
For us, yeah.
Because he was I'm just thinking he was the lead guy of Raw. And then and now he's sort of like, he just chips in with sound bites on SmackDown. Is this kind of taking him away from the Monday night to kind of get him a bit better primed? Because he did rise through the ranks incredibly quickly.
Yeah, well, they wanted Monday Night Raw, not Mundane Night Raw. So he's getting experience being next to Graves and Cole. Cole's experienced one, and Graves are sarcastic twat. So he can learn a lot from those two.
There's a lot to
They can rub off next to him.
I don't think he's terrible.
He's not good either.
He's not. I know. There's work.
I agree with both
There's
of you.
much cleaning to be done. But there's something there. Like there's something about like his mannerisms and his general cadence that I think is very WWE, which is probably why they're persevering with him.
Yeah, the fact I only notice he's there when Cole and Graves make fun of him.
He is like the old regime's wet dream in terms of a play-by-play commentator. No character. Get your buzzwords and your catchphrases in. Go home.
You're there to get the product over, not yourself.
Weirdo. Jimmy Uso pushes AJ Styles off the top rope to allow Solo to defeat the Phenomenal One with a Samoan spike. Jimmy celebrates with Solo, and the world is confused. Solo pushes Jimmy away. Paul is on the phone ordering a post-show kebab. Jimmy beats up Styles some more. What's going on? We have to watch next week's episode of SmackDown to find out, obviously.
Yeah, there was a nice bump from Uncle Alan off the inside of the ring post, which I've not seen him do too many times, but it was lovely to see. I thought that the predictable ending happened with Jimmy Uso getting involved after what we saw with the backstage fight. But again, you go back to him, pronouns, pal. They say in the wrestling commentary.
They do say that in the
Jimmy
wrestling
with
commentary.
3 M's saying to Solo, you lads can't tell me what to do early in the night. And then towards the end of the night, he's out there celebrating with Solo as if he's back in the bloodline. Paul's ringing Roman, you would assume, not a kebab quip I made there. But don't know what's going on.
Maybe he's just doing whatever he wants to do. Maybe he just doesn't like Alan. So it just happened that his brother was fighting Alan. I'll help you.
Yeah, like, I'm not winning the Bloodline. Will help us win a match. Sure, pal, cheers. I'll take her. Yeah. But I'm not paying the annual fee to join the Bloodline, no. Take it for free. WWE Payback 2023, the first pay-per-view of the week. Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch burn it down, not really, inside of a solid steel cage. Yay, I like that throwback, thank you. Becky wins with an avalanche manhandle slam, despite the best efforts of Zoe Stark, who found herself in the cage. After the match, Trish and Zoe announce their marriage is coming to an end, and the pair will go their separate ways, like Journey, but will endeavour to raise the kids as best they can.
What a match.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is the match that I think Trish always wanted to have. Like on the classic SmackDown review, which Maff and I do on a Saturday morning.
That's right.
Trish is like keen to get some movement for the women's division, but it's always gravy bowl matches, bra and panties matches, 2-minute squash matches, or whatever. But here, like, she's like, I've always wanted to do a cage match. And she came out of it bruised, battered, gnarled, and she looked delighted with that.
She was working herself into a shoot, wasn't she?
She really did, brother.
Becky was ramming her head in the cage at the start. She was really twatting her forward off the cage.
Yeah.
Fair play to her.
She had the bruiser.
Yeah.
The bruiser.
Went for it.
The dick. The Dick the Bruiser. No, sure. There was a wrestler back in the day called Dick the Bruiser.
Kids listening to this going, what? Missing the joke there, like.
Richard T.
It's
Richard
shiner,
T.
isn't it? It's not a bruiser. It's a bruise, but you call it a shiner. That's right.
Yeah.
Or bruiser, if you're dumb like me and sometimes mix two things up in your
Bruiser
head.
is the person who admonisters the bruisings.
Becky was being a dick by giving her a bruiser.
Yeah.
Hey, we fixed it.
We're great podcasters. There was a couple of spots which were terrifying, which fair play to Trish for taking them, where she's hanging upside down by her legs on the outside of the cage, dangling there. That must take some bollocks. The massive top rope bulldog, where she just lands on her arse. Especially when she did the same spot on Raw, like the go home Raw, where she landed on the floor on her arse. I bet her arse is sore this week. The massive superplex off the top of the cage from Trish as well, taking that bump. And
Change of Bossman Hogan, yep.
Oh, yes. It was just a barn burner, a cage burner.
Yes.
No barns were involved.
No. Yeah, it was amazing. Trish is somehow 47.
Yoga. That's the answer.
That's right. Yes, that's
Jericho does it. Trish does it. Brock probably does it.
Other blonde Canadians do it. Yes. I said it could have done without Stark interfering in a cage match, but I remember it's not 1993 anymore. Like, no one's doing that anymore. Everyone interferes in a cage. Plus, it meant that's the end of the Zoe Trish thing. So that's
it made Becky look like a badass.
It certainly did. It overcame both of them. No excuses. They split up, so that's like Trish out the way. And yeah, what a definitive feud out of this was. Both working their asses off.
And top marks as well. They Becky Lynch and Trish work wonderfully together. And hats off to Zoe Stark, who got called up from NXT and just seamlessly in amongst it, didn't feel out of the depth, didn't feel like this was like a big challenge, just completely felt right there. And has done ever since. I think Zoe Stark's the one, you know.
Yeah,
I think
that's right, Kevin Patrick. You listening?
Yeah, I think so. Hey, I think Zoe Stark's the one. I think I wouldn't be shocked if we live in a timeline where Zoe Stark turns babyface and beats Rhea Ripley.
Oh, she needs to come on with her promos before that. Like,
oh yeah, there is work to be done there, but in general, there's a something about her.
In terms of the sheer wrestling, there's not many athletes on her level. No. I feel like I'm on the commentary table for Raw now.
Yeah.
Not many athletes on her level.
That's nice, that. It's like your glory days with Jim Cornette.
Oh, God.
See you later, Tommy. You getting the bus home, are you? See you later. I was so hungover there.
I was like the fact that they waited until Payback to do this, so that we all thought, SummerSlam would be the blow-off. But it's like, no. SummerSlam's already loaded. We've already got lots of stuff happening. We'll put this on this little pay-per-view, PLE, whatever, I'm calling it pay-per-view. I'm not a Tory. And they gave it enough time to shine.
Mm-hmm. It was a good shout.
Yay.
It was.
John Cena is here to tell us all he's done a lot of things, but he's never been a guest host. He's here to make the night special. So he's going to be the special guest referee for The Rock and Mrs. Match. Miz is here to tell Cena how to be a guest host, as it's something he's done before. He also says, when the people making the Barbie movie call you, don't say you'll be a merman. Now, I have to interject. I don't get why that was like, you were a crap merman. I'm like, did you not get the film? He's not supposed to look like a proper merman.
I only put it in the notes because I saw a lot of people on Twitter going, ooh.
But I'm like, why are you acting? You're going, is this, again, Pavlov, bloody Dog Meltzer again. Like, I saw that. You look rubbish. Yeah, they're playing action figures.
I'll tell you who I might know. Phil Man Joel, do you have an answer for that line? Why was that like an ooh? Joel hasn't seen Barbie.
Barbie, he said. Bloody hell, you all right, Joe? I've been down the pit all day. Joel's never sounded like that ever.
I thought it was a bit smoky. Yeah.
Joel started speaking, all I heard was doo, 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 doo.
For some reason, Joel's in black and white and the rest of the room's in colour.
Going up the hill to buy some bread.
God, there's a sheepdog down there.
Does anybody want to pop to the O2 shop afterwards and get a new phone contract?
Anyway, we'll move on.
Let us know in the comments if you know the answer to that question.
We really answered that question, didn't
Sorry,
we?
John, I married a Yorkshire woman, so I'm allowed to say this. I'm welcomed in.
Yeah.
Imagine
He's allowed to be racist.
I'm allowed to be racist to Yorkshire.
when she's like, sitting on the altar, does she go, how do?
How do?
How do, bear?
You're marrying us, so what, like? Oh, sorry.
Miss...
3 weeks in the pit for me.
Do you, Alex, take Tom to be your lawfully wedded bear? How do?
How do?
You now kiss the bride and cut the wedding pie. 3-tiered pie.
As is tradition, the bride and groom will go down the hill in a bathtub.
Full of gravy. Northern boys love gravy.
All right, enough. Next. Miz suggests taking more initiative and getting more involved in the night. Oh, a line from the play. Inadvertently condoning. Bloody hell, screw you, Zack Ryder. Condoning Cena's call to make himself referee after disagreeing with John for doing that very thing. What a wanker. You don't have a ref shirt, says Miz, only for Cena to be handed one by a man at ringside.
That's
presumably Kevin.
Stu.
The
Cameraman Stu.
No, he can't be that as well. Chiron Simon.
Steve, it's Shirty
Oh,
Steve.
Steve, there we go. I'm sorry for getting the names mixed up. There'll be a quiz at the end. A ding-dong battle to end them all. See Cena call it down the middle as The Rock pins The Miz after some BFT. After the bell, Cena gets his nips out for some reason just so he can raise The Rock's hand. The pair shake hands in a rather intense way as the main event for WrestleMania 40, Night 1, is booked. Oh, nice day of the night there.
That's why he took his shirt off for the final shot of the thing of the pre-match promo package. That slow motion like that.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. It writes itself.
You know, I was excited for this match because of the build being really good. I really like the promos. It's nice seeing The Miz being serious for a change and it working. And then Cena's like, I'm here. And I'm like, oh, all right, there we go. All right.
He called it down the middle, to be fair to him. He didn't get too he did a bit of an Aubrey Edwards spot when Miz was trying to use the ropes for leverage. He kicked him off, kicked the arm off, and then was pushing. But Aubrey does that, so it's fine. All the greats do it.
It's a bit like going on a date with somebody, then all of a sudden they bring their little brother along. It's like, all the builders, all right.
You're dressed nice. Yeah, why aren't you? Oh, you see the kid. Oh, hi.
But I thought in terms
We're watching Barbie, so we get that joke. All right, great.
just in terms of three humans in the ring at the same time, this was like a step above the opening segment of WrestleMania 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
God, I wish that one would have landed.
Yeah.
Back at WrestleMania 30, you had Hulk Hogan, The Rock, like the Dwayne Rock, and Hulk and Steve Austin in the ring at the same time. This time you had more star power. That was the little quip there.
The Miz, The Rock, and Cena. That's good. That's
Cheers.
good.
Well,
it's good you have to think about them
To be
sometimes.
fair, we don't remember that because Hogan's not lied about that recently.
Yeah, what's your greatest achievement? When I forgot the name of the stadium I was at.
when I was the only one that remembered the name of the stadium and everyone else forgot it.
Everyone else was wrong.
Everyone else got it wrong.
I wrestled Brock Lesnar first after his UFC thing.
Then I leg dropped a sick kid backstage at Wembley Arena. Lying
To
bastard.
be fair to Hogan, which no one's ever said before.
No good. Nothing good can come of this.
He did wrestle Brock in 02, so he just got his wires crossed on that one. I'll let him off with that one about wrestling Brock after UFC.
Hogan, you get one.
That's the one pass. The rest of it, scandalous.
Yes.
I thought The Rock did a lovely flying clothesline off the barricade at ringside, which was lovely. The right man won, which was the most important
Of course,
thing.
yes.
And obviously the little handshake at the end there was the passing of the torch. That is the new franchise, the face of the company.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, good. We're going to get Night Cena. That's fantastic. That's a segue. Then we watched later episodes. It's like, oh, they're doing Miz Cena again. Oh. Yeah, that's what we get in India. A SmackDown match finds its way in the pay-per-view card as Rey Mysterio beats Austin Theory for the US title in a match that didn't even go 10 minutes. It didn't deserve to. Look, this match wasn't like a special match. It wasn't amazing or anything else like that. It was very decent. I was just there looking. I can't believe Rey at this stage of his life is still putting out really watchable matches with the crowd still invested in him, even against guys like Austin Theory when Rey Mysterio's body is full of more metal than a dodgy Wolverine. I'm like, yeah, he's just still able to do this match. It wasn't anything. You'd probably forget about it as soon as it was finished, but he was still looking great.
I was shocked.
Take that for granted.
Shocked how young Ray actually is. Because I had to Google it myself watching this match. I think he's 48, if memory serves. I thought he would have had a 5 on the start there for certain.
Yeah.
Only 48, that's how long he's been around. Incroyable, as the French would say.
They do say that.
He did a nice slide under the bottom rope in it with DDT. I'm trying to think the highlights of the match. There wasn't too many. Theory was just doing bog standard basic stuff, going for the mask like you always do when you're a generic heel. I thought it was a decent little TV match. It was just a bit like, I think this was the piss break breather segment after the star power of the match before. Yeah.
Yep.
WWE are good at pacing shows like that by giving you little piss break moments. You know, AEW, it's all killer, no filler. It could do with a bit of filler. Yeah. Just so we could have a
You got the entrances. Quick
Yeah.
dash back.
Hey.
The one we did the live reactions for All Out. The one time I thought, right, this is my moment to go to the loo. Missed the final countdown by Europe. Christ, give us something to go to the toilet
Hey, in
for.
fairness, at Wembley, they had Fozzy play live. I mean, come on.
If there's a queue at the bar then.
That was just Jericho.
But they did have the last shot of the sort of segment of the match, whatever, was Theory looking really angry towards Ray down the aisleway, and that normally means something in WWE, so goodness knows what. Maybe a change of gimmick, maybe, for Theory becomes I don't know, an evil man.
No, he's just, my new gimmick is piss break theory. Piss break, but that's my name.
Get out. Everyone needs the loo. Get out there, Austin.
Backstage, Becky Lynch is interrupted by NXT Women's Champion Tiffy Stratz. Tiffy says, whoopsie, because she claimed Becky was a former NXT World Women's Champion, which she wasn't. Becky says Tiffy should focus on her own title and she might see her soon. What does it mean? The subtext is too hot to handle. I don't know, Ross.
God. Really good
Dog Meltzer's not reported yet, so we don't know what to say.
It was a fantastic, what turns out a deliberate promo from Tiffy Stratz making that mistake. Sorry.
That was good, that, yeah.
I thought you were, but you weren't, you whopper.
You whopper.
That's your word for the week. Bloody
I
whopper.
want all the wrestlers to call themselves whoppers.
Hey, did you see Becky didn't make it to India? Because her passport was slightly torn.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That broke today, well, yesterday as you're watching this.
Oh.
She put out a tweet saying that because she had a slight tear in her passport, Qatar Airways wouldn't let her on.
A slight tear. Imagine we see a picture that's just in half.
I was going to say, hang on.
It's all in crayon. Becky Lunch. Why is it Becky Lunch? Shut up, it's my passport. Becky Lunch.
She's picked up Rue's Crayola passport instead. A Legoland wins a driving license. Big Rue Rollins. Is that not Rue Rollins? That's Seth Rollins' gimmick name. Rue Lopez. That's his real name, isn't it? Beep, beep.
Like, you asking me questions. What's his name when you're doing this?
Like, well, we can't let you on the flight. I think this 100 says otherwise. It's £100 Monopoly.
100 green Legos. Street fight time as the Judgment Day win the tag titles from Sami and Kev, who must be cursing their luck for having this match. So giving this match a stipulation that heavily favoured the faction with 4.5 brackets. JD is a very small man. Members. Wankors. With an O.
Who would have thought it, eh? They made the match to Street Fight, did Sami and Kevin. It bit them on the arse.
Well, when you say it like that...
I thought it was nice that Kevin Owens was allowed to sort of unveil the Terry Funk shirt and then do the
was great.
trash can kendo stick spot. Dom getting involved, making sure he was the MVP of the JD of the night I thought was nice. Bit of storyline there for big old Dom. I thought the ice hockey stuff was fun.
Oh, that's nice.
Because you see Kevin Owens pop up and he looks gnarly with his blood all over his head and whatnot. But my first thought was, oh my God, it's the Goon! The Goon! 1996 is back again. Owens, the swanton bomb off the thing to the floor. He landed on his arse like Trish Stratus did. Must have really hurt.
Yeah, he landed he barely hit the table.
That's going to be one of the... If they bring back those segments where Kurt Angle used to say, I think I broke my tailbone. I don't know why Kurt Angle sounds like that, but there we go.
No, they call that Kurt Angle go, oh, my tailbone. Oh, injured my ribs. Kevin's going to go, wee!
I don't have a tailbone.
Try this at home, kids. It's great. YOLO.
Rhea spearing Kevin Owens was enough to see Michael Cole shag his desk. Have you seen this? Careful, this desk might not make it through.
This desk has been shagged.
And I thought the finishing sequence was thrilling. It was with all the moving parts and whatnot, and the JD nicking it. JD McDonough taking that. wasn't even a pop-up powerbomb. It was like a pop-up, whatever that would be called.
Pop-up border toss.
Yeah, one of
I
those.
don't like you.
Yeah, he really doesn't, does he?
Nope.
Extra stank on that thing from Kevin Owens.
Well,
That
as
must have
Kevin
really
Owens started
hurt,
calling him JD, don't Google me, didn't he?
Yep.
So
Yes, it was.
there's something there.
What's he referring to? Who knows?
Don't Google it, whatever you do. But yeah, it was a good match.
It certainly was. The tables, the dives, the hockey references, the blood, the Steel City cum rags. Bloody hell was everything in this match.
I think they're called terrible towels, I think. Maybe.
Well, no one wants to go to the shop and go, hello, can I have a cum rag, please? One terrible towel.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
I won't. Tim told himself, the voice in his head. I was very surprised at how much they did in this match, because it was like, we're going to go balls out here. We've been feuding for what feels like months now. Every episode of Raw is headlined by these guys. Let's have a big old match. Lots of Terry Funk tributes to make up for that one SmackDown match that people like, oh, the one table match, yeah. Terry Funk's loving you. So, loved it. And it was about 6 times where it could have ended, but just kept on going and going. And now the JD have all the tag titles. Sorry, all the tag titles, you idiot. All the titles.
They do.
They do.
They do.
And don't look good with them.
They do.
Will they take
do.
the main one? That's the question.
It's like a Liverpool treble, isn't that right, Joel? Not quite the treble. Not like we win the proper one, like the Champions League, FA Cup, Premier League. It's like the UEFA Cup, FA Cup, League Cup. Not the treble, a treble. So they've got some of the belts, but not the belts. But they will get the... No, they won't get the belts.
Joel wasn't able to answer there. You said him go...
That's just him breathing out his pipe.
Look, he's had a hard life, man. He's retiring next week. Cody Rhodes is on the Grayson Waller effect, talking about how new Grayson is to all of this while paying tribute to the likes of Carmelo Hayes. Cody displays that he has watched the wrestling at least once before in his life by laying out how a chat segment with a heel host and a babyface guest normally goes. Cody then says he has pulled some strings and is actually here to introduce the newest member of the Raw roster, Jey Uso. What are you...
It's just me, Oos. Day one-ish.
Me, Oos. Day one-ish. Jey super kicks Waller to bring the segment to a close on a good episode of Saturday Night Raw.
Cody Rhodes has a disdain for NXT. He loves calling it hip toss class. Like, you're burying Come Tuesday.
As we watch it every week, he's right.
No! Tiffy Stratz is there. Carmelo Hayes is there. Trick Willie's there. Ely is there.
Not for
Do
long.
I need to continue? Terry Spunk's there, as I call him now. Come Tuesday. After his
Terry Spunk.
After his hardcore exploits. He loves a hardcore match, does Terry Spunk. You can't be burying people like that.
It is on this day that we retire on Tuesday. Many will be happy.
We were the innovators of cum.
We say goodbye to Come Tuesday and we welcome Terry Spunks.
It writes itself.
Terry Spunks. My horse kicked me. That's my Terry Funk impression.
I thought it was the Come Tuesday.
That's a Terry Funk.
Forever. Till Tuesday.
So now he's Yorkshire. He's a caveman. He's Terry Funk.
My dad is a computer.
It was a good segment, though. Cody
Yes, thank
pulling
you.
these
Please move
strings just to get Jey Uso to Raw. I think it makes sense. It was sort of implied in this segment, but then hammered home on Raw that SmackDown's getting someone back, and that guy would be Cody to sort of get the road to WrestleMania going. But we need to find out who that is first. Yeah, who is going to SmackDown.
Right. Yeah, I was like, okay, decent, but this is a bloody pay-per-view. All right, well, he's back after 2 weeks. Whoa!
He left the company, Maffew.
And now he's back.
This was an earth-shattering return, so it
He's on a
was.
different he's on a different night now. It's
Whoa! Because they always stick to the program.
He was days away from debuting for Ring of Honor. Days, right? And they've wheeled him back in now on a premium live event. It's great stuff.
Thank you, Cody Rhodes. Mammy defects. That's not right. Defeats Big Mammy Cool in the Mammy Derby, thanks to a riptide
Mammy Derby.
in a meat-slapping affair that went over 17 minutes. I want to like this so much, but the crowd were cheering for Mammy instead of Big Mammy Cool. This is getting awkward, isn't it? They were cheering for Rhea Ripley instead of Raquel, and it went on just way too long.
Did you think so?
Yeah.
I think it served a pit. The way they battered each other in the early going, like Rhea Ripley's like bloody nose played a part in like the nice aesthetic. I guess the word is like making it look badass.
Okay.
But I guess the part that did drag on was Rhea's massive like heel stretch of the match, like the long plod and beat down. Sheep weren't involved. Beat down of Raquel. I guess that was a bit that dragged on for a bit. But I thought in terms of it being like a 17-minute match, I thought it delivered. It delivered. Trying to fill the dead air.
That's this advert brought to you by Just Eat. So, yeah, it was, like I said, it was on paper, it was all right, but it just 17 minutes. And if the crowd's not into it, they're just like, wow, Rhea Ripley's really cool. Bless Raquel for trying, though. She wasn't smiling.
She got a lot of stuff in towards the end, especially like Rhea's fight back towards the end of the match is what caught my attention. Apart from Michael Cole's mention of China on commentary, which is news because of what Triple H said a few years ago, where they're like, "What if my daughters are Google are China are? What will they see? We can't mention her on air because they'll see the porn."
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll never hear it from anyone else if they don't mention it on WWE television.
Bollocks, isn't it, Tom?
So it is.
Yeah,
but Rhea Ripley's dressed like China. The outfit was an homage to China.
I was because it's like,
So you
now
have
she's
to.
dressed as her. I'm like, oh, the rest of the time she's not. But I was like, yeah.
But
it was a nice homage.
I saw a
It's the
picture.
silver bits, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was literally the.
But I didn't even
outfit
notice until
China
someone
was.
pointed out. I'm like, oh, she usually dresses like that. But yeah, up the China.
Yeah.
Up the China.
Up the China, indeed. Raquel did a lovely big power slam on Dom, which allowed Rhea to hit the riptide for the win. But I thought, yeah, just the heel bit of Rhea's like beat down, dragged on, but the rest of it was hard. Tough.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Oh, God.
John Cena has been slipped some hallucinogenics and is dressed like a diddler, it says here. No, he's dressed like his character from Southpaw. While doing his best Tom Spiracies interviews the Judgment Day. The Goths insist after their recent troubles, their win at Payback means they're stronger than ever. A great, lovely, strong promo. Boston in front of diddler John Cena.
I love that as he spread his legs so he looks shorter than everybody else. And he even said Lance Catamaran.
Well,
Nice
that's
shout.
yeah.
Lance Catamaran got a shout out.
What was Fandango called? When he was in love with Renee Paquette.
Oh.
Or Renee Young.
I can't remember
I
any
can't
of their
remember,
names.
yeah. It was great, though. Halcyon days.
That's
really
great.
I can't remember Lance Catamaran wearing like a nerdy bow tie and stuff.
I know. I don't think he was dressed as Lance Catamaran. I think he just went, "I'm going to do my best Lance Catamaran," as if I'm interviewing people backstage. I don't think it was a cosplay of Lance Catamaran because Lance Catamaran had so many more layers. He was a very troubled soul, was Lance Catamaran.
Seth Rollins then defeated Nakamura despite having a broken back in 2 places. After the show goes off the air, Nakamura hands Rollins' own arse to him on a silver platter.
You put
Did he?
player.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh,
But
God, there's like
after the-
17,000
I get you,
words.
I get you.
There's been 2 typos so far.
Yeah. I like the match overall. I like the build up for it. All of the show felt like one of those when it was a single brand doing a show where they had to build up one dude for a thing like that. And I thought, oh, that's a nice change. And Nakamura looked like a big deal. They were like, yeah, we accept Nakamura and those great
thought he
promos
was
he's been
winning.
doing. And yeah, he's like, so it was up to Rollins to figure out the puzzle to defeat Nakamura. And I thought, oh, that's a nice change of pace and style.
And how great to go like from where Nakamura was to main eventing a pay-per-view and it not seem weird. Like it was like, yeah, this is great. Do it.
It's the presentation. The presentation's changed. He's doing the fighty stuff in his promos. I think the backstage promos has made a big effect on how people look at him now because his promos aren't just filled with silly Americans going, what? In between every single line he cuts in a like in-ring promo. But between the sort of really badass intro thingy, Keiji Muto at a B show on the front row, I was like, he's winning. The broken back's been made a big thing in storyline. He's winning, but he didn't. But it was a good match. And he did target the back a lot.
He did, yeah.
Which was good.
It looked good until like the finish came out a bit of nowhere. I was a bit.
I like the way it wasn't
anticlimactic.
telegraphed though, the stomp, because sometimes it can be a bit telegraphed, but Rollins like he saw his opportunity and he went there.
Yeah, it is kind of like very. I don't know. Maybe critical Monday wrestling where it's like, how are you going to figure this out? I'm just going to just ignore the move you did to me. I'll just hit you on the finish.
There was a lot of that from Rollins because he kept doing like big splashes off the top rope and stuff. And I know that Corey Graves is like trying to get the point across that he works through the injury. But it's
He's
like
a tit.
when the injury's been made such a focal point of the story, surely like him selling the effects of doing certain moves would help the thing along. He did a Rainmaker as well. Shocking. Keiji Muto in the front row. Nakamura also there.
Yeah, I've kicked out of that.
I've kicked out of that. I've kicked out of that.
Yeah, because there was the point in the match where Nakamura does like the avalanche white noise, then a Kinshasa, then tries to go for a second one, and Rollins does the little fall down bit, and you're like, oh my God, it's going to be over. But it wasn't. He got back up, and that was it.
But it felt like it could have been, which is the difference between that and the Mami off. It felt like Nakamura could have won.
Ooh, good point.
Also, shout outs to the Cinnamon Crunch mascot who was following Rey Mysterio around.
Was he?
Yeah, because he was at the match at Rey versus Dawn
WrestleMania,
WrestleMania,
yeah.
and he was at Payback again for Rey's match. But he stayed at the back knowing that Rey could beat him up this time, I guess.
A serial killer.
It's great long-term storytelling, this is. Oh, that's nice.
Don't milk it. AEW Collision. Switching gears. Tony Khan is wide-eyed and bushy-haired as he welcomes us to the show. He tells us that Phil Brooks has been terminated with cause. They've shot him in the head. The incident endangered people, all right, including Khan, who was fearing for his life. The first time he's felt that way in his 30 years of attending wrestling shows. Fair play. You're like, how are they going to do this? Tony Khan goes, yes, I fired him. He's terminated.
It was a
He's
brave,
not here.
brave thing to do,
Like,
first up, straight away, because that's obviously the main thing people who follow wrestling like we do, are tuning in for just to see how they're going to deal with it on air. And to get out of the way first was brave.
And he actually came out at the start, before the cameras went on air, and he spoke to the crowd before the show started.
Oh, I've only seen a little clip of that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to release the full thing, but probably for the best that they don't, because
No, it was...
whew,
You get
people have
tortured.
said that's actually one of the smartest things he's done in a long time. Like his character, obviously, like business, anything else like that. He went out there and went, all right, look, boo me.
Take the arrow, yeah.
Boo me.
He
And it
absorbed
worked.
all the arrows.
I thought, oh, here we go, lads. One of those Raj Philadelphia crowds you remember hearing about back in the day. No, they all got all the energy and booze out on Tony Khan. He was on his little chair, and just that one clip of that Chicago pose. Ah, you're a pussy, you know. Boo. Shut up, you. Like all this. He's on his little chair going, woo. Like,
Yeah, it was-
He was
that was-
perfect. And the crowd, yeah. Well, hey, he's learning something.
There was. I think a lot of people have given him grief for this. I feared for my life line, because people see it as a bit exaggerated. When he said it to the Chicago crowd, you almost heard them all go, "Oh, f off!" Oh. And you could hear like his voice crack. He's like, "Yeah, I was scared for my life." And it's like, and he probably was. I'm not disputing the fact that he was, but I think in that moment, you don't you sort of push that emotional bit down. You don't try and earn that sympathy. You just go, "I'm terminating him with cause." There was a scene backstage. That is not how we do business here. And let him boo, let him boo. We've got a great night tonight. This and 99% of what he did, I thought absolutely the right thing to do. I'd give a little grief to Tony from time to time again, but I thought this was the right thing to do. Take all the arrows and then let the guys go out and have a great night, and it worked.
Yeah.
Brilliant work.
Yeah.
Excellent work by Tony.
They definitely need like a Jack Tunney figure who's just
Furthermore-
playing the role of a dude who's in
I
charge.
quite like that it was Tony, because you know, as much as Tony didn't want to make that decision to sack him, he went, "But I'm the boss, so this falls on me, and I should be the one that suffers the slings and arrows." for it."
No. Stokely Hathaway is now the mouthpiece for Tony Khan.
That little Lexi there,
See a
corpse.
poke's being fired.
Punk's dead. Hey. He just come out and have fun with it. And what? What are you gonna do? He'd sit cross-legged on the ramp.
We've had to make some cuts. One's a cut of personality.
Hey.
Just bricks thrown at him. Tony Schiavone is in the ring and brings out Ricky Starks and Big Bill, who are here to challenge Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Ricky, you have issued a challenge to Ricky Steamboat, a 70-year-old man. Are you out of your freaking mind? He says. Well, yeah, great line. Starks got an impassioned babyface promo about having to start again. And now he always overcomes whatever bollocks AEW throw at him. He does. What did he say? He's like, you can't put the lid on a boiling pot.
Yeah, he said
That was a lovely line.
He's
That.
sick of starting over and over again, and he can't stop it no matter what you throw at him. I was like, wow, he's turned babyface off the back of this.
That's what I thought as
Then
well.
he hasn't.
yeah, right. Starks put over Large Billington for a myriad of things, including overcoming addiction. He did a lovely job putting him over.
Wonderful babyface promo continues for the time being.
Yeah. Starks then says he sat at home watching All In because he was suspended for strapping the dragon. So at All Out, he wants to
Sounds like
stop
euphemism
it.
for
Stop
something.
it. So at All Out, he wants to strap match
I'm strapping the dragon.
with the aforementioned fire-breathing beast, Dick Steamboat. Then come on, give him his real name. His real name's Dick Blood. Yes, it is.
It is.
Dick Blood is here and wants to sign a contract for the match like they did in the oldie days. Ricky signs it without, which is obviously Joel's days. Ricky signs it without reading it, seemingly turning heel again in the process, but the name on the contract does say Dick Blood. But it's Brian Dick Blood. Dick Blood is here and Ricky Starks is livid. He can't believe it, the silly sod.
Wonderful babyface promo from Starks. I hit all the bell, even the stuff the Big Bill was nice to see. Classic stuff from Dick Blood. Out he comes with the contract and whatnot, but the name on the contract is a different one. Ricky Starks is back heel by the end of the segment.
I hate when I get Dick Blood on my contract.
It does say the dragon. Out comes Dragon Izu. Yes! And the crowd go wild! Izu!
We should...
1PW's
No
dead.
context! No context!
1PW's dead. Cry me a river.
I've still got me Dragon Izu shirt somewhere.
Yes, please.
Yeah, wonderful. I love Nigel's reaction when Brian Dick Blood arrived as well. He's like, oh, he's all right now, is he? 1 week after Wembley's over. But yeah, I thought it was a really good segment. I enjoyed it.
Now, Brian was apparently due back around October, they said, but obviously in the light of what's been happening, they went, Brian said, to an extent, I can go now. So he's a grown-up, he's made his own decision. I don't know. Obviously, you'd liked a bit more time to recuperate, but the match, as we'll talk about, ended up happening. Whilst it doesn't look so, it is relatively safe.
This is not going to make much sense, but a strap match being the match for him to come back to if he's not 100% was a good thing. Because while the beating they take with the strap itself is gnarly and the blood and all that stuff is gnarly, the moves he can actually do are relatively low risk. You know when they call it like a high risk maneuver? You can't really do many of those in a strap match, can you? Off the top rope, table, calm down. Off the top rope and stuff like that. So I think in terms of a match to come back to, I think they've weighed everything up and went, he can get through one of these ones.
Yeah, like Daniel Bedingfield's got to get through this. John Moxley cuts an unreal promo, yes he does, where he puts over OC better than anyone ever has in AEW. Cassidy is a cosplay wrestler. Well, who's he pretending to be, says Moxley, who thinks that Cassidy is the real thing, and ends the promo by saying a lot of people believe in OC, so you better not let them down.
Yeah, it was an unreal promo.
Yeah, he looked more handsome than usual, Moxie, in this promo. He did himself up for this. I'm on a date with OC. Yeah, I'd like, good job. Like I said, this is all a Hail Mary. And at this point, we were still wondering, is this the main event or not? Because we still weren't sure. Like, is it? Oh, okay.
I think by this point, they might have mentioned it on Rampage in passing.
So they hadn't mentioned it.
So they hadn't mentioned it to anyone that heard.
Yes.
God bless Rampage.
Yes.
I guess that's another big fear. Like the ramifications last weekend is what is going to happen with Collision. Like, is it going to stay? Because it has been for a while head and shoulders above Dynamite, in my opinion, at least. I don't know what you two think. So yeah, will it suffer without the figurehead being there?
Well, they said that the soft brand launch is ending, so I think it'll just be like you want it to be its own show. Because the reason that Rampage got such a rep is because it just became Dynamite overspill.
Yeah.
So Collision needs to have its own stories told there. And it needs to be kind of considered in that way.
Yeah. I like the line from Moxie as well where he's like, I can smell BS from a mile away, but orange is the real thing. Ooh, the subtext again.
It's great.
The House of Ass defend their trios titles against Dan Garcia, Matt Menard, and Cool Hand Ange. Hey, remember when they were doing an angle where they were getting courted by the House of Ass?
Who?
These three.
These three by the House of Ass. I can't remember that. No, can you?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Was that like maybe 2 months ago? They were like, yeah, we're going to join the House of... Oh, no, the House of Ass going to join the JAS.
Yes.
The way around, wasn't it?
Yeah,
My apologies.
around, yeah.
Oh, well. I like Nigel saying, where did he get the name Daddy Magic? And Kevin says, I believe it was Jericho. Nigel says, oh, not prison then.
Daddy Ass and Dan Garcia with some top tier sports entertainment in terms of the chop evasions from Garcia, followed by Mr. Ass telling him to suck it and then giving him a good old biff and then his head going into his winky. So he kind of did. Sports entertainment, everybody.
We are sports entertained. Are you sports entertained?
Hit him with the dink. Dark Order say they're ready to win the Ring of Honor Tag Team titles at All Out, whether they want to or not. We're
moving on quick. Yeah.
No, we certainly are, yes.
Yeah, the Nightcrawlers got a mention, which was nice to see after a little while. The Nightcrawlers, where Hangman was involved up, the Nightcrawlers.
There lies again, there lies the full spoon.
I like that song. What are you talking about?
That's the Nightcrawlers.
Dark
The
Order.
answer to both questions is the Nightcrawlers.
Why are they the Nightcrawlers?
It was like what Johnny Hungy would call him and Hangman and Alex Reynolds, and they were the Nightcrawlers.
Oh.
It might have been a BTE thing.
Oh.
Non-canon. Then.
Yeah, but I've never really watched that. I don't
Yeah.
know. I've heard it before somewhere. We learned also that Alex Reynolds trained MJF, which I've never heard before referenced on there, which was a good thing to reference.
They were the Beaver Boys.
Were they actually?
Reynolds and Reynolds and Hungy were.
Kevin Dunn's children.
Beaver Boys. They eat shrimp and white wine. There's a Tim and Eric. There's one Tim and Eric Awesome Show, great job fan that's watching this and went, I understood that reference.
Hey, these nerds out.
I know,
man.
I
Coming on our
know.
podcast, ruin it all with their
Tell me
silly
about some wrestling,
bollocks.
daddy.
Ricky Stark says he's ready for Dick Blood Dragon at All Out because just like with everything else he does, he'll knock the Dick Blood out of the park.
More babyface stuff from Starks to end his night. I'm going to be really good because I am really good.
Yeah. Weird, isn't it?
Setup.
It's not his fault he's handsome. Corollius? What? What does that say?
I had to Google it.
Go on.
I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce it. Go on, Radio
Corollius?
Man. give it a go.
Coriolis?
There you go.
Is enough for Aussie Open to defeat the team of Nick Wayne and Commander. After the match, Wayne talks about how upset he is with Darby Allin over Allen's forgiveness of AR Fox. Allin is here saying that he didn't make things right with Wayne's father before he died, so he wanted to make things right before the same thing could happen with Fox. Darby thinks Wayne should do the same, but also wants the little boy to be in his corner for the TNT title match on Sunday. Christian Cage hears about dead dads and shows up, calls the people in the arena losers before saying Wayne should bring a towel to throw in the ring on Darby's behalf. Get some of those terrible towels from the hockey
Don't
people.
forget to bring a towel.
Yeah,
Towley the towel.
that's right. The worst character in South Park, as they said.
Oh, he smoked.
No, that's what they said. They wanted to make the worst. They said they were so sick of everything being a success and doing well in merch. They want to make the worst character possible and still make merch off it. And it worked.
It did, I guess. Aussie Open have lots of a lot of sick big combo maneuvers I've learned in this match, which is something we knew already, but I was struggling to think of things to write down here that weren't just like, this is what happened here.
And it's hard
Yeah,
to
you
write
know what
that
I mean?
down. Yeah.
There was a delayed suplex spot, which is so cocky. And then Wayne got a case of the Takeshtas on his hot tag, where he did every single move perfectly. A case of the Takeshtas.
He's good, isn't he? Little git.
18 years old.
Sick.
Sick Nick. That's someone else.
That's it. Yes. That's his new gimmick. Darby explains he forgave AR Fox because he doesn't want to live his life with hate. And Christian's like, oh, yes, you should. Oh, take it from me. It's great.
What's your mom's name? No parent is safe from Christian. It's so simple, but it works because it's him. I don't know if it's his face or it's just the turtleneck, the power of the turtleneck.
Yeah.
There's something about Christian that when he's delivering lines, if someone else delivered the same lines, it wouldn't be the same.
I fully agree. It's Lex Luger, the complete package.
There's a great video doing the rounds. There's a little girl getting a photo taken with Christian Cage, and she had like a replica belt with her. And for the photo, Christian Cage just took the belt off her, put it over his shoulder.
Think about just, did you win that? Security, get her out of here. She's posed to be something that she's not.
Claudio beats up Wheeler. Collision wasn't like whatever the matches were good, but wasn't. They were secondary. The promos on this episode were amazing. Claudio tells Eddie it's no big deal. He came back from Japan and beat up Wheeler. So what? We beat up Wheeler every day and uppercuts him over and over, and Wheeler just gets up and up to show to Kingston that it's not an impressive thing to do. Claudio says Yuta keeps getting up and just generally doesn't seem too keen on Kingston. I can't lie. And different says when he gets up, then Shibata responds by telling, Kingston and Shibata are here to respond with Eddie laughing off what has happened before passing this over to Shibata, who claims the BCC suck through the medium of Google Translate. There you go.
I don't know what you say about them. It was just two very good little segments, wasn't it?
Just amazing. Because
fun.
there have been times I thought, man, Eddie's getting all the heat and get the promo time and stuff like that, get with the Claudio feud, and Claudio's not getting his chance to do his thing. So he's like, big deal, you beat up Euler.
He's a kinky man, isn't he? The great Yuta. Taking all that and coming back for more.
And obviously it ended with, right, is that right, Wheeler? And Wheeler gets up and goes, oh, yeah. Saray and Ruby Soho don't think there are any issues with the Outcasts. We can think of a few. But the women's champ doesn't like the fact she's stuck in Chicago. Most of these promo segments aren't redelivering. Well, I disagree. I think they're all, apart from this one, I've got no notes there.
I meant just in terms of something for us to chat about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Other than saying these
right.
are really good. Well, this one wasn't the best one, but you know what I mean.
Man of Basketball, Dennis Rodman is here for a chat because they're in Chicago and he played for the Bulls. You should see that great documentary on Netflix.
It was funny
Bash
when-
at the Beach, 98.
That's my favorite
Yeah.
one.
It
It
is-
was funny when they announced, like, when the CM Punk thing happened, and then it was like, Dennis Rodman!
Yeah.
Look in my eyes, what do you see? Dennis Rodman.
That's how the song goes.
That's how the song goes.
He doesn't really say anything before Jeff and the lads are out.
Yeah.
Jeff wonderfully displays how similar the Worm is to himself and the rest of the lads before offering him a spot in his team. And he also pointed out, hey, NWO for life. And Rodman goes, that's right, we are both in the NWO. Yeah.
It was a wonderful promo from Jeff who was like, Sanjay Dutt, he strives for world peace. And you do too.
Yep.
My wife Karen looks great in a dress. And you
do too. That's right. Yes. All the 90s references.
Oh, he's so good.
So King John Unn's friend Dennis Rodman declines and shoves down Satnam Singh before the House of Ass appears and a trio start match is made for the All Out kickoff show. Rodman didn't do much here, but I guess, hey, Rodman's here, Chicago, whatever.
Crucially, though, he was wearing Crocs. And Jack said on last week's podcast they're not cool. So take that, Jack.
Dennis Rodman.
Oh, no. Jack, me and D-Rod on the Croc hype. God.
My favourite Ross jokes are the ones where you start to tell the joke and then realise 3/4 of the way through, this ain't landing, but I'm going to finish it. And then
Yeah.
you go, oh, God.
You got to push through. John Cena said never give up.
Always proud of you. So
You
when you reach the end.
Ross, you know, Ross is talented and great and charismatic when you can deliver crap greatly.
That's all I do.
That's it.
I've been stealing a living for 8 years.
Deliver crap greatly.
Put a Cultaholic logo on that t-shirt and sell it to the masses.
Delivering crap greatly.
Every time you got a paycheck, you're stealing from the company. Shane Taylor speaks words. Samoa Joe speaks better words. The pair were battling all out. And that was the build-up for this match.
Yeah, Joe's promo was good about his hopes and his wishes being sort of two contrasting things. Shane Taylor was just, I'm going to do the wrestling. Wow.
I'm Shane Taylor.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And that was the reaction. Ruby Soho pins Britt Baker thanks to Saraya spray painting the Doctor's eyes in a wrestling match between the Outcast and the Alien, the Baker, and the kendo stick user.
I tried.
Nice. Yeah, that's good. MJF is still enjoying his week off, so Adam Cole lists some insults his brochacho has sent him about the Dark Order. One of them he won't read out because it's too disgusting. Ooh, he called them the Dirty Diddlers.
It was good that he was like, it took me 9 years to get rid of all your bad habits, my trainer Alex Reynolds from the Dark Order. They made fun of Hungy for being small, and I wonder what the last thing was. I wonder if we'll ever find out.
You're a friend of Maffew. Chris Statlander knows the Outcast will try to use spray paint to take her TBS title from her at All Out. Soraya calls her a stupid bitch. Something, my goodness.
Was a
Bloody hell.
very sudden stupid bitch from Saraya, so it was.
Stupid bitch. Whoa, okay, jeez. GPA is beaten by Powerhouse Hobbs in about 7 seconds. Miro comes out, and the two meat men have a brawl ahead of their match at All Out. They certainly do.
Yeah, GPA was looking really smug for some reason. I couldn't really work it out.
Because maybe he likes getting beaten up by Powerhouse Hobbs. I'm in for a treat tonight, father.
I think that's what the Americans do with the sister. They got a something GPA, a high GPA, and he was looking really smug. That didn't land either, did it? I'm terrible. I might as well go.
I don't know what GPA is. I'm sorry, mate.
I thought there was a better way we could have got Mira out there and just having a little squash match. Although GPA's living the dream, getting beaten up by some meat. Miro took a hell of a. Sorry, Hobbs took a hell of a bump over the top rope as well, like prime
He
Kurt.
did.
Prime
Jeez.
Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
Frontwards. Wee.
Wee.
Just like
Kids,
Kurt Angle.
don't try this at home. Whee! Orange Cassidy is here for another promo, even though he admits he'd rather be fighting than talking. He says he's proven himself time and time again, and he's ready to do the same at All Out. He wants to take the weight off the company from Moxie's shoulders and to put it on his own. And he still has not got a catchphrase.
It's a good. It's been a real effort from AEW to have Orange cutting these more like humanistic promos. If that makes sense, not just like whatever. I'm here. He's speaking with chutzpah.
Yeah.
And he's doing it in a way that isn't completely removed from his character either. So they've been very careful in how they've crafted these, and they haven't felt like out of place for who he is. They've been very cautious with them, and I think they've been very, very good.
They have both of them, Moxley and Cassidy, knocked out the park. All the promos before the match.
I agree completely with everything you've just said.
Ooh.
A Blade Runner sees Jay White topple Dax Harwood in your main event of the evening. A post-match beatdown sees the Bang Bang Gang scuppered by the Young Bucks. An interesting choice after what happened a few hours before showtime. And yes, officially ends the big divide between Collision and Dynamite because the Bucks are here.
Yeah.
That's not where they're supposed to be, Governor.
They're not allowed round these parts.
Apparently, Matt and Nick Jackson.
You got a
did
license for that TV show?
They did a lap of honor, as people have called, or like a victory lap around the ring.
On one hand, I can
More like
see...
a safety lap, am I right?
On one hand, I can see why, because they're in Chicago and that's Punk's their guy and they're gloating about it. But on the other hand, they are actually the EVPs. So it's not the best of looks, is it? I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, that's what it said. They've been quite upbeat about this. We've all seen the crap Kenny Omega drinking Pepsi going, oh, this is bad. I'm like, wow, cutting edge stuff here, lads.
Really funny.
Yeah.
See what you did.
You have to be really sophisticated to appreciate the humor on being the elite, so.
I would fit in well there.
They go, oh, tone it down with your big words, pal. Yeah, this was just a match that had to happen. The commentators did their best to make it sound like a big deal that Jay White had been Dax Harwood. It's like, what, the tag guy? Yeah, well done, mate.
The great tag guy.
I mean, he is, but it's just like, okay, it's a singles match. It was just, they had to have something here.
You're beating a champion in AEW.
This is one of our wrestlers of the half year, I think, last year.
Okay, yeah.
I think to say you pinned a champion in the company is a good thing.
Yeah.
I thought Cash was really brave doing the old
What's
straight
up?
edge thing on his way down to the ring after,
Well, he's got a gun. What are they going to do?
What they're going to say? Oh,
But he didn't use it. Just to,
But also, imagine, right? If Kenny Omega calls him to one side and goes, yeah, I don't think referencing Punk's the right thing to do. Hang on, I'll go shoot this thing for being the elite. Oh, Pepsi!
That's it. Like, hang on, you got to be both ways.
What standards are you setting, lads? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I just thought it was brave because obviously that happened in his personal life. He kept the title at Wembley and then he's going, way!
In for a penny.
Yeah. Do you know what I've written down here? What a chop from Dax that caused Jay White to develop stretch marks. There's some analysis for you.
Wow,
Jesus
that's some
Christ. Jim Ross just shouldn't be on commentary anymore. There was a nice compilation on Botchamania I saw last night.
Oh, that's nice.
The most recent one that went live of him just sounding miserable.
He was just, he's only just been woken up. He'd been disturbed by the milkman. Why is this happening? Who's he? Why are they the Golden Lovers? Why is that happening?
It was much the same in this
And
match.
like not realizing he has to I have to explain this. Why are you saying it like this?
It was much the same
Why
in
is
this
this my
match.
pile driver not the finish anymore?
He was moaning about everything in this match as well. Just the moaning from Wembley continued on to here. It was just like, why are you there if you're not enjoying it? Money.
Yeah. I'll say this though, at least JR with Nigel is a good combo because Nigel knows, it's Jim Ross, and changes how he works to his style. So at one point Nigel said, hey, get Grandma out of bed, because that was closer to 20 than 19 that count on the outside. An expression of get Grandma out of bed, JR could be, I like that.
He knows how to play.
Because he wants to be in bed, presumably.
But what a shame that you have to lower your bar in order to work with Jim Ross now.
Yeah, realize what we're saying here. Yeah, well done.
Like, I have to work at half the energy in order to make sure that Jim doesn't sound out of his depth. That's rubbish. That Jim should be a plinth. He shouldn't be a crutch.
Up the plinths.
Up the plinths.
On top of the plinths.
Up the plinths.
You're a plinth.
I tell you what, I was waiting for a CM Punk tribute move in this match from FTR, and it never came.
Did the thing at the start, didn't it?
Yeah, that was it, just that.
Two guns like that. Say something. AEW All Out on the 0 hour kickoff show, which actually was an hour long this time and didn't start an hour earlier than the ticket said it did. It all in, the bastards. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. It started 5 on the ticket, but 4 in real life.
I want to say hello to Simon Miller.
Yeah.
Hangman Adam Page wins the over-the-budget Battle Royale. Later on the night, it's revealed that Hangman has donated his $50K to the Chicago Public Education Fund. Well, okay, whatever. Just a Battle Royal.
That's charity, Maffew.
Good for...
Yeah.
It's a tax write-off. Shut up.
Sod the orphanage that Alex Reynolds was competing for.
Oh, billionaire gave $50K, whatever. It's like me giving a homeless person. It's like me going to a homeless person at Greg's pasty. Whatever.
They'll appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Old Kev does really like it. One of the Battle Royal stuff happened.
Tony Nese's fitness class has got legs as a gimmick. I thought it was a good way to start.
I was ready to do the warm-up with him. I'm like,
yeah.
Good idea.
Let's go.
I'll stay awake for the next 6 hours. And then they tossed him out when they hate exercise.
They do. Up the
confirmed.
hating exercise.
It was such a prestigious battle royal. Wow.
Garcia stole the show, though.
Yeah, it was dancing.
His bit of sports entertainment with Sean Spears and his
did
sad
that.
thrust up the rope.
Yeah.
Up the rope? Up the entrance way?
Up the rope.
I thought it was interesting that Scorpio Sky limited both Hager and Garcia. Like, where's this push coming from? And I like the ending. The final stretch with Hangman and Cage on the apron was thrilling.
Especially when you say it like that.
It was good.
I felt sad for the community group that backed Brian Cage, and they'd have all got footballs for the season.
Yeah.
Had he won.
Someone pointed out, I watched a bit of this on Twitch because I was like, oh, I'm still streaming, might as well watch a bit of this. Someone said, like, what happens if a heel wins this match? So they go, I'm doing it to the evil charity.
Well, the Moguls...
We're going to make dogs sick with the money we've won.
The Moguls cut a promo saying they're going to donate it to the Mogul Foundation or something like that. So they could have kept the money for themselves.
I'm donating to the CM Punk legal fund.
Yeah, there you go. Jokes. Hikaru Shida, Willow Nightingale, and Sky Blue defeated Athena, Mercedes Martinez, and Diamante after hometown hero Sky Blue hits a cold blue on Martinez. I like Sky Blue. She needs to stop doing the Sky Blue, the cold blue, I should say, from the side than doing it, because I thought the whole point of doing it like that, like a sunset flip, is you have momentum. If you do it on the side, you just have to do the move, and she kind of like, here she comes, roll. 1, 2, 3.
She was doing well to even get in that position at the end anyway, because she took this German off the top rope from Mercedes Martinez. Whoa!
Yeah. And then while Mercedes is upside down, just going, flex, flex, flex.
Well, she's in half like a Becky Lynch passport.
Hey.
It's a callback, everyone.
That's good.
That's all I've got written down for that one. It was a match that Athena being a Ring of Honor was strange. I thought her stuff with Shida was nice. I don't know. There must be a reason why she's not on Dynamite and Collision.
It's probably CM Punk.
Anyone know? CM Punk can't hit Athena, can she? Can he? Sorry.
I'm going to throw a monitor out there. The House of Ass with the Worm. Not that one. Defeat Jeff Jarrett, Satnam Singh, and Jay Lethal in a match that went over 5 minutes and really did not show Aubrey Edwards in the best of lights. Her integrity was certainly brought into disrepute. Well, I thought the idea was all right, so Aubrey Edwards at the end, someone's got a guitar. Oh, it's Dennis Rodman, and obviously he's taking forever because he's like 80 years old. Doesn't know what's happening. And so Aubrey turns around and sees it, and she just was whatever. But that's in the storyline, though.
Yes.
She's been beefing forever with Sanjay Dutt and others. So I just like, all right, yeah, Dennis is obviously crap, but I was like, whatever. It was Bryce or anybody wouldn't have worked, but...
Hey, I think the jury's out on this one, you know. Billy Gunn brings her out for the match. There was no referee in the ring for it, and then she does this at the end. I think the jury's out, lads.
Can I give some nods to Team Jarrett's wonderful basketball entrance?
Yeah.
Where they're all putting basketballs in, and then Satnam goes to do it, and he just breaks it like a heel. It's great.
I'd hate to be a teenager watching a Billy Gunn match, because back in my day, my mum would always walk in when the Diva segment was going on. But now Billy Gunn is shouting, suck it, and suck this, and put this in your mouth, and all this sort of stuff.
House of Ass.
Every single move he hits. So he's screaming at the top of his lungs before doing a famous. You just know your mum will walk in and think you're watching something crude. Billy.
Or visiting Matt at Wembley.
How about this explained to me off air? Should we make an explanation on air?
Listen to last week's Classic SmackDown review.
Yeah, whatever. Make it work for that one.
Maffew had a queue of people at his feet at Wembley, and there is a reason for it.
They brought knee pads.
Classic SmackDown review from last week. It's all explained there.
Yeah, it was a good match.
What were the...
It wasn't. Stop it. MJF and Adam Cole defend their Ring of Tag titles against Alex Reynolds and Johnny Hungy of the Dark Order. Yeah, they did. It was very over with a hot Chicago crowd, even though I don't watch Ring of Honor. So I'm like, are Dark Order heels now? And it's like, yeah.
Just
like,
for this match, I think they turned heel. And then Johnny tried to continue it on Twitter. And it didn't,
it did not go down well, did it?
It didn't quite land, did it? I would love to watch the shows, but unfortunately, 2 pay-per-views back-to-back weekends is a bit too much for me. Make more money, you poor prick.
Oh, no.
Cheers,
And
Johnny.
people responded as if it was him, like, actual person. And like, that's really horrible he would say that. I'm like, yeah, not good heels, to say the least. Because if you don't know you're a heel,
Yeah.
You can't have
If
like
people don't know your
an
heels,
IRL
you'd
Twitter
say.
and then just one day go, I'm a bad guy now.
Yeah.
It's not how the world works.
yeah.
I thought it was interesting how MJF broke one of the rules that apparently AEW sent out to their talent in July when he necked the fans' pint.
Oh, yeah,
Excuse me. That was one of the official rules.
He did, but he did it in a nice way.
He did, yeah. He hated the beer, though. Ooh, he kept doing that.
Oh, sour boy.
Ooh. Oh no, not sour boy.
But I think they said that those sort of spots they don't want them to do unless they get clearance.
Oh,
Yeah.
go on, Tony's like, go on, get pissed.
MJF, hey, can I politely steal your drink? Of course you can, MJF. Yeah.
The neck injury stuff was interesting because it's obviously bled on from Wembley. It's going to be made more severe with the stuff that happened after the match that we'll speak about later. I like the jeopardy it sort of added to the match, but not really. I never thought that Adam Cole was going to lose, but there was a little doubt, I guess.
Yeah.
I think
What
it
you
all-
said, I mean, like,
Well, it more bleeds into what's to come for MJF.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, the first two matches felt like segues into something else. So, yeah, it was like, all right, let's do this. Crowd were really into everything. It's like, even though it's like the Dark Order, who, again, were cheered when they won the Battle Royal. Just saying,
Yeah.
you're bad heels.
They have been baby faces for 3 years now. Mm-hmm. They were
People
heels.
look like Johnny Hungy
Yeah.
and the others.
Kevin Kelly doesn't like Alex Reynolds, though. Do you hear what he called him?
What do you call them?
Not just a bell end, but a bulbous bell end.
Ooh.
A bulbous
That's a
bell end.
mouthful.
Never
Bulbous
thought I'd hear that
bell
said on a
end.
wrestling show in America. A bulbous bell end.
I think Kelly's got some
I know.
other things to be dealing with.
I said it takes one to know one. Ha. That's what my mum always used to say.
Yeah, so then they won, and crowd like, yay! Like, all right, fine, it happened. After the match, Samoa Joe comes down the ramp and pushes MJF, sort of recreating the thing that happened when MJF was the security guard extra for Samoa Joe. The pair end up in the ring, and Joe grabs a guillotine choke on poor young Maxwell. It played out like a thing that happened recently. That might just be reading other people speak, like, of all the things that have happened, that done it, and he lunged at him, etc., etc.
It was the lunge and the guillotine combo. People are like, oh, it's happened in real life.
Yeah. That Joe then retains his Ring of Honor TV title in the first meet fest of the evening against Shane Taylor, who got nothing, was given nothing by the crowd.
No.
Hey, you were just a dude here to get Samoa Joe in this position. So, yeah, these two matches just work to have this nice little angle.
There was nice stiff shots from both of them. It was like, for what they did in however long the match was, it could only be about 5 minutes. They laid it in. Shane did a couple of big dives as well. But yeah, it was no build and no real.
It happened. But everyone was like, wow, that's a good angle, though. So, yeah, success there. Father of the Year, Christian Cage, retains the TNT title against the champion Luchasaurus. What?
That's not what that says, is it?
It does say that. Christian Cage defeats Luchasaurus, it says here.
Because actually...
No.
it is.
He retains the TNT title after the champion Luchasaurus defeated Darby Allin.
Oh.
So Ross is right.
There you go.
Ross is right.
Luchasaurus beats Darby Allin, but not Grammar. After the match, random assortment of babyfaces stopped Cage from delivering a concerto to Darby's head because would that have
though?
affected him at all?
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a weird random assortment of baby faces coming out to save a man.
Yeah.
Christian going for the concerto and using Nick Wayne for the distraction at the end. I think is going to bleed into a Nick Wayne heel turn eventually, because when Nick was on the floor going to get his own sort of beating at the hands of Christian, Darby still then went and did his move in the ring and didn't save his son. Oh no.
Plus, he keeps on telling him, hey, you should forgive this dude. He's like, he had my blood on his shirt for weeks. No.
Team Nick. Yeah. Just me?
Yep, thanks. Cheers.
We'll get there with him.
Darby's perfected his style, which involves getting destroyed, not worrying about his life post 40.
No.
And Christian is maybe the best heel in wrestling right now, so I appreciate all of this. Luchasaurus was also there.
He was good in the match, Luchasaurus, I thought. Again, Darby's the ideal opponent for that big strapping dinosaur man. The way he threw him into the barricade, and then there was the spot where Darby did the swanton
right.
over the top into the chair on the floor. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all you do for us. Ooh, you need to do that, mate.
Some analysis there. Oof.
Christian Cage was a highlight in the All Out media scrum afterwards. He came and sat. He took ages to sit down, put his belt down, and just sat there, got comfy, went, how's everyone's fathers doing tonight? He has struck just this wonderful vein of gold. Has Christian Cage.
Yeah.
And because then someone asked in the media scrum, like, oh, your thoughts on Edge? And then I thought, he doesn't need Edge right now. I think Christian's doing fine without. Like, I thought maybe I'd be hankering for an Edge and Christian reunion. I'm really enjoying what Christian's doing right now.
If Edge turns heel with him, that makes my mouth water.
Yeah, there's something in that, but I don't know whether it would.
Edge's gimmick is your mum's dead.
He's got the dad
Tag
sorted.
team gold.
You've got the mums, I've got the dads.
It writes itself.
It writes itself.
And the next match, meet. Hang on, I've got to turn the page. Meet. Forever. A game over seals a win over Miro over Powerhouse Hobbs. This was Purple Aki's dream match. R.I.P. You dodgy nonce.
He's not dead.
He is.
He's not dead.
Is he not dead?
He's declared dead.
I think the downstairs office, Joel, if you would like to relay this information if you were here, I think they worked out. Joel wasn't here. I'm sure this.
Wait, what?
Someone down here has worked out that Purple Aki is not dead. I'm going to go and ask them.
Oh.
He's come back to life. Oh, no.
He's risen again! Purple Aki is back from the grave. So, if you don't know,
Cooked out of 2.
Purple Aki is a bit of a British curiosity,
That's a nice way.
for lack of a better term, where he would be in gymnasiums and asked to feel people's muscles and be a bit creepy. And he's been banned from pretty much every city centre in the UK for just being a weird creepazoid. And the news broke that he'd passed away.
Yeah.
And now we're hearing he might not have died. So, hence why Ross has become roving reporter, Ross Tweddle.
Ross has interrupted the podcast to find out if Purple Aki is dead or not. He's not dead. Like, that's... Oh, stop moving my fringes.
What's
Go
the
on.
crack?
He's dead.
Yay!
Hey!
USA! USA!
Bring me Purple Aki's son immediately. I'll get Christian Cage on the
I
line.
thought they'd all worked out that he was alive, but it turns out they've just seen the video clip going around of there's a new video clip of him squeezing someone's muscles, but it could be an old clip.
Right.
I thought there was more to the inquest.
Oh,
than
we
that.
looked at the
I'm
newspaper he's got in his hand, the
Yeah.
other hand, I guess. But anyway, moving on from that little joke.
Why did that go?
Because
Imagine that.
sorry. I know he ended the news bit with like, and R.I.P. to a real one, Purple Aki. But then,
What?
General Adnan passed away
He did,
as well.
yeah.
So that might be a bit more honourable. Then I forgot about it. So sorry, Adnan.
Love how
So
it took
either-
Purple Aki to get the General Adnan.
So Purple Aki got more of a reference, more in memoriam than General Adnan did.
Yeah. Yeah, like General Adnan headlined SummerSlam 91. Purple Aki headlined our hearts.
did not.
Miro versus Hobbs was the kaiju battle we all hoped it was, and the crowd was very much into big man slapping meat.
The meat chant was excellent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Enjoyed that.
Yeah, Powerhouse stand up in the midst of a game over was a spot I'll remember until the day I die. Miro spinebuster on Hobbs. They were stealing each other moves. It was a big old, what do you call it at the start there? Some sort of battle?
Kaiju.
A kaiju battle.
It's Godzilla and
Yeah,
things
the
like
big
that. Yeah,
things
say
in the
that.
wrestling, yeah. The big men in the costumes. Yeah, I've seen it.
Kaiju Big Battle.
Yeah, that's the one. WrestleMania weekend, baby. I assume that's when it happens. It is when it happens. It is.
When
Stop.
does what happen?
Kaiju Big
Big
Battle.
Battle.
The big show.
Oh, the company. Right, yes, sorry. That's just an expression. but
real
yes, you're right.
kaiju.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm there like, is Godzilla booked? There is a new film coming out. I can see it. Oh, God, shut up, Maffew.
Yeah, the match, when it went to the bit at the end where the trading finishing moves and whatnot, it had everything you want from a big E must have been sat at home crying in a pool of his own
Meat.
Yeah.
Good save, Tom. Yeah, exactly what I wanted it to be. And then after the bell, Powerhouse turns down a handshake offer from Miro and beats it. No, would you stop?
Will you stop?
No, he doesn't. He does shake his hand. And then he turns around and beats him anyway, which is just that's just a bad thing to
That's
do.
a turning down of the concept, though.
No, but yeah. But yeah, you're right. Yeah. It kind of makes it, yeah. It refunds the handshake.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Hot and Flexible appears in the Tron. And no, it's not. It's not George Mesner.
That was my first thought.
Well done. Well done. Instead, it's CJ Perry. Well, it's a good consolation prize, I guess. Is here to help her husband. A chair shot the back of Hobbs spares Miro's life for another day. However, Miro then looks weird and walks away from his wife, shouting, "You're not real," and like she's some kind of lizard person on American Airline. What could this mean? Well, because, it's a really good debut because he said, I don't worship anybody. Like, I don't even worship God or my hot, flexible wife. And she shows up. And he's like, oh, hello, darling. Sorry about all those weeks of promos.
You see, when Fraser and I did live reactions to it, obviously couldn't hear a lot of what was said, but the vibe I got from it was Miro's upset that his wife has come to his aid, like it somehow emasculates him, maybe. That's what I thought. And then since I've watched it, Miro's going, "You're not real." So I'm like, oh, what? So he thinks she's imaginary?
Yeah.
like he's shocked that that his wife is in the same workplace as him.
I'll put the rationale down to seeing CJ Perry, to give her a shoot name, in a wrestling ring for the first time in a while, made Miro think about her affair with Bobby Lashley and that the sanctity of marriage is not real. You're not real, man. You're not a real wife. You cheated on me.
I'm looking at the nice way in the comment.
I'm just chatting
That was a good
bollocks.
voice, that,
Just
yeah.
chatting bollocks.
He looked at her and went, God, you're so beautiful. You're not real. No one could look that hot. Not
Maybe
really real.
you're not Real because he's a football fan.
Oh.
He does support Real Madrid, to be fair.
That's what he meant. You're not Real.
You're not Real with cheese.
You say like the idea of leaning on the Bobby Lashley feud is a ridiculous concept. Bear in mind that the MJF Samoa Joe feud started because of a segment on NXT.
Yeah, and they did mention NXT.
And they mentioned NXT quite perversely. So
Who knows?
Perversely. Okay.
In a perverse manner.
Chris.
NXT.
That's just actually Triple H's promos from the proper NXT. Chris Zoolander. Defends her TBS title against Ruby Soho, thanks in part to interference from Tony Storm, who continues to descend into insanity by way of 50s musicals.
I love this version of Tony Storm.
Yeah.
Where did this come along and burst into my life?
I'm
My
happy.
soul?
Anything is better than the Misfits, the Outcasts.
Yeah.
Same definition, really. So I'm glad that she's doing something different. Chris Zoolander dressed up as Zoolander and got a cheeky reference on shout out, I should say, from Mr. Ben Stiller on the Twitter machine. Yay! I was really happy with this because they were given next to nothing in the build-up for this, and Ruby's looked a bit not great the past few months. I'm not like Ruby, but I'm like, oh, okay. This was a return to form for her and Chris Statlander, and I was just happy it was given plenty of time, and eventually the crowd were really into it.
Yeah, it was a proper ding-dong battle.
Hello.
It always shocks me when Ruby does that shotgun drop kick off the apron to the floor, landing on her back. Oh, my tailbone. That could be another contender for that AEW version of that promo. But the way she lands on that thing. Zoolander with a spinning Michinoku driver was fantastic. The Poison Rana and Spike Hurricane Rana combo from Ruby. There was all the big moves were getting whacked out here. And I like Tony getting involved at the end because now it looks like she's fully done with the Outcasts, which is good. And she can, because I was worried on the Collision match, they seemed to dial it back a bit and make her a bit more of an Outcast again. But here they went full the other way, and that was the right call.
Good.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Ricky Starks is defeated by a cum dragon in a strap match. I even
Write that
paused.
down, did I?
No, but I said it. Yes, it absolutely happened. Ricky Starks versus Dynamite was a bloody tight affair with Brian back to establish himself as King Pooh. Right now there's a gap in the card where he needs to fill it. And after during the press conference, he revealed that he didn't do anything with his right arm the entire match. And I'm like, what?
That's what I mean. It was the ideal match to bring it back in.
Whip. Yeah.
And speaking of the whips, ooh,
Yeah, right.
both men took it.
Spicy. Ricky Starks, you'll see it on Dynamite, like covered in welts and cuts and bruises and sores from that whole match. It's amazing. They just went for it. The finish really made Starks look great as well.
That's one of those visuals, isn't it?
It's the bit where he looks straight down the barrel of the camera.
His face is beat red.
Yeah,
blood.
He's reaching out to everyone watching, going, "Help!" It's incredible.
Yeah.
So good.
It's as rail can be without being fully rail, I assume. Or maybe it was. Some people like that sort of stuff, don't they?
They do. I am one of those persons.
I actually forget that Ricky Starks was one of the first people to jump on the bandwagon of Desert Island Graps.
Aw.
Interviewed him years ago when he was the NWA television champion.
That's right.
About like a thing like he wanted to do, and like he just rocketed and ratcheted up, and he's been a star, and it's brilliant.
He's all right, isn't he?
He's great.
Hey, I'm not just saying this because he did it. You talk too much on NWA Power, specifically for moi. That's me in French. Just because look at him, he's amazing. He's stunning. He's gorgeous. Oh, those eyes! And he's such a good wrestler as well. And yeah, I've had this battle with him and Dick Blood where they dicked and blooded everywhere.
Even Dick Blood, with his big dick shots on Big Bill, they were bloody dick and good,
Oh
weren't they?
yeah, I love seeing Dragon rolling back the years.
It's weird seeing him like not doing arm drag.
I don't think the Blazer allows an arm drag, does it?
Yeah.
In the Blazer, Dick Blood can only get his dick blood over your chest.
We don't want that. And Dick Blood on commentary was rather nice change of pace and stuff. That's been slow and explaining that's why that hurts. That hurts, and that's because of this. It's like, wow, this again, very little notice. What they call it in NFL, the Hail Mary pass. This all felt like that, like the last minute thing. This was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Claudio Castagnoli and the Great Yuta defeat Eddie Kingston and Shibata. Claudio gets Eddie with an uppercut for the finish. I'm sure Edward will take that one well. And I like the fact that it ended out of comparatively nowhere. It wasn't a build-up. It was like, yeah, I can hit you with an uppercut and pin you anytime because I'm Claudio Castagnoli and I'm half man, half horse. I thought people were like, oh, it's anticlimactic. I'm like, no, compared to all the other drawn out battles on this show. Yeah, I like it when it's just like, hit you with a move and I pinned you.
I think it was the right move for Claudio to do to Eddie as well for the finish as well, because it now allows Claudio to brag to Eddie, "Oh, I beat you with an uppercut, you soft, you know what?"
Yeah.
Because very few Claudio matches do end with an uppercut, even though they are one of his finer moves.
Yep.
But yeah, Shibata's back fists on the great Yuta were fantastic. Yuta took another beating in this matchup. Claudio and Shibata doing their uppercut trades was fantastic. It was just another ding-dong battle. Back and forth ting.
Ding and or dong.
Yeah. Dong-da-dong-dong-dong-dong-dong.
I think we're building
Ding and dong
towards
in the bungalow.
bogeys. I think we are building to Claudio and Eddie for probably final battle. That should just be the main event. They should just destroy the building.
Eddie should win.
Eddie should win.
World champion. A world champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the worlds. Jupiter. Kenny Omega and Takeshita have a wrestle wank all over the ring. Eventually, in a bit of a shock after what happened at Wembley, Takeshita gets the win because his knees are really hard. Yeah, man, the noise the crowd made when he got that final one, and they were like, 1, 2, 3, oh.
Because I think
It's wonderful getting a noise like that out of the crowd, like, oh.
I think everyone was expecting Omega to win after how Takeshita won at Wembley. So the fact he did it again, even cleaner here, it was a shock. But what a man! I don't understand how they do these moves, these lads. How do they wake up in the morning and think, I'm going to do these with me dance part tonight? I'm going to drop him on his head and it'll be fine. I'm going to do a senton over the top rope onto a pile of chairs and a human being and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
There's more moves that happened in the match, obviously, but they were all nailed perfectly.
Don Callis with the screwdriver.
Yeah.
Like just driving it into the canvas, I thought was wonderful. Just the timing was great because otherwise he probably would have stoved Omega's head.
Yeah, he looked like Don Callis. Yeah.
I like how that bled into the finish as well, towards the finish as well, with the referee having to take it out with Takeshita's hand when he was in the one-winged angel, which then allowed Takeshita to sort of take advantage. But yeah, it's just his blue thunder bomb. He did one off the top rope as well, I think, or middle rope, whatever rope it was. The kick-outs, he was doing some Kurt Angle kick-outs with Kenny Omega in the match, like off the knees. It was just amazing.
They just went for it.
Unrelated to that, but just because you said that, and I wanted to bring it up at some point, that's a perfect thing. Do you know Crash Holly was in TNA for like a few matches?
Yes.
But one of the moves he did was he'd do the Undertaker rope walk, and he'd grab the opponent's hand, and he'd go into the bottom rope and go, now we're going to preschool. And I just found that out today. That's amazing.
That is superb.
Preschool, Brett school, old school.
Yes, thank you. The three schools. So yeah, unrelated to what I just said, Omega and Takeshita, the right thing, and I'm glad Takeshita won. Good, we need more people. Can't just have the Elite winning every bloody match. So yeah,
they're doing a subtle storyline as well because I'm sure it's Omega's. I think they said 8th defeat in a row since Callis left him, something like that. So they're doing a subtle little storyline on the sideline there. Yeah.
Subtle and Kenny Omega go off together very well done. A shoot Blade Runner from Jay White to Cash Wheeler give BC Gold a big win over the Young Bucks and FTR in an 8-man tag action. Yeah.
The crowd was so interesting here because Hangman universally cheered, Omega universally cheered, the Bucks booed out the building.
Yeah. They're the only people the entire night to get any of the CM Punk heat, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Like they kept it all for Tony Khan and the Young Bucks.
I guess the Bucks did turn down the meeting, didn't they, allegedly?
But this certainly Omega did.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an EVP as well.
Yeah. But for some reason, they've just gone, die the Bucks.
Yeah, but the Young Bucks are way more annoying.
But there's been but I think historically there's been a thing where you get these certain crowds that go, whatever happens, we are not going to get behind the Bucks. Was it you telling me about, was it the PWG tag tournament and the Bucks were in it and they were in the opening round and they wanted them to be the babyface underdogs. They got booed. They had Bryan Danielson and Roderick Strong.
Yeah, the idea...
Beat them up.
It's in their book. It's them talking about the worst match they ever had, or their least favourite match they ever had, most uncomfortable they ever felt, because they're in their heads, we're going to have this match. We're not over with the Reseda crowd, PWG's home base. So Bryan and Strong are just going to beat us up. They're going to just wail on us until the crowd are like, oh, God, no, those poor guys. And they like sympathy crawl and tag and do all the stuff there. Instead, what happened was Bryan and Strong beat the hell out of them and the crowd cheered. And then they beat the hell out of them some more. Crowd cheered. It's like, no, we'll keep on going. Just killing them now. Crowd are cheering. And then the Young Bucks recover, do the stuff and win. And they're just like half dead. And the crowd, boo! And they're like, oh, we did not envision this happening. And it's so great because in the book they say, we were so sad we couldn't even go to Taco Bell afterwards. Yeah. So do you think this was similar?
I think it's the idea that, you know, when the crowd have a chance to boo the Bucks, they will. And I think they just, you know, they were the Hunter Hearst Helmsley post curtain call for the crowd. You're taking all the brunt here.
Look, there's a lot of stuff to go into this. This isn't exactly. You're not the people to blame, but we're blaming you anyway.
Yeah, we feel like you deserve most of it.
Look at you pair of
a lot of this is
wankers.
your fault.
Yeah.
You mentioned wankers there. That's all they did the entire match. FTR and the Bucks, they wanked each other off. Half the team doing the move the team does, and then the other member from the other team finishing off the other half.
Oh, you meant literally.
Oh, they're just really good, aren't they? They can mix and match together.
not Wembley.
Just wanking each other
I
off.
was going to say, Matt.
Because you had Dax doing the shatter machine with Nick. You should have seen the cue. Dax doing the shatter machine with Nick. We had the BTE trigger from Matt and Dax. They were just each helping each other out because they're both that great.
I was so happy they lost.
Yeah.
Yay! Come on, BC Gold.
The finish, how everyone's just sort of busy, then just Jay White hits the Blade Runner, then Colton he's the only free man left and gets the pin. Great little finish. Yeah.
Wasn't Jay White? It wasn't what's his name? Juice Robinson. It was one of the Guns that
what's
got the
his
pin.
name? How
Colton
dare-
Gunn. I remembered. Haha.
Bullet Club Gold and the Guns entrance. I could watch all the time.
So
It's
great.
The Guns. It's Juice Robinson looking wild. It's so good.
So great.
Great.
Yeah, so that's nice that they had those matches where the other people who weren't the elite won.
Yeah.
It's a little show. So then the main event, John Moxley ends Orange Cassidy's International Championship reign at 326 days with a Death Rider.
Big
Yes, he
one.
did. A big old one. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was a shock to see Orange bleeding before John, and then John not bleed the entire match. And a main event of a pay-per-view. Shocking. It was great how Orange went more serious. He was already like more serious before the match because of the promos, but during the match he was getting more serious. Like when he was doing his kicks, he was doing the oh thing, and then just started battering John Moxley because he was taking it more seriously than normal. It was a nice move for Orange Cassidy's character, I thought, this match.
Yeah.
The finish was outstanding, where Moxley drops him and then Orange does like the laziest kick out.
Yeah.
And Moxley goes to the corner at this one point and he does crosses because he's like, I've got to kill this guy. And he knows that Orange Cassidy's next bust, and Orange Cassidy stands up and just, again, like they walk the line so well between not making him like a super serious wrestler, but then not making him lazy. He kind of does this very lazy middle finger, crowd pops, and Moxley just kills him with the biggest Death Rider you've ever seen. Like he has, like I literally have to kill this man. Not literally, I metaphorically have to kill this man. It was wonderful. I think like the tough thing with Orange Cassidy is, like he has legitimately got better and better, and he is a star. You hear that reaction, and it's sad that there'll be people who will just always call him pockets, and it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter what he does. He can find a cure for most world diseases. Oh, just pockets, shut up. It won't matter. Like people have just made their mind upon him, and that's it. And they won't allow themselves the possibility of thinking maybe he's developed and become a star. You know, and people.
I think if sorry to cut you off, if you watch the match he did with Pac, and then watch the match he did with Ospreay, and then watch this match in like a trilogy, that shows you the journey of Orange Cassidy from what he was to what he is now.
He's a great example of people online who would rather be consistent than, or rather be right than consider that for a second they might have been wrong or change their opinion on something. Like the idea that that's my opinion, I have to stick to it. No. Douglas Adams, I'd rather be happy than right. I think Orange Cassidy's fantastic. I think genuinely like one of the top guys. And I thought this was a brilliant choice for main event. With everything going on, this was an unorthodox, unconventional choice for main event. With everything going on, I think you knew that if the crowd were hostile, they weren't going to take it out on Cassidy and Moxley.
And they didn't.
And they didn't. And oh my God, it was Orange Cassidy's big night out. Yeah. Good for him.
Yeah. I thought it was a good match. I didn't think it was at the amazing level that I think other people were, like yourself, seeing it as, because they did all the blood and the kickouts and stuff like that. Great. Out of context is probably rules, but after a 4-hour show, we've had all of that so far. It's like, okay, It was good. Thought it was a good main event. Don't get me wrong, one time was a bad match, but it's just like, yeah, I'm kind of tired at this point.
Out of interest.
Oh, wow, he kicked out. Oh, he bled. Well, I've not had that all night. Just saying, AEW.
Is there a match that you, out of interest, and there's no right answer, is there a match that you would have put on last?
That is a very good question.
Because even like the run-up to it, we were like, we don't know what we put on last year.
There's nothing.
It always feels like by default, like rather than it deserved to be the main event. But at the same time, Orange Cassidy is one of the big stars in terms of merch sales. now that there's, again, a gap in the market, now that someone's left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Merch sales, crowd reaction, like one of the most successful champions in AEW history. That is
That's nice. Yeah, that gives us
without
something.
question.
Yeah. And again, this was the best pay-per-view could have been with a weak build. Weak, meaning the length of time, and weak description as well.
In both senses, it was weak.
And I'll put down, I think the wrestlers all seem to have a chip on their shoulder this night because maybe looking into things too much, as we do, wrestling podcast. But Moxie had said in an interview ages ago with Renee, and he was just like, he was so mad going, we've done all this stuff, got all the success, all these great matches stuff, and all people are talking about is this one bloody angle. Angle, yeah, right. That's, sorry, let it slip, it's all fake. And this thing with CM Punk, that's all we're hearing about. We're not hearing any other success and all the good stuff, and I can see where they're coming from there. They worked their bollocks off, and no one was talking about, well, that's not true. Obviously, CM Punk would still be talked about, but people were also talking about how great the show was.
It wasn't just as one-sided as it was after Wembley.
Right.
Exactly.
Biggest... Wembley, great. And then as soon as it ended, people on the phones going, what happened?
Yeah. It's just how quickly it got out during the show. It was just so annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, the standing ovation that Orange got, I think they put it on YouTube and it wasn't like on the actual pay-per-view. It was nice to see as well. So I fully agree with Moxie there, what you just said. Yeah, bollocks to him.
Yeah. Success is the best revenge.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, someone had a cock piss partridge sign. So well done, mate. Good show. Monday Night Raw. New Raw superstar Jey Uso is here and makes it known that he's well aware that certain people on the Raw roster won't be happy he's here. Sami Zayn appears to say this is true, but he's happy to see him flourish into the beautiful peacock he has become since leaving Roman's side. And he's happy to see Jey on Raw too. After initially turning down the handshake, Sam and Jey hug it out in the ring. Ooh.
There was a lovely moment because he turned down the handshake, and just as Sami was leaving, Jey went, "That's not very Uso of me."
He did, didn't he?
He said the bloody thing. It's lovely.
I thought Jey Uso like the biggest star in the world during his entrance. Everyone going bopping. You're bopping and you're bouncing for you. It's just me who's day one-ish.
Yep. And Michael Cole even getting his digs in saying Cody pulled some strings and got Jey Uso back on Raw. Well, he is an EVP. He can get stuff done. In jokes.
Now, Kevin Owens was supposed to be on Raw tonight, or on Monday night, but his segment was scrapped at the last minute. And I think it's just to keep him off telly while Sami and Jey have their reunite. And they'll do something on next week where Kevin and Jey have an awkward meeting together.
Yeah, and start feuding with CM Punk, naturally.
Obviously.
We could get a Kevin Hilton out of this, I reckon. That's the most logical way to go.
One of the ideas I had on Monday was about like the trade plans, which we'll talk about, with Sami Zayn maybe going to SmackDown and Kevin being angry with Jey. Like, you took my friend away.
Oh, I like that.
You sent my friend away, and I hate you even more now.
As Jey leaves the ring, Drew McIntyre and Riddle, two men wronged by the Bloodline era Jey, make their way down the ring. And I like this because Drew McIntyre, the angrier he looks, or miserable he looks, the bigger the pop is for Riddle. So Drew's actually playing the role. That's the chemistry at play. So he looked as miserable here as if he was tagging up with Joey Barton. So Ricochet thinks Adam Pearce has watched SummerSlam, so is asking for an opportunity. Ricochet
obviously Adam Pearce has watched SummerSlam. Ricochet's like, hey, you saw SummerSlam, didn't you? Give me my opportunity, pal.
He did say that. Seth Rollins walks past and Pearce forgets Trevor is even there. Pearce has a go at Rollins for being at work because a medical report on his back said he should take some time off. Trevor says Rollins doesn't have to carry the show on his own, but the world champion says he's fine.
If Trevor's saying that, he probably does have to carry the show on his own. Because Trevor can't carry now. He can't carry now. He can't. We've tried so many times for him to carry the ball and he's always dropped it.
Yeah.
He's
brought the chips,
Yorkshire
and then he's dropped them. An accidental trouble in paradise from Kofi Kingston to the head of Riddle sees the Viking Raiders pick up a win against Muck Riddle. And
they were delicious when they were on.
They're the one they create. And Riddle loses. Yeah, and again, in the same way that Drew accidentally struck Xavier, that giant chair.
It was accidental. Eric was...
Accidental. He had to turn to make sure he hit him.
Eric was within 2 yards of Xavier Woods when the contact was made. So yeah, it's horses with courses. Did you know the first Tornado tag match was in 1946? When
He did say that,
Milo Steinborn and Whisker Savage took on Tiger Duala and Fazul
Bobby
Muhammad.
Fish.
Interestingly, I went on Wikipedia and it says that match took place in 1937, not 1946. No, I put the emphasis on 19 there. 1930.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
That was good.
I did a Kevin Kelly then.
19.
Was it a match at a fairground? I seem to remember reading it was a match at a fairground. They're like, we need to make wrestling more exciting. Let's have 4 people in there.
I'd imagine it probably was.
Some guy's monocle fell off. Crikey.
Crumbs.
Tiger gets out the cage and that's
What
the
will the
finish.
Kaiser say about this?
I like the spot where McRiddle sort of hugged each other and Drew turned into a belly-to-belly over the top rope.
That was nice, yeah.
Using Riddle as a weapon. Get the
'Cause he is one.
tables! Yeah, he's a
This was such a good moment.
Yeah.
What happened?
thwack. No, you get the tables.
No,
You little bit.
you get the table.
We had another pointless correction on commentary. Yeah.
Oh, Cole loves them now. No one cares.
We called them antlers last week, and that upset the WWE Universe, apparently. They're actually horns. They really care about Valerie
This
Haller's
is an
horns.
in-joke. This is now... This is... Never mind the CM Punk Pepsi
Just in case
stuff.
you missed it last week, Tom, we had a correction because they mistakenly said that Valerie Haller was the first superstar to wear antlers at ringside, but it wasn't. It was the Barbarian.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, so they had to correct that after a commercial break. So someone's made a comment saying, you better correct this, lads, on there.
Twitter's lighting up. Because
dare
there's
you
not
forget about
enough
the
problems in
Barbarian.
the world.
And apparently those weren't antlers, they were horns.
Yeah, there were horns. So she is the first... No, is she? No, the bloody... What's it called? Berserker? He had horns.
Berserker didn't. Oh, no, he had the Viking helmet.
Yeah, the Viking hat with horns.
With his
on.
hat.
Huss.
Are they the same horns? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Manta!
Anto had horns.
He did, yes.
Edge, in a way, had horns.
Edge was horny
Yeah.
for leader.
Horny.
That's right.
He had many horns.
Terry Runnels was the horny little she-devil.
That's right.
Heidenreich
Sometimes could be pronounced Horndenreich.
with Michael Cole.
Oh, yeah! And he gave him a good going over backstage.
He had the horn then, didn't he? Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Devil Morocco had the horn listening to this podcast. Their son was born.
You're welcome.
Radio 4's Round the Horn.
Metro Radio's Tony Horn.
Tony Horn! It's Tony Horn in the morning.
People are honking their horn in traffic going, will this podcast ever end? All right, moving on.
Horning on.
Hornagon.
Horning on.
Oh, horning on, right. I think we're like, you're trying to do a bad pun of Pentagon.
No.
He goes backstage, comes out in a red outfit, and he's Hornagon.
Comes out in stockings and suspenders. Then he's
Hey!
Hornagon!
He looks like Sham 69.
You said suspenders, right? And I knew what you meant because you meant the
yeah.
tights. Maffew just went.
No. I mean, stitched up.
Those sexy suspenders.
I'm just thinking like full
Penn is
Monday.
just like, oh, I'll get me nip out for you.
Laurel and Hardy.
He's not spinning. Hey!
Hey,
Tie whirling.
Laurel and Hardy by Penta and Alex. That's where it's at now.
It's another fine mess you've gotten us into, Alex.
That's not what I said, Alex. Biff.
I can't even.
What a great podcast.
It's a long week.
What are we talking about?
Rollins is here in his gear.
Oh, hello, Rollins. After commercial break, Pierce tells Rollins he's going too fast and he's just trying to protect
I don't think
him.
it's right. I'm not giving you my love tonight.
No, we missed the promo. The Rollins promo. That's one of the next bit we're on to. Rollins' promo.
Oh, God, sorry.
I put that in the wrong order.
Everything's blurry. Seth Rollins is in the ring. His match. Speaking of Laurel and Hardy, his match in Nakamura at the weekend. He says Naka brought the Naka in. No, he didn't. That's a lie. But Rollins fought on. Rollins
Seth
rolled
Nakamura,
on.
a well, Bonnie lad.
Because Nakamura attacked him after showing off the me and Becky lunch, as she's known at the Indian airport, had to wheel him out the arena in a wheelchair. Rollins offers Naka a title match right now. Naka appears and says no. After saying no a few more times, Rollins heads up the entranceway and a brawl happens. Nakamura could have had a title match for free, but said no. Get some fighting anyway.
What an idiot. What would he do that for?
I was waiting for I want to earn it or something like that. I don't want to be given anything.
He's a heel, though. Get it done. God. Wade Barrett. Wade
It's not
Barrett.
like Meltzer's PC.
Wade Barrett made a good point. Corey saying, "Oh, you want to fight on your terms and not the opponent's terms." And then I was thinking, is that really a good point, Ross? As I'm sat here right now saying this sentence, because he had a title match on a silver platter for him.
I know what Naka is. Naka's a cat who wants to be fed, but doesn't want you to give them the food.
They want all the attention until you sit and give them attention. And
Yeah,
go,
that's
no.
it. No.
So Pablo is Shinsuke Nakamura.
Nakamura is going to sit on Rollins when they're trying to sleep.
Because it was like in the promo, Rollins even said, like, I'm still feeling the effects from Saturday. Oh, I'm all battered and bruised, but I'm ready for a fight. And still Nakamura turned him down. And then he had to fight Ricochet anyway. It was a really bad segment for Nakamura, I thought.
Yeah.
Seth had shaken a bag of dreamies at the top of the round.
I like Rollins saying, well, I'm on the clock, so I'm going to go to work. Even if I'm not going to have a title match, I'm going to do summer. Which was nice.
So they pay by the hour then, WWE. That's an interesting development.
Ooh.
I
No,
assumed
they
it was-
don't pay him by the hour. They say about guys like Sid. So
He's on the clock.
instead of having a world title match, then Nakamura is now wrestling Ricochet. Bit of a downgrade there. With nothing on the line. He's the biggest idiot in the world. A 10-minute affair is ended when Naka hits Trev with the chair for DQ. And, I'll actually do the bit there. After the match, Nakamura has a chair wrapped around Ricochet's neck, but Rollins is back out there to make the save. Rollins ends up being driven into the stairs and is hurt. We see Rhea and Damien backstage with Mami telling Papi that tonight is not the night to cash in, even though Rollins is buggered.
Yeah, I thought that little bit was nice. Just saying, like, why isn't Damien coming out?
good, yeah.
Because Rhea told him not to, because she's the boss.
Yeah.
And the mother.
And I like... She's boss, mother. I liked the bit where Nakamura didn't hit Trev because he was losing. Nakamura just hit Trev after Trev did the thing on the outside. Trev's already in pain. Naka's like, sod it.
Yeah.
I don't
Whatever.
Tough week for Trev because the Raw banner on the website has changed. The only thing that has changed is that Ricochet has come off and been replaced by Jey Uso. Everyone else is exactly as they were. Tough week for Trev.
Oh,
I know
poor
it's only a
Trev.
tiny thing, but I don't know if I was a WWE guy and I was on the post and then one day I looked at the website and I'd gone, I'd genuinely have a little bit of fear of that.
Yeah. What have I done wrong?
What have I done wrong? Am I getting sacked?
Shouldn't laugh about it. It's a genuine concern. I'm writing for. Yeah.
Well, been saying this for a while, haven't we? Everyone's been like, oh, the cuts are coming. And they haven't. They went into title, there hasn't been the massive load of cuts that we've usually expected.
Well, they reckon the Endeavour thing's going to happen. I don't know if it's next week.
Imminently, yeah.
the next couple of weeks. So.
Again, we've had that for the last 6 months.
But
so.
the cuts they talk about there will be staff ones because there's duplication of roles within like the UFC and the WWE end. So like there's 2 travel departments, 2 payroll departments, and all that stuff. So they'll just be merging them. So that's where they'll probably be. You know, it'll be a bit Swindon branch for a while back at WWE.
In a backstage interview, Zoe Stark says she respects Stratus, but no one pushes her around. Shayna Baszler arrives and says she's glad Zoe got rid of her dead weight, just like she did at SummerSlam.
Dead
Stark,
what? Oh, sorry, no Christian, dead weight. Sorry.
Nice. Stark wants a match tonight, and those bad bitches are set for a collision course.
Yeah, that was interesting that Shayna was the one to come at Zoe because obviously they've been through the sort of similar storylines, and you're thinking maybe after these storylines this is when the person who wins the feud or does the turn like Zoe did gets like pushed on a bit, but no, they're at the same level. Someone's got to lose, you would think.
I think it's nice that Shayna Baszler, weird by giving props to Zoe Stark rather than start calling out Shayna. Shayna's been there longer, recognises that Zoe Stark is a star on the rise, and she wants to put her out.
Real recognises real.
Yeah.
There's the reel again. The Judgment Day are up for a brag. Finn Balor thanks everyone, including his old pal JD, for having his back. In the process, making him Grand Slam Finn. Rhea Ripley is proud of the lads and their achievements, but is sick of people talking about Jey Uso and not them. JD arrives and says the team needs a chance. Priest needs to
Change, sorry, I should say change. Beg my pardon.
Priest needs to get rid of the briefcase. And they're like, oh yeah, you stupid. Because he has a brand new one. It's purple and fits the colour scheme. It says,
Senor.
Senor Money in the Bank. Sami Zayn appears and wants a match with Dom, but JD steps in and takes it instead. And the Judgment Day are very happy with this purple briefcase that he's given him.
Yeah, I like
it's almost as big as JD's head.
Almost,
not quite.
I like the way the segment went, because when Finn was giving his shout outs and said thanks to JD, you could see Priest rolling his eyes, and then JD came out saying, no, the briefcase has got to go, because you're thinking one thing after the troubles Finn and Priest have been having. So he's like, oh, I have to just sort of like get rid of the briefcase without cashing it in. Makes you think another way. Then sort of the way it turned around after he produced the new one. It was a nice little segment there for little JD.
So, was that the reason why Mammy said not tonight?
I don't know.
Don't cash it in now, even though Champ's injured. Why? Because we've got you a new one. I said, no, I could have cashed the old one in. No, we got you. It's like how's he gonna go? Remember that thing from League of Gentlemen where Mickey Love gets a job interview?
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
you going? Leaving the job centre.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Interview. Sit down. But I've got an interview. How is he gonna get an interview if he doesn't know his job options? But he's got an interview. It's like, I can cash it in. No, but you need a new one.
Yeah.
Cash it in.
You may have got the world title, Damian Priest, but now JD is upset at home crying. Was purple briefcase sport especially?
Can't get a
for you.
refund on it.
Yeah, do you want that on your conscience? No, you're right. You're right, mummy.
I think it is. It could be quite nice. It feels like Rhea is, the boss, and she might be moving the parts and whatnot. So there could be some, Priest maybe thinking he's the boss, even though he's not. And then Rhea going, no, I'm the boss. I need to stop saying boss like that. Just say boss. I'm the boss.
Like a bow.
Like a boss.
Like a bus. Gunther cuts a promo where he says he's ready to be in the history books.
He called it the Intercontinental Heavyweight title, and my loins fluttered ever so slightly. Just putting the
You said
word
that?
heavyweight in there. The Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship makes it sound important.
Well, Randy Savage used to call it I'm the Intercontinental Champion of the world. Yeah, well, if it is in between continents and the world is made up of continents, then whatever.
He's the champion of the Pangea. Up the
it.
Pangea.
Yes.
Up
Up
the
the Krakatoa. Pierce is now speaking with. Speaking with. That's all the kids are saying. With Raquel and promises her something. And in walks Chelsea Green. And we learn that the women's tag team titles continue to be cursed as Piper Niven has not been medically cleared, as discussed earlier. We then learned the thing Pierce promised Raquel was a match with Chelsea. Oh, okay. A valiant Zoe Stark is choked out by Shayna Baszler in the Kirifuda clutch in their match. Respect is shown between the lasses after the final bell. Tag team, question mark? Yeah, but they're not going to go after the tag titles, are they, if they've got any sense?
It was a bit of like the segment got off to a bit of a ropey start, as my sentence did just there, because Zoe got no reaction during entrance. A bit like, oof, just after the big turn, you're expecting a little bit of either boos or cheers because she's took Trish Stratus down.
Yeah, but it's two hills are split up and one of them's left, so we cheer one of them. It's like, no.
Yeah, because she gave it to Trish.
No, but split up because they're crap.
Some sort of noise.
It's probably because they lost.
I wrote that down because there was no noise at all. There wasn't even a.
I don't know whether they deserve to have any noise.
Oh, fair enough.
No
Horses
noise,
were-
Zoe, they call her backstage into her face, rather rudely, I thought.
But then she starts wrestling like she does, the lovely springboard drop kick. Shayna reversing the top rope thingy into the Karafuda when Zoe survived for ages and she gets locked back into it. It was valiant, but I was shocked to see Zoe lose so conclusively, so quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think if they're going to build her up, they wouldn't be doing something like this. But yeah, if they're going to do a tag team, then fair enough. Stark says, you hit harder than Trish. And Shayna says, you hit harder than Ronda. And everyone just moves on. Like, all right, cheers.
Yeah.
Finn thinks JD proved he should be in the JD at the weekend, but Priest still thinks he needs to do more to prove himself in the JD. They all seem to agree that if JD beats Sami, he's in the JD. Rhea then instructs Dom to make sure everything goes right with the JD match later on.
Yeah, so Rhea seems to know something about JD that the rest of them don't know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I think we all do.
not like that. We all know that one. But I mean, in terms of maybe getting him like as a fully fledged member of the faction.
I read that weirdly then because he said Finn thinks you're right what you said, but my brain read it as Finn thinks JD proved he should be in the JD at the weekend, like they're opening like Saturdays now, and we just need someone just
We're signing off the weekend crew.
We just need someone just to open
Aye.
Saturdays and take delivery, and
Instead on the weekends, you get more, you get experience. Yeah, yeah.
and then one day maybe you can do the weekday shifts.
Come to Monday.
Yeah. We'll give you access to the blue pen. Raquel smashes Chelsea Green in less than 2 minutes. The curse strikes back.
Chelsea still got the Robert Stone logo in her Toronto notice this week, which is interesting.
It's still there.
Yeah,
I thought they removed it.
the big RS in the bottom corner still there. I thought Chelsea was like prime Ric Flair against any top babyface here. All that was missing was her getting on her knees and going, no. no.
Yeah.
Remember that Ric Flair?
Yeah.
That was
The guy going, Charlotte hurt him. Yeah.
no.
that was his finishing move in one of the N64 games.
Was it?
And then getting up into a cheeky slap. Did no damage.
That was it. On no, it was on Revenge. I think it was.
It was Revenge, and then he kept the sequence in No Mercy. We could buy it.
Yeah.
His facing forward finishing was begging off and being a bitch.
Begging off at an eye poke.
But then Raquel starts battering Chelsea like she legitimately owes her money or something. The strikes were very, very stiff indeed. And what have I written down here? Raquel should have really got JD and Damien and Finn barred from ringside. Oh, yeah, for the match next week. Because Dom's barred from ringside, but the other two aren't. The other three aren't.
You're right, yeah. Okay, we'll send someone else out then.
Yeah. Because there's a women's world title match next week, which Dom is banned from ringside, but the other ones aren't. The other ones. The other members of the Judgment Day.
The other ones, we know what you meant.
The other superstars.
The other dayers. Chad Gable cuts a promo where he says he is ready to win the IC title. His jacket is spectacular. And it's worth saying throughout the night we get not quite a promo package, but PowerPoint presentations, I guess.
Slideshows,
that's it. Of the previous, not all of them, Jesus, of many of the people to have held the IC title throughout the years. They did a really good job of selling the importance of the title and the build up to this moment of Gunther obviously winning and beating Chad Gable.
Yeah, but Chad Gable's jacket, do you see what around the back is shiny, sparkly golden jacket?
No.
Given aggressive beatings like experts. Gable.
Anyway.
He cut a nice promo backstage after he revealed the horribleness on the back of his coat, but he should have left his family at home. It never goes well. Unless you're Kofi Kingston at WrestleMania. It never goes well, though.
Yeah. Miz TV and Mizzles isn't... Oh, Miz TV Time and Miz... I thought that was the names of the two people in the match. I went, what? Is that Morrison? Miz TV Time and Mizzles isn't happy about his loss to the Rock at Pipe... Oh, my God. The Rock at Ryback, I nearly said. The represents Ryback, the show, not the dude. In brackets, get effed. He accuses Rocky and Cena of being in cahoots. Miz then brings out John Cena, and the man himself admits that he cheated at Ryback. Miz then beats up John Cena, and I certainly hope the GOAT is okay, because that bump he took on his neck off the skull-crushing finale was brutal.
It was.
You think? I think it was all right.
Yeah, it looked like
massive.
His neck cranked. I don't know if you're selling the joke, are you? He was wrestling Invisible Man.
I forgot the segment. I forgot how good the segment
I
was.
was biting my tongue going...
I was too busy concentrating on not saying Ryback. I went, sorry, I'll just say it anyway. No one cares about this podcast being accurate. Then I went, no, this segment was amazing. You're right. This was such a good segment.
The Invisible John Cena bump, yeah.
For people who didn't see this, and there might be some who just, years from now listen to this and, lockdown part 2. Miz invites Cena to come out to answer his question, and the cameraman follows...
Stu, to give him his name.
Oh, Stu the cameraman, before he emails to complain.
Horns.
Horny Stu, the cameraman, who was a horny guy, follows the nothing as John Cena comes out. And it is made the exact camera cuts to make it look like he is coming out. And I'm not sure if it would have looked good for the live crowd, but the TV audience watching at home, it looked amazing. Miz gets mad and knocks Cena down, drawing a holy poo chant from the crowd. I thought we were getting Knight versus Cena, but we're getting Miz versus Cena again, apparently. But I was all right. Love Barrett saying, oh my God, get a medic for Cena after he took that amazing skull-crushing finale.
Right on his neck.
Yeah. Before double downing and said, that was better than any Miz match he's ever had. Yeah, amazing segment.
I like
Love this.
the wordplay when he says that just before John Cena comes out, Miz is promising who's coming out, saying, a man has promised to be completely transparent with me this evening.
Nice.
Shabba. But again, another really good segment like from this feud from LA Knight, The Miz, that sort of thing. So yeah,
been on fire the past few weeks. The Miz. Not literally. Jey Uso runs in Adam Pearce backstage, and we learn that SmackDown is getting a compensation trade for Jey. Jey leaves, and Tommaso Ciampa arrives on scene, going, "Gives a job," and Pearce takes him into his office for a good seat.
For a good scene too.
Have a nice conversation. Could it be Ciampa who's the trade?
Oh yeah, right. Come on.
It's got to be Cody.
I wouldn't trade him for a shiny Charizard. Look at him.
Well, you said he lies on the scene and says, "Gives a job," to which Ciampa just starts laying bricks.
That's
Yes,
living
sir.
all right.
You can hold the cables for horny stew. And you say that's living all right.
I think you'll find that was a skit from Boys from the Black Stuff, as opposed to I'll feel that face.
You're right, but shut up. Tom Tom is out there saving JD
deserve that.
for a haluva kick. JD managed. Did you do the thing where you pretended to push
Yeah,
up?
I
You
did,
did,
yeah.
didn't you? Instinctively.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, those nerdy glasses you always wear. Shut up. Dom was out there saving JD from a haluva kick. JD manages to get the win over Sami Zayn by pulling on those tights. After match, Dom leaves as JD is kicked in the face by Sami.
I liked Sami's Cavalca in the match because, of course, this little whopper just cost him helped to cost him the tag team titles.
Yep.
JD landed high on a Michinoku driver, which looked really snug. I loved that Dom's doing Rhea's orders and making sure that, I don't know why I said love. This happened. Rhea's giving orders to Dom and she's making sure it's happening. So I think they're all in cahoots. Well, maybe Priest and, Finn, maybe it's just Priest who's on his own. Or maybe Priest could be leaving the Judgment Day. Off the back of this, I never thought about that. And obviously, as you said there, JD taking the bullet, but then Dom not taking the bullet back. If that makes any sense.
It did.
Yeah.
That's actually what happened. And they were visible. So I paid
the
attention
bullets.
to it. With his children in floods of tears at ringside, like Mick Foley's kids at Royal Rumble 99, Chad Gable comes up short in his latest IC title match against Gunther. With the win, get Linford on the phone, because our tit slapper is a record breaker.
Record breaker. If you want to be the best and you want to beat the rest, dedication's what you need. That was the theme tune when I was a kid on CBBC. With
I remember
Linford.
it not having lyrics.
Yeah, mine had Lynn.
By the time
yeah,
Linford Christie was hosting it with Cheryl Baker, it had lyrics. Definitely did. But there was an earlier version, I think, which had where you're the fastest, the tallest, the greatest, the smallest. Record break. I might have been way before everyone's time because I am old as the hills.
I don't remember that at all, but all right, I'll take you.
Thank you,
word
mate.
for it.
Poor Gable's kids, brah.
Yeah.
Gunther making them cry, brah.
Good.
If you look at the background of the shot, like with Gable down on the floor, the kids crying, Christian's just creeping. There's too soon.
Yeah, it's just when they zoom in on one of the kids, and you can just see her mouth and "Daddy" when she's got tears coming down her face. Bless
Unlike
the cotton
Danielson's
sock.
kids, who explained in the press conference that one of the kids was like, "Is Daddy okay?" And the one was like, "Oh, you should have been hit harder." That press conference, Danielson was on fire there, but never mind that. Chad Gable versus Gunther main evented.
Fantastic.
I almost put Chad Gable in it was my pick, I should say, for the Hall of Fame this week, but then he didn't put Doug Meltzer in. I'm like, well, I'm taking that one, man. Because, Chad Gable a few years ago was Shorty G, the most loser planet.
I believe
And the
that I
solar
am
system.
short.
I'll take my crap name and make it something. And Baron Corbin's beat him every time. He sucked. And now we're in this period where the IC title has been bigged up because Triple H loves these long-ass title reigns. Gunther has been built up. Imperium have been built up. Chad Gable and his cool team are just there, ready to try and take it off him. They couldn't, but this was a beautiful main event. They thought they could. They thought he could. He couldn't. He couldn't.
They
But
should go back and do it again, though, because he cut a wonderful promo. I think it was a .com exclusive or a YouTube channel exclusive, where it's just like, by the name of God, I'm going to get this job done because he made my kids cry.
Yeah, I would. I'd love him to run it back. And
Yeah.
maybe Chad's the guy, but not now. But maybe Chad is the guy at some point.
Because much like Orange Cassidy did it All Out, he got a lovely standing O after the show went off the air from the crowd in the arena. So the investment's there, I think. So I'd run it back.
What a funny week. It's been a week on both sides where wrestlers considered comedy foil have had absolute belters,
Yeah.
and the crowd have gone, "You are brilliant."
Yeah.
It's been a great week for that.
So many
Certainly
moments as well. The slow motion big boot replay they showed where Gable's face folded in on itself was fantastic. The spot in the turnbuckle like Elia and Gunther did back, or Walter did back in the day, where he bent him over the top and was slapping him. There was superplexes, the headbutt, the ankle lock combo, the three moves there. Lovely delayed
reverse
chaos.
suplex.
Yeah, the reverse
Chaos
suplex.
Theory with Gunther flailing.
he managed to do the chaos theory on him. And I'm like,
Delayed as well.
yeah.
Let him think about it.
Yeah, and then I thought he had him when he grapevined the ankle lock. I was like, oh my God, they're going to take the record away. But then he let the grapevine go and it bit him on the arse.
Not literally.
Not on. Look, no, not even. 35 years. That's all on the record stood.
Crazy, innit?
Yeah, 35 years.
Cheers, mate. Honky Tonk Man's crying. As well as Gable's
It
kids.
should have cut like there's his kids crying. It should have cut there's Honky Tonk Man.
Slightly wider shot and Honky's crying next to him.
What's that Simpsons? You have to explain this. Where there's like an
Go on.
Elvis impersonator looking fella on the Simpsons sitting there watching TV, going, "Oh, this is where."
It's a very weird, like, quick joke when it's an Itchy and Scratchy cartoon, and for some reason, the cat goes up in the TV, and then it's a weird passing reference to the fact that Elvis apparently shot a TV when what's that guy Goulet?
Goulez-vous.
Rene Goulet?
No. Yeah, him. The guy was named after an ABBA song. Oh, what's his name? Rene Goulet? No, it's a wrestler, isn't it?
Rene Goulet is a wrestler.
He was a
Yvonne
singer.
Goolagong. What a lovely name.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Goulet was on, and apparently Elvis didn't like him, so he just shot his TV.
So there you go, Honky Tonk Man watching Raw.
Yeah. This show ain't no good. Well, thank you for the ending, Ross. I'll make sure I credit you when I do it. Monday Night Raw, wasn't it nice?
There's a bit we missed, by the way. Jay and Dom. Dom making an official offer to Jay to come into the Judgment Day. I thought I wrote that down, but I clearly didn't. Saying they both come from messed up families, and they have Hall of Fame fathers. So Dom knows what Jay's going through. So he's like, "Come into Judgment Day. My life changed when Mammy and her friends came in my life." So imagine if
Mammy's
Jay...
friends have come round. That's always a good occasion for a young lad. Sorry.
Oh, the Cougars.
Imagine Mammy's friends coming round.
So I imagine if Jay somehow joins the Judgment Day because there's an official offer there from Dom. Wow.
Yes, you did write that down, but sorry, I struggled with reading plain English bits broken up, apparently. So
it was a crucial bit to mention.
yes. NXT.
Yes.
Tiffy Stratz beats Kiana James, the NXT Women's Gold, on the line. After the match, Becky Lynch on the Tron. She's going to be in the NXT shed next week for an NXT Women's title match with Tiffy.
Big old dick swinging contest between Tiffy Stratz and Lyra whoever it was, Kiana James, sorry. My God, I got the wrong name. It's all about Tiffy Stratz, though, yeah. As it should be, considering their gimmicks. They're both, fancy ladies who like to braggadocious, however you say it. All the cartwheels and fancy moves.
Braggadocious,
yeah.
After the greatest wrestler ever lived.
I like the spot with a bag. That's not me calling one of the ladies a bag. There was an actual bag in the ring.
I'd say she was a bag because Tiffy Stratz carried her.
Tiffy nailed the prettiest moonsault ever, to give it its proper name. I was a bit shocked at how short the match was, but then when you see Becky come up, that's all everyone's going to be talking about, so just make it short. Why don't you?
Exactly, mate.
Booker T, when Tiffy's holding the belt up, gives it the big biscotti once again, which I still don't know what it means. I think it's when he finds someone attractive and they are on screen, he has to shout biscotti. I don't know. If you know what it means, let us know in the comments.
Are they not like the little biscuits that you get when you have a cup of tea at Wetherspoons?
Why is he shouting at attractive ladies on the telly?
maybe someone's just bringing his drink round.
Biscotti! DoorDash should come round with it. Hey, Biscotti!
He's just scrolling. Shocked to see biscotti!
Wow, Booker T's really into this match. Oh, right, yeah, she's going to be doing.
We'll know for sure next week. He goes, chicken palmo!
Just that yellow, whatever he's just got. Carmelo Hayes and Wesley walk into each other while trying to enter the shed. It's tense, but nothing happens.
Walk into each other like... I really hope they do that British thing. Like, sorry, you go past. Sorry, you go past. You go past.
It was the American version where they go, "Oh, you're all right, though. Go on in."
The Diamond Dojo, just down the road from Mello's Barbershop, is back in business. The Creeds have invited all the tag teams from NXT land to their dojo, and it's the point of the night when they start arriving. Tony and Stax are here and appear to be a little scared of Ivy Nile. Edris and Malik are here too, and they want the NXT tag titles.
Brutus with a bit of casual racism with the lines towards the Italian-ish fellas.
There's nothing casual about that racism, bloody hell.
Meatball and stuff
Hey,
like that.
yeah, I was like, all right.
Called the Mario and Luigi as well. Disgusting. Who would do that, eh? On a public forum such as where there's a camera involved doing these accents. Disgraceful.
Mamma mia. There I go again. Ellie defeats Oral Mencha after a shoot for a shoot. Tordiddler Moscow takes the metaphor man by surprise. Tordiddler Moscow.
Well, my computer kept autocorrecting the pedo part, so I was like, I'm sick of this now. So I'm going to write down Tordiddler.
I get it. I'm all right.
I had better things to be doing. Anyway,
It sounds like the tortilla, the ballet or whatever. I'm like, I guess he did that. Oh, diddler. Right.
Performing the tortilla. I believe you get tortilla with a lovely tomato mascarpone sauce.
Yeah, but what did Booker T sound when he saw that?
Tortilla!
Tortilla.
He said he could feel the metaphor's entrance this week, which was good. It was a good entrance, to be fair.
It was,
They've upped it with the graphics and whatnot.
Yes.
Vic snaps at Booker on commentary. He's like, early in the match, Vic's trying to make a point about someone, and Booker just shouts something random, probably. He's like, you didn't...
Rice and peas!
He's like, you didn't listen to me last week, and he just steamroller me this week too. Vic shouting at Booker live on the air, which is good.
Vic's had another book.
Yeah, he has big time.
That awkward moment on the bus and you get to the couple argue and you're like,
Yeah.
no, look out the window here.
They'll sort it out with lovely makeup sex tonight for Booker and Vic. I don't know why I said that. There was a lovely hip toss from Ilya in this match where he sort of twisted his hips like you would do in the Tour Diddler on Strictly Come Dancing. There's a lovely moonsault off the middle row from Aura, who is really, really good, I think.
He was really good here, yeah.
The little matches we've seen.
I never thought much of him until this match, but yeah, well done.
Yeah, I love the fact that Ilya sells, he's doing the 619 sort of thing in between the ropes, and Aura kicks him, and he sells it like Tom from Tom and Jerry just got a mallet to the head. His face changed. It was fantastic. Then there was just the sort of shoot nature of the finish, just coming out of nowhere after Aura was dominating. It was a really good match, I thought, for what it was.
Yep, well done, lads.
Yeah.
After the match, Wesley is here. He seems to think he has the next shot at Mello in the bag, but Ilya's like, no, pal, what you smirking? Tack. Mello is here.
quote.
So I should point out he's
Direct quote.
I should point out he's from Russia. Mello is here and reveals that last week he spoke to Shawn Michaels, and the result was that Ilya and Wes being booked in #1 contenders match next week, lads.
It feels like we've missed a few chapters of the El Mello story, because last week he was very insecure. He was like, "Oh, Trick, people think I can't win without you at ringside." Ooh! Then all of a sudden this week he's like, "I win all the time. I beat you. I win. You fight to fight me." He's very assured this week, so it feels like we've missed a couple of chapters.
He just had an off day.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just forget what they're doing in NXT.
They do, and they have done here.
Dom is tearing up the rule book. No, he was reading it.
He tore it up mentally.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I think it was a reference to a line they made on commentary later on.
Oh, Dom was mentally tearing up the rule book.
I heard that line. I didn't go back and watch the segment. So he must have just tore it up.
You say going, huh? And he's ready to wear his lovely purple and black referee shirt, gifted him by his mummy. Well, who else is going to buy it?
Has Mummy just been to like an outlet store? She seems to be buying like random tat for everybody.
Keeping the crew together because, like, well, I was want to split up, but you've got the effort of making me this gear. I'm like, it's very flattering.
Mummy's like, what do I need to do? I know, I'll pop to the range. Just get everybody something from there.
I've spent a few seconds in my head there trying to think of a pun for Purple Aki to relate to a well-known shop, and I can't do it. Purple Aldi?
Purple Aldi!
That's where you can buy clothes from. Purple Aldi.
Yeah, you can get purple briefcases, purple referee shirts, everything purple from Purple Aldi.
Come to Purple Aldi for all your purple-related merchandising needs. I used to be down and out. Now I'm up and over. Thanks, Purple Aldi.
Rhea Ripley had no style before she started shopping at Purple Aldi.
Now she's got style for days.
And now
We'll
we're
all be calling her mother.
apparently doing the 1940s broadcast voice for these adverts that are airing at an undisclosed time and location.
That's because there's no rations here, just purple.
Just purple clothing for all the people.
There's no rationing her style.
I'll say, what ho. I almost fell off by penny farthing when I saw her in NXT this week.
What a delightful crumpet. I don't know.
Oh, Booker T's food has arrived at the table.
Biscotti, we're not ordering that European food.
Biscuit here, there's a war on. my
Custard
God.
cream.
Oh no, the Hindenburg has fallen. Nathan Fraser. Oh God, somehow less ridiculous what we're just doing. Nathan Fraser is here. He's interviewed, oh God, and reveals that he is never going to slow down, despite going viral last week for nearly beheading himself on the top rope. I have no idea why he would bring this up, but whatever, it's NXT. He says some other cheesy bollocks. What do the lads think about cheesy balls?
Ooh,
I'm never
cheesy
going to slow
balls.
down, despite the fact that I'm still doing an interview.
He looked so miserable and old doing his spit. I'll put it on Twitter. I'll just say it out loud now because no one reads my Twitter. He doesn't look like Nathan Fraser anymore. He looks like the time traveler that's come back to warn Nathan Fraser about the orcas.
He'll be glad that Thea Hale's going through this gimmick change where she's being subdued by JC Jane, because that's obviously what's aging him a lot. To keep things kayfabe, brother.
Some people in the comments said, like, this is what Florida does to a man.
I thought it was quite funny how, in a weird way, his father, Seth Rollins, and him are going through similar storylines. Adam Pearce is telling Seth Rollins to slow down in terms of his schedule. Nathan Fraser's being told to slow down because he can't run the ropes properly.
Yeah. World heavyweight champion of the world on Raw and some guy who can't run the ropes on NXT. Yeah, you're exactly the same.
But it's the moment where he looks at the camera and is like, "Oh, will you slow down?" or whatever the interviewer asks him. He goes, "Never!" down the camera. It works when Rick Mayhill used to do it in that character, like Bombardier.
Yes.
Never! It works then. But when you're just Nathan Fraser, the wrestler, the nice fella, you look like a right prat.
Yeah, and he lost
He
the
did
match
lose,
as
yeah.
well. So, JC Jane is polluting the mind of Thea Hale. Gigi Dolan arrives to say her piece. JC is taking advantage of that child, she says. Blair Davenport is here, and she's having a go at Gigi. Why can't everyone just get along? Gigi and Thea are set to do battle later in the night. Yeah, this was like when the good student sat next to the bad kid, and they go, "Oh, it's a terrible twosome. No, you have to sit apart for this class."
Yeah, it's a slow burn because Thea, I was trying to think of a better word, but she was looking more saucy than normal.
Yes.
In her getup, she had like a smaller top on compared to what she normally wears as part of Chase U. So JC Jane is making her naughty. I feel like...
Toxic Attraction 2.0.
Yeah. Oh God, aye.
Yeah.
But she is being toned down now. Is Thea Hale not the person who kept Bodie Hayward up all night with her screaming and whatnot? That's how
Stop it, Tom. Stop it. No, Tom, no.
She would run around the room, Tom, and not let the poor lad get a good night's sleep, and now he's not even in the university anymore. It's terrible.
Wow.
It's terrible. But Gigi Dolan, what a whiny arse.
I know, right?
God, oh, you're there picking on her, taking advantage of her. Just shut up.
Yeah. I lived in a house. How you struggled.
House? You were lucky you had a house. I had a shoebox in the middle of the road.
But it's every week.
People in England lived in shoeboxes during the war. About half of the Kaiser bombing them all.
Every week,
I
anyone
call them
you
shoe
see,
bombers.
is like, "Oh, you're a bad person." Oh.
And they're just like, because she says that, and then all the person just says, "Shut up."
Yeah, shut up.
She got no comeback.
It's only
So that's all I had to say. I thought that would work really well on you.
It's only a few steps removed, which is a shame, from like 2000, 2001, where it was always like on WCW, it's like, "You bitch, you skank,
Yeah.
you skank, you bitch, you cow." That's all it was. So it's only a few
Gamma
steps.
pub.
Gamma pub. It's only a few steps removed from that, which is a shame.
In the Global Heritage Invitational Group B, this isn't read real. Nathan Fraser topples a very valiant Dull Hudson. Oh, he absolutely destroys him. After this result, here are the standings. Does anyone care? No.
What?
Oh, sorry. Joe Coffey won. No? Oh, 2 points, 2 matches remaining. Nathan Fraser, 2 points, 1 match remaining. Delightful Hood, people just switching off now. 2 points, 1 match remaining. Millwall United, 1. From United, 0. Hank and Tank are speaking to the Creeds at the Diamond Dojo. Lucian Price and...
Wait there. We need to talk about the match because this was a barn burner. Duke Hudson defeated Tozawa on Level Up on Friday. It's a main event man getting thwacked by Dull. That's where Dull's point came from.
Oh.
Yeah, he beat Tozawa.
Oh, God, yeah, level up. That's what we need to add to this podcast. It's not long enough as it bloody is.
Yeah, Duke was doing Samoa Joe's like corner Uranagi thing to Nathan.
Oh, was it?
Duke then turned into an arsehole because he's sort of like, "Oh, yeah, you get along with me, pal." And then Nathan slapped him and he was like, "Well, I'll give you what for doing that to me, pal." Because he's now from South London. Next team. It was a great reversal out the Razor's Edge from Nathan, and then he wins with a wonderful Phoenix splash. And again, we're sat there thinking, he's a tippy top tier wrestler, is Nathan Fraser. Let's forget about the running of the ropes last week. But it's just the character. Make him a mute. Put him in a mask. Give him a ball gag so he can't talk.
Worked for his strengths. Ball gag him.
Just get it big
Cut
for
his
the
tongue
table.
out. Just to make sure. Just so it doesn't break character.
It's the only. Hey, look, Nathan, do you want to be the main event of WrestleMania?
Hooray! The
That's
curse is lifted.
Better than any
Nathan
promos.
stops talking, and no one is ever injured again holding the women's tag team titles. It's not a
They
coincidence.
dress him as the Sultan.
I can thank our speaker of the Creeds at Diamond Dojo. Lucian Price and Bronco Nima are also here, as is Scripps, who isn't their family, but they are his people. The segment ends with Scripps saying he can relate to Price and Nima, which we already knew because they have been established as a trio on TV for a few. Yeah, what the hell was this?
It was weird, wasn't it?
Have they just done that thing where they got all the notes and drop them and it's go, whatever. I'll pretend these are in the right order.
They've dropped a few pages and not picked them back up again. I think.
We know that, whatever.
Hank and Tank were quite funny in this one, asking a pair of brothers if they've ever fought or talked to each other before. And the Creed's just like, what? We're brothers. Of course we have. Yeah.
Hank Tank shit. Yeah, but your names are Julius and Brutus. I mean, come on.
That's where the segment should have ended, though. The stuff with Bronco and Nima, not Bronco and Nima, Bronco and Lucian should have, it was just,
whatever. Dabba-Kato is toppled by Tyler Bate in a match that certainly happened in this week's NXT. Yeah. Tyler Bate, who is very happy that Nathan Frazier's around because now everyone's like, God, Tyler Bate looks great this week.
Tyler picked him up, spun him around for a bit.
Yeah, spun him around.
Really impressive,
Spun around like an old wordy game.
Spitfire propeller.
He spun around like the SS Yamato and then dumped him in the sea.
I mean, there's no coming back for Dabba-Kato. There's no coming back for Dabba-Kato now.
I hope not.
He's lost to a man half his size.
Yay.
He can't do that in the WWE of all promotions, surely. Size matters in the WWE. Do you remember Big Cass and Daniel Bryan back in the day? I can reach the top shelf, you can't. That was the feud.
And that was the feud. Dom and Mello have a little bit of interaction backstage. I honestly can't remember what happened here, but I hope we wrote it down in my other notes. Jack picked the worst week to take off. We did. Yeah, Dominic Mysterio runs into Conor Hayes and nothing much is said. That's all I got.
That would go then.
I'm glad that was written down. Roxanne Perez and Lyra Surname are chatting in the locker room about Dom Dom. Kiana James, fresh of her defeat to Tiffy Stratz, arrives in the locker room and is angry. The segment ends with the conscience of NXT. There we go. Roxanne seemingly booking herself in a match with Kiana. Oh, well, that's good, cool stuff there.
Oh, yeah, with Mello, Dom was saying, like, oh, you've got your challenger for, challengers set for No Mercy, like they're going to fight to get to No Mercy. I'm going to pick who mine is. So he was going to whizzle-wazzle someone in the match that we learned in that little segment there with Mello, which was interesting. And then Lyra and Roxanne are sick of Dom being North American champion, even though it's not their division, bros. It's not their division. Why should they care? Sticking their noses in. Hey, terrible.
Once again, you're right about everything.
I don't know what to say about the thing. Yeah, Kiana came in and they had a fight.
Yeah.
Roxanne and Kiana are going to have a match, I assume. Yeah.
Nothing more to add.
I don't know what to say.
Big Baz Corbin isn't asked about who wins tonight between Bron Breakker and Terry Spunk in their no DQ war later on tonight. But he will be at ringside on commentary to take a look at what Booker has ordered for dessert. Oh, sorry. Burn the ships, it says here.
He must care somewhat then.
Yeah, right. I think he's lying.
Yeah, that heel.
Mustafa Ali defeats Dragon Lee after some tomfoolery. God, that'd be a great name for an NXT wrestler. From the special guest referee, Dirty Dom Mysterio. After the match, Ali tells Dom that he didn't want to win like that, so he drops him. But you're a heel, aren't you, Ali? Like,
it's a bit
what the
vague,
hell's happening with this
He's
episode of NXT?
He's shades of grey.
Are they testing to see if anyone actually watches this bloody show? And we're the only idiots that go, yeah, us.
Because he's been heel certain weeks, and then other weeks he's been quite sort of baby-facey and valiant, hasn't he? As old Ali. So I don't know what he is currently. He just sort of flip-flops.
Badly written.
Yeah. Booker T refusing to move when someone does a spot on the announce table, finally bit him on the arse. And finally, Ali went flying into him, I think it was.
He dropped his cage.
Viscotti! Everywhere!
Dom was an interesting part of this match because he was calling it down the middle for the longest part. And then at the end, he didn't. So it was weird. I don't know what to say about that, but that's what happened. Ali did a
I think Dom was there for a bit and he was, I don't care.
I know, yeah.
Who cares what's bloody show?
I assume he's diddled Dragon Lee because he wears a mask.
Man, a second later, and now I'm everywhere. You absolute fanny.
Diddled Dragon Lee!
I assume he did that because of the mask, yeah? Like his dad.
Oh,
yeah, sure. Yeah, that's it.
Ali did a jackhammer though, which was a shock.
I think he did it nicely, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. In kayfabe, who would you rather wrestle, lads? Out of Dragon Lee and Ali? Dragon Lee and Mustafa Ali.
Oh.
Well, Dragon Lee's an unproven commodity. Mustafa Ali's at least been on PLEs or pay-per-views.
Yeah, you can predict Ali. You've got more to work with Ali.
Has Ali won a title?
No.
Yeah, hasn't he?
I think the closest he came was that WrestleMania 34 kickoff show.
Yeah.
Oh, God, why do I remember that?
It's good memory,
How
like.
sad.
Amazing.
Wow, everyone else is trying to forget WrestleMania 34, right? Ugh.
Hey, what a night it was. Stephanie.
Ilya Dragunov appears to be confused while speaking with Tricky Willie. Ilya asks Tricky why he said he thought Mello could beat him when Mello already has, explaining why Trick thinks this way. There's more to this, and Ilya makes even less. What is happening here, Ross?
Yeah, I don't quite understand where Ilya was coming from, because he was like, you have to prove it to yourself and your friend and prove it to yourself, but also your friend. He's beat you already, pal. That's why he said he believes that Mello can beat you again, because he already beat you a few weeks ago.
AEW and WWE have been so good this week. One show had to be bad just to reset the balance, and this was it this time.
One of the main writers for NXT must have been like on holiday in Cyprus for a week,
and they asked Booker T, "What's happening with the storylines?" And Booker just guessed.
He might think you win. I don't know, Biscotti. But he said like, you can keep lying to your best friend or keep lying to yourself, which I guess kind of makes sense because he believes in himself. But then the bit you read out there, yeah, I don't know what Ilya was smoking here. Maybe some tuck.
That's 2 mentions of tack this week. For
Up
those
the bus,
counting
up the Buzzcocks.
Up the Buzzcocks. Drew Gulak, Charlie Dempsey, and Damien Kemp yell at Miles Bourne for teaming up with Brooks Jensen and Josh Briggs. Miles is just looking for some tossed salads and scrambled eggs in the NXT shed, but he hasn't had the opportunity to find them yet. Next week, the evil shooters will make sure he gets the chance. They're calling again. Good night, Seattle.
I assume that the lads are going to batter poor old little Miles. I say poor little Miles. He's a big strapping boy.
Yeah, we'll treat him like he's a kid.
Little Miles, yeah. Just before this, by the way, do you see the Connor's Cure link that Vic and Booker tried to shoot? So on Raw, there's it's the Connor Cure month. I think.
Oh, Connor's Cure, all right.
Yeah, so they're doing the big link for here's how you donate to the charity.
Oh,
and all
okay,
sorts of
yeah.
stuff. And on Raw, Wade did the link properly, where obviously Wade is Booker's role, obviously being the color commentator, and he said he slaps the thing to his wrist while saying like tag in, bosh, put the thing on your wrist. Whereas Booker just goes, and Vic's like, you didn't say the line. What you doing? And Vic,
I didn't know.
Vic half stops talking before this segment comes to an end. She's just like, you can do it. And it just fades to black.
So bad. I didn't see that.
Booker just knocked him for 6 by not doing what he was supposed to do, clearly.
Booker's just hungry.
He's had 3 meals and the show's not even halfway finished.
I'm sure all Wade does was like, tag in, snap the thing on your wrist. That's all Booker had to do, but he messed it up.
Just look confused.
I know.
Angry.
Got his cure
It was so good.
before Gulak.
I like to think
I have to revisit that
I
because that
want
sounds
them to
amazing.
keep cutting back to the announce table, and there's just more food arriving, like half-eaten plates. And like, lean into the whole Booker T thing and just have him just eating his dinner all the way through.
It looks like the diner scene from Hulk. Empty plates everywhere. Okay.
Pete Craig start a feud with Booker because you turn up, you go, oh man, he's here, and then like a helmet Deliveroo driver comes down the ramp. Like, here's your dinner. Pain takes it off. It's I don't know, Miles Bourne.
No. DJ Yif cuts a promo about Dijak, even though he lost to Dijak like last week on TV. He did. He makes a funny noise at the end of the promo. It's great. It's like when a child thinks they're a racing car in the living room of their disgruntled uncle.
So he's cutting this promo, right? He's like, Dijak, you had to use your belt this time, another thing the other time, but I'm ready for you. I want to fight you once more. He just goes, meow, at the end. And he leaves the shot like he's a little car. I'm sure it's like an actual...
I'm going to beat you next week.
I'm sure it's like an actual noise that, means something to someone, but to me, who knows nothing about anything, it sounded like a little racing car.
Hall of Fame episode this week. Jesus. He's a wolf and a car. And a DJ.
Jesus. There's one person, you got people on the roster with no gimmicks. So you got him with 3.
It's like a Swiss Army knife of crap. Axiom and Butch fight to a tournament draw and repay the Heritage Cup. Here are the standings. You're a cruel human being for making me read these. Butch, 3 points, 1 match remaining. Axiom, 1 point, 2 match. Charlie Bate, Charlie Dempsey. After match, Tyler Bate is on the ramp, smiling and waving. The creepy little Beatrix Potter nonce.
I'm trying to fit in, Maffew.
Is he? Did I miss a trick here? Is Tyler facing Butch?
I don't know.
Because Tyler's got no points in this tournament.
There was a
so
promo-
why is he out there going, hey?
There was a promo last week where he was like, "Oh yeah, me and Butch go way back," but that's as far as it went. And now he's out there going,
Unless they're having a match in the bracketology thing.
maybe.
Well, 3 matches. Yeah, he must do then. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Axiom, I thought, was sensational in this match. He's very, very good.
Yeah.
Butch was just twisting all the body parts and doing all of his butchy things. I like the fact it ended in a time limit draw. I think that's the first time it's happened in the Heritage Group stages.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been made a rule, so you might as well utilize it. I thought the ending was quite good with the bitter end. Thinking he had it won, but he didn't. Noam Dar as a wolf also will end in this segment because obviously
of course, yes.
metaphor up on the plinth ring at the top there where Toxic Attraction used to sit, and he's got like a wolf hat on with ears.
Yeah.
So he's a wolf.
He's an alpha. That's what he's got to
Much like
prove.
us. We're all wolves. Aroo!
Oh, wait. Do you think that's what TJ Yip was trying to do? Look, we've been online. People think you're a furry. All right. I'm going to get you next week.
My new gimmick is now wolf chased by the police.
After the match, I've done that. Terry Spunk comes all over his table verbally.
Yes, this was an amazing promo. The days of Von Wagner come Tuesday, Terry Spunk when he's doing hardcore matches are long gone because he's cutting a promo. You can't see who he's saying it to, so my mind was thinking, he's cutting the promo to the therapist he was shagging a few weeks ago. Do you remember when he was in love with someone?
How could I forget?
But he's like, ever since you came in my life, you changed everything for the better. The birds are chirping, the fans are cheering, and it just makes me feel a certain type of way. Please understand. Please understand. I don't want to hurt you or make you feel bad about yourself, but life with you is so much more fun. And the camera pans out, or whatever the right terminology
And who is it?
It's a bloody announce table.
It's a table.
He's in love with a table.
He's going to have sex with a table.
They should have drawn a smiley face on it.
Breaker's going to get his
Look how
ass.
pretty she is.
Changed how beautiful.
Gonna put a pair of suspenders on.
Look, the table's had spins.
Breaker's
A hole drilled at the bottom of the table.
Oh god.
I had sex with it.
We shouldn't laugh. He's now deceased. It's a terrible thing. After the ending of the show. What an ending of the show. But anyway, he ends the-
Oh, no, I forgot about the ending. As if the show wasn't ridiculous enough this week.
he said the catchphrase though, which is the most important thing. Breaker's gonna get his ass tabled tonight.
Getting
You're gonna get tabled. Come on.
I like how different our Von Wagner impressions are. You're gonna get tabled. You're getting tabled. Hello. My name is Von Wagner. Hello.
I'm Terry Spunk.
I'm having a great day. I'm friends with my dad.
Terry Spunk. My dad was Doris Spunk Sr. Trained at the Spunk U.
I gotta go, Vince. My horse is
You're
sick.
an egg-spunking dog.
Yeah.
Oh. Back at the dojo.
Is this the Spunk U dojo?
Oh, yeah, of course it is. Where else would it be? The tag champs are in about all the other teams in there with them. Either lovers or cousins, and hopefully not both. Oh, I can't believe the show. And I saw it this week. Not both Angel and Humberto there. Some words are said in a massive orgy in shoes. Yeah, why not?
There was a shoot shot from Angel to Joe Tony. You should have heard his cheeks wobble. Just like that, it was. That's the noise it made. It was incredible.
Brock Lesnar defeats Gigi Dolan of a
Have I
Kimura.
written down Lenza? Bollocks. It was a long week.
Thanks to the assist from Blair Davenport. Thanks for Brock to show up.
Yeah, JC Jane was telling Thea to tone this, like the Chase U stuff down, like put down the megaphone thingy she brings out with her. Stop being so annoying when she's like walking around the ring like a human being. It's mad because it's what I was shouting for Thea to become at the start of like the Chase U run, but now I'm in love with Chase U. It's sad to see her having a Chase U-ness strip away.
This is great. I'm going to go to the toilet because I'm laughing so hard. I really need to go to the toilet. Just read the
Welcome back.
We'll carry on.
I'll hear you.
Although Gigi Tom had a nice delayed kick to the back of Thea where she did, grab it. And then did the little...
I genuinely think Gigi Dolan's like a...
Is he okay? What's just happened?
He just needed the toilet. We've done a lot of that. There's worse ways. There's worse reasons to storm out of an interview. But I think that Gigi's genuinely like a star on the making. I do.
They just need to sort out a character, Tom.
There just needs to be a little bit more to it, other than
Less
I
moaning
was
at everybody.
poor and I've got a nice bottom.
Yeah.
We need more than that. Like, because she said it to the thing. We said, "Oh, I've got the best arse on Instagram." Or
It's
something.
true, Tom. It's all true.
And I find that difficult when you consider that Madcap Moss is on Instagram.
Well, he's got a wonderful arse himself,
Got
of
a
course.
smashing Instagram arse.
The Gigi survives the Kimura for a long time. Then Blair Davenport comes down and moves to her arm. Kimura's back on, then she taps out. But yeah, it's weird to see what JC Jane is doing to Thea Hale. I hope it doesn't end in tears for Andre Chase.
Do you think that we do see a Toxic Attraction 2.0?
With Thea, JC, and...
And Blair Davenport.
Oh! What would that be called?
Toxic Attraction 2.0.
All in rainbow colour.
I mean, they could be called the Mean Girls. They are the Mean Girls.
Why the hell not? I've got to do Maffew's
Oh, no, I
bit
can
now.
do it. I can do
Oh,
it.
go on then.
Ivy Nile, who's only been gone for a few minutes, finds a panting pair of creeds, which I believe means that it'll be a longer winter. Fresh from their orgy with the rest of the tag team roster, and they say it's good to be back.
It was so cheesy, but so nice at the same time. Like putting on a pair of socks for the first time in a while.
They had a good little fight.
Pair of socks on for the first time in a while.
What, like are they like your favourite socks?
Yeah, your favourite socks. They're back on your feet. They are cheesy, but they're back on your feet.
You should wash them if they get that way. Lara Valkyria and Kalani Jordan are having a nice chat until a very insecure Dana Brooke is on the scene. And I don't know why she was insecure. We'll find out. Dana doesn't want anyone else speaking to Kalani. She doesn't want to ruin the upstart's career all by herself.
Were you wearing shorts all the time?
No.
I've changed. These my pooing shorts.
Was that what you did, Big Pooh?
Yeah. Put so much the trousers broke.
A laughter poo.
Oh, God.
That was quick.
It squeezed out of me like a tube of toothpaste. Jesus.
I hope you do a laughter poo this week.
Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast helping you lose weight. Just being on it.
I wish.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Kalani and Lyra, that bit where Dana Brooke walks in.
Oh, I wouldn't want to miss anything.
Yeah, imagine Dana Brooke having a go at you for not coming along faster when she hasn't improved since 2016.
That's the worst.
We saw a roll-up trying to do a Blair Dunbar the other week. Bloody hell. Dana doesn't want anyone else speaking to Kalani. She wants to ruin the upstart's career all by herself. Just team up with her. And it's no DQ time. The hardcore legend, middle-aged and crazy like a fox. No, that's DJ, whatever. Terry Spunk loses to Braun Breaker despite putting the little Steiner through a shoot wall. Shoot wall.
It was a shoot wall, brother. He went
It's the
flying
wall.
through
It's the shoot wall. After the bell, Braun cracks open Cum's head with the steel steps. I imagine it looked like opening a chocolate egg. I can't even read. Opening a chocolate egg and Easter time. Rip Cum Tuesday. I hope Braun has been arrested as this podcast recording.
Now,
I kind of speak.
I can shed a bit of light on this. Now, according to Cassidy Haynes at bodyslam.net, right? This segment. Oh, now what was planned was Braun hits Cum with the steps, fade to black. That was all planned, but apparently Breaker miscalculated slightly and hit him on the back of the neck.
No, he's actually dead.
There was genuine. Shawn Michaels came out after.
If you know how big his head was.
Shawn Michaels came out and did a bit in the ring with Braun Breaker, as medics took Cum Tuesday
I'm
away.
getting a bit emotional here.
There's
So
video,
is he actually injured?
There's video of him with a towel on the back of his head, and you can see blood on the towel. Now, bear in mind that obviously there's this could be a thing, but bear in mind also that this bit wasn't meant to be shown because it went to black.
Yeah.
So unless you're doing it for the purpose of the live crowd, Wagner's got banged up. And he was saying...
So Brosby thought, look, this bit isn't going to air, so, all right, legit hits him.
Terry's been cut down in his prime.
Potentially.
Terry was gathering momentum with his table lover, and now he's been F-bomb Braun Breaker.
No, wait,
F
are we
him.
not looking at the other way around in that they realised how bad it was going to be? Oh, no, wait, it's live, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah, it's live.
The way
It's
it
live.
was, the way he-
No, the blackout bit was planned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of that was meant to go the way it was meant to go.
Okay.
But I think what it sounds like, Braun Breaker just sort of miscalculated and hit him in the wrong, hit him properly in the back of the head and the neck, and may have cut him.
Because the way you would think with the stairs, do you remember when Kane used to get hit with the stairs, hold up, and he'd fall back, but his head wouldn't actually, it was in the triangle gap bit. You would assume that's how it was going to get hit.
Yeah.
But if he's actually hurt Terry Spunk, Oh my God.
There's now
The
fact
perfect end of this, like.
yeah. What a very confusing episode of NXT, though.
It was a roller coaster. This match was incredible, though. Terry trying his best to be a white meat babyface. The crowd not really getting along with him, but that's fine. I'm here for you, Terry. The kendo stick and the mouse standing recliner was badass that he got out of and reversed. Obviously, the wall stuff was fantastic. Then he got tabled at the end. He got the catchphrase in there. Bron, you've been tabled. Bron needs to learn to sell.
You've been stabbed.
He's been killed. Bron needs to learn to sell because he just got tabled by Terry Spunk. And then he was straight up and then getting out with whatever.
It was a really quick, even by the standards of modern wrestling. It's like, oh, well, I've been tabled. I don't care.
Yeah, straight away. But yeah, hopefully Bron's okay. Sorry, hopefully Bron dies a death. Horrible.
Yeah.
Metaphorical death. I hope he's in pain. I don't actually wish death upon him, but
The literal metaphorical death.
if he's harmed a head on that kid's head, I can't even talk anymore. It's been a long
I know,
week.
man.
Rest
You're
in
right,
cum.
you're
Rest
right.
in cum.
What am I trying to say? If he's harmed a hair
There you go.
on Terry Spunk's head,
That's right.
I'll spank his bottom. That's what I'll do.
And he'll recover from it in 3 seconds.
Whoa, Dynamite.
AE Dynamite, a.k.a. the final lap. I'm on page in a spot of bother.
I did the notes for Dynamite.
Tom
They're
Dynamite.
they're nowhere near as funny. I didn't realise the bar was this high. I've put in a couple of wry gags, but that's about it. So help us out.
It's a hard act to follow, to be honest.
Yeah, my God.
Orange Cassidy opens the show, bruised and bandaged from his war with the Kaiser, John Moxley.
Oh, with Jonathan Moxley.
Cassidy said he was told to stay home and said he'll be there every week because I'm Orange Cassidy and I don't have a catchphrase. As Orange walked down the ramp, he had a brief stare down with Moxley, who entered the ring via the crowd, as he always does. Then Moxley opened the show and retained the international title over AR Fox in the opening match. Darby Allin accompanied AR Fox to the ring, went to the back to watch the match with Nick Wayne, who looked thrilled. Fox had a few good flurries late in the match, landing a shooting star off the apron. However, Fox got caught suddenly with a King Kong lariat and a Death Rider for the clean win. Darby Allin raised Fox's hand in the ring. And then, as that's happening, Christian Cage, alongside Luchasaurus, approached Nick Wayne backstage and said his dead dad was a rubbish wrestler. Cage said if you want to be a true mentor, he should look to a champion, obviously Christian, and told Nick to say hi to his mom for him. So if Cage becomes Wayne's dad, does that create a paradox? Hey, nice talk. Wow, yeah, there was three segments there, back to back, working really well.
Yeah, I think big pop for Orange Cassidy, soaking that in. We all thought this might be Orange Cassidy taking a bit of time away, but it looks as if, he's going to crack on.
Well, John Moxley was supposed to have bloody time away as well, but CM Punk, CM Punk.
They just don't like time off, do they?
Yeah.
I was a big fan of the split screen they did with Orange's reaction to John coming out and all that sort of stuff. It was nice. I want to see more split screens. Up the split screens.
Up the split
I
screens.
thought the story of the match was quite nice when you remember Moxley's match against Rey Fenix, where he changed how Rey Fenix had to wrestle, but he didn't really get to change how AR Fox wrestled in this match, which I thought was très intéressant, as the French might say. The lariat before the Death Rider was lovely, though. And AR Fox, he got a fair amount of offense in, I thought, for what you might be expecting with, the news about AR Fox and all that all-in bollocks. But yeah, it was a nice little match.
We thought I thought it might have been just Moxley obliterating him and just sending him away for a bit, but no, it was.
In the lariat, go back to dark elevation. He's like, it's not on anymore. He's like, bollocks. So keep me then.
But Christian, when he walks up to Nick, when he goes, Nick, you're a fine boy, which is a nice way to start the promo.
Which is not what I would say about your dad. but at the same time, he's like, yeah, you're a dick, Christian, but yeah. Darby's an even bigger dick for
leaving AR Fox, and then going back to AR Fox.
Yeah.
I can't get over that, mate. If your pal was in despair, you just leave him alone just to deal with their own bollocks while you saunter off and have your nice happy life. Or happy-ish.
Look, you don't need to live your life with hate. It's like, Darby, you wearing goth paint and you jump off stuff.
A guy goes like Darby Allin going, cheer up, pal.
Yeah.
For God's sake.
I guess that's a lesson for us all. That we should never judge a book by its cover.
Yes. Chris Statlander retained the TBS title against Emi Sakura. Sakura was dominant from the off with a Tiger Driver and a crossbody against the ring steps. After a chop exchange and a clothesline off, Sakura got dropped off top rope and Statlander followed up with a Wednesday Night Fever for the win. What bloody hell? Hey, women's match on second. They're making progress.
Not that kind of progress.
Oh.
Anyway, hard-hitting stuff here with Emi being emote Sakura. I've put here. That's terrible. Great facials. Oof, who wrote that?
Do you see the video of Emi Sakura that she put on Twitter last night when her and Sarray were having a bit of beef?
Oh, no.
It was during Saraya's entrance at All In, where she obviously, no one thought this at the time, I don't think, but she stole Emi Sakura's gimmick, didn't she, with the We Will Rock You?
Oh, yeah,
and Emi
yeah.
was there crying.
Oh, I saw her crying. Yeah,
Oh, it was heart-wrenching. Oh, fell for her. Poor lass. But then she got in the ring here against Chris Statlander and took it all out on Chris. So it was a meaty match, lots of big strikes. I like the delayed backbreaker from Emmy as well, where she swung around. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked nice.
It was good.
She had this great old face like,
Yeah, but it was a really good match. It over-delivered from what you might expect from before.
Good. They're getting the TBS title. TBS title rules. It's the other one that sucks. Roddy Strong, neck brace and all. Oh my God. Had a sit-down interview with the Kingdom. He opened up about his parents' addictions and struggles and how he would have to fend for himself with just a BB gun by his side.
When he was passing out alone.
Roddy said wrestling is everything to him. He declared, I grew up alone and I'll win this limited tournament alone, starting tonight. Oh, he's such a great bitch.
Yeah. That is
Fantastic.
the term, isn't it?
I have heard people speculate that there's a bit of a dig at CM Punk here, but I guess we're going to be seeing about every bloody angle next few months.
How?
Oh, constantly injured. Always complaining. Got no friends.
I thought the way the shot was like set up, I thought he had his hands on the knees of the Kingdom, but it wasn't. It was just a chair that was blurred into the sort of with the background as well.
Wouldn't it be funny if he just had his hands on both their
Stroking
knees?
their legs. Hold me, boys. I can't get through this.
And as he's talking, one hand starts to creep up, and Matt Taven just goes.
Fan fiction there from Tom.
Reality soon.
Really nice to see a bit of character from Roddy that wasn't just frat boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roddy's just hilarious because they made that new graphic for him for all the
Oh,
matches.
God, Taz died.
With his glasses on.
Yeah, the neck brace and the thing is, Taz is like, next up, we have Roddy Strong versus Trent Barrett. Taz like, look at him.
Joel Gertner's had a glow up.
I'm not sure, really. The Sex Gods, Jericho and Guevara, defeated Aussie Open. Jericho and Guevara worked well despite their recent tensions. Aussie had a few great flurries, with Sami constantly saving Jericho from double-team moves. Jericho accidentally knocked Guevara off the apron, which almost cost them, but Jericho lands a sudden juice effect for the win. Post-match, Sami and Jericho start shoving each other, which caused security to rush out for shoving. Like, all the beatdowns happen on this show. The one-man concerto nearly bloody happened.
CM Punk and Jungle Boy, of course, security guards in AEW on edge at all times.
That would be it, yeah.
I was shocked at how much of a babyface reaction Chris and Sami got in the build-up to this match, but it was really loud. I thought there was a nice spot where Aussie Open were going for a double thing on Jericho and Sami cut off Mark Davis off the turnbuckle. I thought Kyle Fletcher was really good in this match.
Oh, yeah.
There was a bit towards the end where he had like a couple of kicks running across the ring on Jericho, and he looked like the dog's bollocks, so he did.
Yeah. And two of the lads who were really good at emoting. And like, just hamming it
Emoting?
up. Emoting.
Oh, emoting. What, you meant like Raoul Moten?
To moat.
To emote.
I moat, you moat, he, she moats, they moat. To go.
Too soon.
And yeah, I hope Sami accepts it was a mistake, because it clearly was.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
How about fun match here? Don Callis was on commentary. He really made this by pointing out Jericho is doing his usual thing of letting his partner do all the hard work and then took all the glory. I thought it was a nice bit of twisting the knife. And again, bad guys will accidentally hit one another in a tag team. And it's like, it happens, whatever. Good guys will end year-long friendships after an accidental touch. Shocking, isn't it?
Silly wrestlers, eh?
Yeah. Always silly tables,
Jesus.
Hall of Fame.
No. The bin. The Cultaholic bin. That'll be the good thing for next week. Recap of the strap match from All Out and a close-up of Ricky Starks' scars and bruises. Starks said he proved that nobody can tap him out and said, don't give me a piece of bread and say I've been fed. I want a full meal, to which Booker says, I agree.
Biscotti. For starters.
Yes.
But what a line that was in the promo.
He's really good at getting this one good line.
What was the
that's
line
all
he
you
did
need.
earlier, which I made a note of?
What, in the...
Ricky Starks on Collision, where he said something else food-based. I feel like
was it, you don't put a lid on a boiling...
Oh, dear.
I already said that
They
one,
put in
yeah.
a boiling pot. Oh, gives a full meal. Some goes, does he just do promos when he's hungry?
What can people relate to? Shutting up my handsomeness. Food!
I will deliver a beating
Yeah.
to Bryan Danielson.
I'm uber serious about this one. Did somebody say just eat? Sponsorship incoming. Oh,
Here
nonsense.
comes a fist. Tesco whoosh.
Down with Tesco. I'm still sour.
I know. Bless you. Don't get cross. Buns.
Even
Joe! Joe, the noise of a deflating balloon from the grassy knoll. Whatever. Shut up. It's hour 9. Backstage, Renee speaks to Don and Takeshita, whom Dom calls the new big dog of pro wrestling.
He's beat Kenny twice in 7 days. He is a large canine.
Well done.
And they're announcing a new target next week in the form of a picture.
Yes, which we will show you next week. Oh,
The
keep them
artist-
hungry like Ricky Starks.
The artist behind those pictures is a lovely lady by the name of Mel Coleman. We interviewed her for the Cultaholic podcast feed last week.
God, sorry.
So I don't think she
Went down the wrong way.
I don't think she's done interviews before, which has surprised me. So I was like, if you wanted to hear a bit about like how these all came to light and a bit about the woman behind these amazing portraits that Don Callis has used on Dynamite, check out the podcast feed. We have a lovely 20-minute chat.
Wow, that's nice.
There you go.
They are good, aren't they?
They're really good.
She's done them like the Jericho headless, the head in one.
Yeah.
Don and Kenny.
Did
Type
one?
thing, yeah.
Did Kester Callis as a Minotaur?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, the cool.
And last, I think it was a few Christmases ago, she did the one of Britt Baker and Tony Schiavone at home.
Oh, she did that one.
That was Mel Coleman too.
God, that was great.
Great, she's brilliant.
Yeah. MJF was about to address Samoa Joe, but Joe hit the ring for a front row seat, which is in the ring. MJF said Joe only came out so quickly because he thought MJF's music was the sound of the ice cream truck. And Joe rebutted the last time he had anything to do with ice cream trucks was when it was the biggest star on another network. And Tom has put down, yes, who could forget Samoa Joe's run as part of Ice Cream Pro Wrestling? As only Tom could say and get away with.
What was that actually in reference to?
Twisted Metal.
Oh, right.
Because he plays the role of Sweet Tooth, who drives around the ice cream truck, which he
Is
did
that on
the
the
body
USA
of.
Network? Is it? Or Fox?
It's on Peacock in America,
All right.
which they advertised. Apparently, one time they had like, "Hey, the superstar Samoa Joe," and then none of the things they just cut out the bit there, and everyone went, "Oh, Ructions." I went, "Well, why would they put down that it's AEW megastars on this?" Anyway, whatever.
And he plays
I digress.
customer number 3 in Funny Feet the movie as well.
What?
It's an ice cream, isn't it? Funny Feet.
Funny Feet.
Very nice. Joe!
Joe's giving himself away. What's Funny Feet,
Funny
Joe?
Feet ice cream.
Yeah, right. You've
Funny
laughed. Don't lie now.
That's it. Funny Feet ice cream. There we go.
Funny Feet.
Funny Feet ice cream.
They call me Funny Feet. I'm the king of the
Oh,
Ramble.
yeah.
Funny Feet ice cream.
God, you can feast on that.
Tony Atlas's favourite ice cream.
They got faces. Why would a foot have a face?
That I wouldn't want to eat that. I'd want to burn that.
What's that one on the far left
No,
there,
wait,
Joe?
that's an ice. That's someone's.
Decompose.
Oh God!
I need some moisturiser, that one.
Oh.
That's good. That's
Oh.
a great one.
No, the thing you clicked on before, someone stitched a Funny Feet ice. That's a thing. That's a thing.
Who's made that?
That's it. Yeah, I don't even know what to call it. A toy lolly. That's why they put a face on it.
Wow. That's a treat.
£60! Get out.
I want it. It says discontinued, and I have no idea why.
Discontinue. I have no idea why. Bring back Funny Feet.
God. Anyway, Samoa Joe's waiting in the ring for it. Cultaholic, stop talking bollocks on the podcast. MJF keeps making fat jokes and tiny tit jokes. What? About Samoa Joe. Whilst Joe kept asking MJF, what's your problem, kid? And that's all it took to get on the skin of MJF. So MJF retold the story of William Regal dismissing him after his WWE tryout. And MJF said he knocked him out and sent him back to NXT, telling Joe he'd be next if he played his cards right. Then recapped his part in NXT with Samoa Joe and how Joe shoved him into a brick wall. Joe said he did it because he thought MJF was a little bitch, which led to MJF slapping Joe. Joe said he wouldn't take the bait and instead would win the tournament and take his title. Then, but as MJF was leaving, Joe kicked the ropes and low-blowed him. The two then brawled and Joe re-injured Max's neck. Adam Cole made the save as Joe went for Muscle Buster. The medical team checked on MJF, who was saying his left arm was numb. Joe came back and said he couldn't promise he wouldn't tear MJF apart next time they crossed paths.
Bitch!
Yes, he did.
I loved how Joe had a comeback for everything. Like everything MJF threw at him, Joe had something. Even when he was talking about dicks, like Joe was like, well, yours wasn't big enough to get circumcised properly or something like that. In words to that
He
effect.
said your breast, they're still waiting for enough material to work with.
It's like, okay, lads, yeah, all right, yeah, dicks, willies, all right.
Even
And then
when
it started getting good.
Even when the crowd were chanting, like, F you, Joe was like saying, stop speaking like your mothers do to me, because they want to F him.
He's got the mums, Christian's got the dad.
Yeah, there you go. Everyone's happy.
No need for edge now. I do like, in terms of this like tournament, because a criticism of like tournaments in AEW's past has been like they've been too like a foregone conclusion, like who's going to get to the final and win. Whereas now we have two people who are definitely going to get to the final, but we don't know who's going to win. I know who I would prefer out of Roddy Strong and Samoa Joe. Being
Who?
Joe.
Ooh.
Joe versus MJF. Ooh, ooh,
But the
ooh.
nice
Yeah,
thing
but
is
Roddy's so good
but
now.
you've got Wrestle Dream, so you can do both.
Ah.
I'd have Roddy win the tournament. I'd have Joe and Roddy in the final, and like something shenanigan-y happen that makes Roddy win the tournament, and then you have that match at Grand Slam, and then you do Joe MJF at Wrestle Dream.
I forget there's more shows.
Yeah,
We're trying to get past
Hell's
this.
teeth. There's more.
This
shows.
weekend, no shows.
I know. I'm so happy.
Like Del Rio booked for an event, no shows.
There's still SmackDown and Collision.
no
They don't count.
shows.
I could do them and run a mile, it's all right. Roddy Strong then came out and got in Adam Cole's face, but Cole blew him off, not like that, as he needed to get to the medical room with Max. Then Roddy Strong...
They come out to no music. Like they just walk down the ramp.
good.
And then they get in the ring. It's like the refs are sorting out like this belts lay everywhere in the ring. Like it's clearly like they're still trying to sort the ring out. But Roddy's not bothered. Him and the kids get in the ring and do their pose.
Seen the belts and thought, why are these still here? Like, oh. And then, Roddy Strong beat Trent Beretta in a Grand Slam World Title Eliminator quarterfinal. Strong took the neck brace off before the match, which is what you'd hope, really, and we get an evenly contested wrestling contest between the two. Roddy feigns a neck injury that leads to Trent getting hit with a grim backdrop onto the ring apron. Beretta landed a pile driver, but Roddy got his foot on the ropes. He came back with end of heartache for the clean win. Taven immediately putting Roddy back in his neck brace afterwards.
Can I just say something about Samoa Joe and MJF before we move on?
Of course you can.
Because my life is so empty, I want to maybe sound clever in a few weeks' time. They teased the muscle buster, which when coupled with the neck injury, makes me think that Joe could topple MJF. Oh!
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, because he was going to nail it, wasn't he? Then he got cut off and it didn't happen and MJF was crying.
But what is the neck attached to? The back. Roderick Strong, Messiah of the Backbreaker. Back, baby.
Yeah.
He got to show off all his stuff here, all his maneuvers, all his wonderful things he can do to people when he's on form, which you've not seen a lot of in AEW, apart from that one match of Jericho, which is mostly remembered for them brawling next to the Mr. Frosty ice cream maker.
Oh, yeah.
Whilst Excalibur went, Superstar Billy Graham's dead.
That is a thing that happened.
Yeah.
There was a lovely backdrop he did on the corner of the apron. Oh, God, it looked lovely. It was right for Trent to be going after the neck of Strong and right for Roddy to play possum until he wasn't. It was a lovely little setup for the match. We learned that Trent had never pinned or submitted Roddy in singles competition, and that continued, obviously. The spot with a roll-through pin off the Hurricane Rana reversal. Liquid wrestling. As you say, Roddy doing the backbreakers. It's good to see. He looks the part now. He's got the gimmick and he's got the wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah, rather than just being the frat boy with the wrestling.
Yeah.
He's got a gimmick. Up the gimmicks.
Up the gimmicks. Renee speaks to Toni Storm, who didn't know she'd cost Ruby her TBS title match because she'd done so many performances. Storm said she must look forward to a 4-way top contenders match next week. And as they say, quote, chin up, tits out, and watch for the shoe. Storm then left and then threw a shoe at Renee.
I love Tony Storm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a t-shirt, that. Chin up, tits out, on the back. Watch out for a shoe. Shoo.
Shoo. Shoo. That's DJ Yif Leeton. Handman Page out for a chat with Tony Schiavone. Page puts over teachers. Yay. After donating his charity money to a Chicago education fund, he is interrupted by Prince Nana and Swerve Strickland. Swerve said spending 2 weeks in a coffin gives you some clarity. Lovely. And said the first person he thought of about when he got out was Hangman. Swerve was ashamed of Page for wrestling on the pre-show in a charity battle royal, when he'd previously been a major star in AEW. Swerve gave Hangman 2 options. Ride off into the sunset and let Swerve take a spot, or fight Swerve for a spot. Page stormed off, but when Swerve mentioned Page's wife and kids, Page returned to the ring where he was jumped by Brian Cage and left laying. Oh, you dum-dum. It was confirmed shortly afterwards that Page and Cage would go one-on-one next week. How good is Swerve?
His face walking down the ramp was a picture.
Yeah.
And then his promo, it felt a bit off, but that was by design, I think, because he'd been in a coffin for 2 weeks. Everything he said was on. It felt like
It was a bit stiff.
Yeah, a bit stiff. Yeah.
And then Paige
Because you put
did.
corpses
All
in.
right, corpse in the coffin. I thought you meant just his barbs were stiff.
Sorry.
Because the stuff about, having no T-shirt for a year and all that sort of stuff, and you can see Hangman getting a bit upset. He calls him fat. Oh, God, I wish that was considered fat.
I did think last time Hangman Page, Hangman Page, he did that. Obviously, the thing with CM Punk cancelling or not cancelling, whatever. That thing he did one promo outside the hospital. I did say on this podcast, did Hangman Page look a bit fat? He did look like a bit fat in the face.
You can say that though.
So I said that, and I haven't seen anybody else say it. So when Swerve said, "Yeah, you're a bit chubby," I'm like, "Oh, it's good. It's not just me." Yeah, right. I'm just saying. Look, it's whatever. Nothing wrong with it. But obviously, Swerve's a bad guy, so he's saying bad things.
Because all the stuff with Paige, like the CM Punk and Paige stuff, has been like Punk just throwing barbs at Paige and Paige just not rising to the bait, not having anything to do with it. And it felt weirdly like that here. Swerve said all this. He read Paige the right act and was on the money on a lot of stuff. And Paige just walked off. Mm-hmm. Anyway, if you want a match, just go and ask Tony to book a match.
Yeah,
it's just the way he was like, I've had enough of this SH1T this week. It's like, we're blaring lines.
I don't know I don't know how this paints Adam. I'm not too sure. I can't say I was like massively endeared to him.
I think his subdued, like, I can't deal with this. It's like he's a real boy. I think that's the thing about Hangman. He's very like, even though he's a big strapping cowboy wrestler type, he's very relatable.
True, but every cowboy film I've seen, someone says, "Yeah, you suck. You're a fat cowboy." The guy goes, "Damn farting words," and throw someone through a saloon window. So,
well, luckily this isn't the 1600s anymore.
Damn it. Maybe one day, Ross.
But yeah, I liked it when Swerve was saying he was going to become the first black AEW champion as well. I was like, yes, it fits. The shoe fits. And I was also shocked there hadn't been a black AEW world champion so far, but there hasn't. I don't know if I am shocked. It's AEW.
Right.
The WWE took ages to get there as well, just for balance, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, at Wembley, Swerve came out, and everyone around me just went, "Wow, look how cool he is."
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got star written all over him.
Yep.
And Cage just leveled him. Because Cage must always be feuding with Hangman, apparently. No matter what he's doing, no matter what stable, right?
They'll find each other.
And in the main event, Darby Allin defeated Nick Wayne, because he's such a good friend, in the Grand Slam World Title Eliminator quarterfinal. Darby missed a dive to the outside early on, which rocked him. That's just how he gets out of bed in the morning, bloody hell. Fast-paced back and forth, which became a slugfest. Darby grabbed the microphone and told Nick to hit him harder. Christian Cage and Luchasaurus arrived before the break and joined commentary to watch up close and, for lack of a better term, bury Nick Wayne's dad. Tom.
They did. They said he was rubbish.
Wayne gets a 2 count off Wayne's World. Excellent. But Darby refused to hit a coffin drop, probably because his dad was in it, when he had the chance, which frustrated him. Darby eventually bent Wayne's arms back and gave him multiple kicks in the head to get a tap-out win. What a good friend. Christian Cage stared down Darby to end the show.
They nailed it, they did. I imagine the pressure would have been on inside their own heads because they've been building towards this match, I feel, for ages, like knowing each other for so long. And they've got there on the big stage and nailed it. The wrestling was textbook. The Darby spots were Darby spots that were nailed. The finisher, I love the finisher, how gnarly it looked. Yep. It was a home run for me, Jeff.
Thanks, Chris.
Enjoyed, yeah. I think Darby refusing to hit the coffin drop was a bit of a like, hang on, you've been battering. A minute ago you said hit me harder. And I go, I can't hit you with me finish, which is a fall over. I can't hit you with that.
Like
I'll kick your head in instead.
You sound like Orville the Duck doing I Believe I Can Fly.
I wish I could do a coffin drop, but I can't. Shut up, Orville. Oh, it's Cuddles.
That's it. Oh no, Tom, no, please no.
We can't do the
Tom,
we can't do the.
I want to go home this week.
We can't do the Cuddles bit on here because on the SmackDown podcast we can be a bit swearier. We could do it. We could do it. Just over there.
Nice main event.
Main event.
I'll not long pretend what that means. I don't know what Cuddles.
It's fine.
What does it mean?
Cuddles the monkey was Orville the Duck. I never liked as a kid, but then there was another guy. The real people.
Is that the long monkey?
Yeah. And he was funny.
Yeah.
He was funny. Orville can get effed, but Orville sucked. But what was it? Cuddles the monkey was meant.
But we just made a very aggressive version of him one day for about 20 minutes on the SmackDown.
Me and Tom just talk crap. As you may be experiencing, Ross, you may be stunned to learn this. But me and Tom sometimes talk.
It's in me talking crap.
Aye.
Wonderful main event.
Wonderful main event, and the show has direction this week.
Yeah.
It's like CM Punk left, and the show's quality got a bit better.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, to be fair, it's Dynamite, so Punk's not really on Dynamite, so it can't really cast aspersions just yet.
You know
wait
what?
till
Also,
Collision.
obviously, getting away from the AEW All In, All Out, check it all about nonsense. It's like, yeah, let's just calm down, settle down, get these angles going. It's like, yeah, I like this episode.
The acid test is Collision. Because if Collision has a bit of a nosedive this week,
yeah.
then we're sweating. Because that's been so good for so long.
Just like this podcast.
I'm sure he's doing it on purpose just to keep mentioning the Hall of Fame.
Get the cheap plugs. That was the week of wrestling.
Not even that long, really.
Yeah, exactly, Jack. Get effed. You and Orville the Duck.
Let's have a rummage in our mailbags.
The mailbag. Sup, lads? How's the podcast been?
It's all right, yeah?
Sorry.
Probably around the 4-hour mark now, I would guess. Yeah. You're almost there. Keep it up. Cheers, pal. I'm currently writing this at 12:22 a.m. on the 3rd. Excuse me. Just a couple of hours after CM Punk got CM junked. Well, I've been catching up on all podcasts, and I'm currently binging the throbbing, large, L-O-R-G-E, large, dirty, girthy, widening, gusset-tearing, Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. I just listened to 292, which is only a couple of weeks back, just before All In. In that episode, a wrist-piss question was about which wrestler would be the offspring of XYZ tag teams. The Hart Foundation came up, to which Maffew responded, who's the best wrestler in the world, and who throws TV monitors at people backstage? Bret Hart's the greatest wrestler. Jim the Anvil Neidhart, apparently, after some issues, threw a TV monitor at someone backstage, and that's why he was fired one time.
Didn't Bret Hart also throw a TV monitor?
No, he smashed them at ringside.
That's what I'm
He's
thinking
been thrown anybody. And Maffew's answer was Jericho.
Dun, dun, dun. Need to
I
change
don't know
that
why
now.
I did that. Yeah, that is all. Oh, have fun for the rest of the episode. I know I will.
You predicted the future, Maffew.
Former professional wrestler Philip Brooks, a.k.a. Ben from Ipswich. Thank you,
Predicted
pal.
the future there.
Jericho didn't throw a monitor.
No, but you said CM Punk was the answer you gave for that wrist piss question, and it's come true. Punk and Perry did the thing with the monitors backstage.
Matthew's answer was Jericho.
I thought your answer was Punk.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh.
So
I've put that in there for no reason at all then.
So did he message in and just say, do you remember last week when you said that thing? Bye.
I've put that
And
in
you
for no
incorrectly.
reason at all.
Oh, you just.
I thought you predicted the future before it happened. It's been a long week, everybody. It's been a long week. Sorry for wasting the last few minutes of your life.
Well, thank you, Ben from Ipswich.
Cheers, Ben.
Thank you, Ben, for being
all the best, Ben.
And saying, do you remember that thing you did?
No, thanks for writing in. Hello to all who are present.
Jesus.
I don't know who I'm more angry at.
Hello to all who are present this episode, the Cultaholic Weekly Video Podcast. First time send a long time. I'm trying not to get stuff wrong. Watch you. I've been watching a podcast since around episode 15, and your content has helped me through a lot of hard times. Just the start of this year, when I had to do an operation on my back and was bedbound for a month.
You had to do your own operation on your back.
And missed a month of studies in college.
On the door frame. Like a bear.
Because
Hot and flexible.
because of it, and your content helped me get through that miserable period of my life. So for that, I want to say thanks.
Thank you. That was a callback to in the podcast, just in case you missed that bit of the podcast.
Yes. On to the question.
We're just laughing at you.
Yeah, I was laughing at you. One of my favorite game modes from any WWE 2K game was the 30 Years of Mania game mode in 2K14 because I like to experience a lot of historical moments from wrestling history and playing through most of them. My first question, do you think we'll get a 40 Years of Mania game mode in 2K24? And my second question is, if you're allowed to bring one wrestler that isn't contracted with WWE to be added to the next 2K game, who would you choose and why? For me, it would be Big Show, because the rest of the Mania 2000 card is underwhelming outside the main event.
Bill Buchanan says hello.
Thank you. Which would make the 40 Years of Mania game mode possible. Cheers, Ali from Bahrain. Thank you, Ali.
Bahrain.
Nice.
Bahrain.
Do you listen to Martin and Kiara on the radio in Bahrain? Because that's a mate of mine who's gone over to launch a radio station in Bahrain.
Wow.
Yeah, very exciting.
What type of radio station?
Music radio.
Music in general?
Pop music station.
Oh, okay,
It's
pop music.
station.
Lovely.
So hi to Martin and Kiara, my mate Martin's over.
Fantastic.
Great, isn't it?
Do you think they'll bring that back? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Which wrestler do you think they'll bring back for this mode? Yeah, there we go.
Well, I don't think Big Show's a problem because they'll just do what they did in No Mercy and just swap him out for Stevie
Stevie
Richards.
Richards, yes.
That'd be fine. I think I want to bring back CM Punk and have a WrestleMania 21 mode. Press circle to show your Tommy gun.
Yeah, Cash Wheeler can go. I like that bit. Yeah, CM Punk is my answer as well for the same reasons Tom said.
Mike Awesome's mine.
Oh, yes.
So I can finally see him wrestle at WrestleMania.
Yeah, he didn't make it, did he?
No.
But they're going to place him with either Big Show or CM Punk. Yes.
Or Stevie Richards.
Yes.
Was he not in the rafters for the WCW Wrestlers Cutaway?
Oh.
X7.
My attention
Yeah, there we
was
go. We need Sean Stasiak, Hugh Morris,
just Lance Storm,
Lance Storm.
Stacey Keebler.
But you can only wrestle as them in their like casual attire that they had in the rafters.
Yes.
And with faces like slapped arses.
Yes.
Bloody Sean Stasiak ruining our big night.
Yes, Sean Stasiak, is the reason. Yes, Sean Stasiak's in the mode, and he's the reason why superstars aren't in
You're
there.
the radio DJ, whatever it was, that Sean Stasiak called into to spill the beats.
DJ Dickhead. Hello, diddle lads. I am going to go out on a limb and guess Ross has nominated Dave Meltzer's dog. Oh, Maffew didn't read this beforehand. As seen recently on that video of Dave. Yeah, we know. As if not, I personally think said doggo deserves a spot. Do be proud. Anyway, my question is, I would love to know what pet you all have or have had throughout your lives. Or perhaps pets you would like to own one day. Or even an exotic pet you think might be cool. I enjoy a lot of wrestlers' posts about their pets and would love to know some of yours. This is your expert tease, this, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the content and congratulations on getting through such a busy week last week. From current Liverpool forward, Darwin Núñez. The same one who scored a last-minute screamer against Newcastle last week. You bastard.
Yeah.
A.K.A. Liam from Liverpool. Cheers, smiley face. I don't care about answering your question. I don't even like animals. Shut up.
Let's go around the table and talk about our pets.
Oh, okay. My first ever pet was a rabbit called Hobnob. And it ran away. And for some reason, my granddad on my mum's side thought this was really funny and would make jokes about it, like Christian, I guess, and would say stuff like, I had a lovely pie this week. Oh, rabbit pie, me favourite. And he's like, I barely have to let it, son. And we're like, we're really upset our rabbit ran away. And then he went, I'm not. Since then, my parents on my dad's side have always kept dogs, greyhounds specifically. When one passes away, because they always get them retired, they just get another one. And it was really funny a while ago because one time they got this old male dog, who was very reliable, nice, would do everything you'd ask for it. And then, well, they had a friend and that passed away, so they got a young female greyhound. And suddenly, this well-behaved male old dog was like, hey, I'm the cool dog around here. Yeah, time for food. I'll get it when I'm good and ready, mate. I'm so cool here. Yeah, so that was nice. What about yourself, Ross?
I had goldfish when I was a kid. I told the story before about my black goldfish whose eyes kept getting bigger and bigger over a period of weeks and months until one Sunday morning or whatever day of the week it was, came downstairs and it was upside down in the tank and its eyes had exploded. So that happened naturally. So
That happens naturally.
apparently it was a black goldfish. He had a lovely big fin on, like a wavy fin on the top, a nice big wavy tail at the back, and his eyes just kept getting bigger until one day they popped.
Did like a cartoon woman with big busters walk past or something?
No, but imagine coming
and
down.
his tongue like rolled down. It hits over the hammer.
No, he died. That was the last goldfish I had. And then lockdown 21, the second lockdown, I got a hamster called Alan, who's now deceased. So rest in peace, Alan.
R.I.P. Alan.
Yeah.
Bless you.
That's all I've had, though. I can't wait to get a dog. Get a house and get a dog. Need a house first, though. Bloody cost of living, eh?
Yep.
Shocking.
That's living all right.
Cost of living, all right. I had a goldfish called Reggie first. I was very young. We had
His
two
friends
hamsters.
called it Scripps.
So I didn't call him Scripps. Had two hamsters called Reeves and Mortimer.
Of course you did.
And then
Did they smell?
they did by the end. Then when Reeves and Mortimer passed away, I took on my brother's hamster, whose name was Steve McManaman.
Did you have to call it Steve McManaman every single time?
Every time you had to be Steve McManaman. When that one passed, I got a hamster. I got a dwarf hamster called Frazier, who was the nastiest hamster I've ever known. Every time I went into the cage to clean him out, he bit my hand.
Alan did that to me. Alan hated me.
Drew blood.
He was a dwarf as well.
Oh, I was just angry.
Apparently, we got recommended a Pets for Home, or Pets at Home, whatever it's called, with the green sign, that pet shop. Get a dwarf, they're so docile and nice to just, play within your hand and stuff when you get to know them and they're all acclimatized to their house, their cage, whatever it's called. And it turns out that's just not true. You want the bigger one, the bigger variation of hamster, not the little
guinea
one.
pig?
You know what I mean? I forget what they're called.
Chinchilla.
Yes. Rat.
Dog. All right.
But obviously we've got Pablo now, and I was never a cat person until Pablo came into our lives, and he was a stray that was found by a friend of ours. And Alex, I remember, I'll never forget the day. She called me to the front room, and a friend of ours had put on Facebook, found this black cat. No one's come forward, hasn't got a chip. I want to give it to a new home because I can only keep it for so long. And I remember Alex, we never talked about getting a cat, and she went, I don't know what it is, but we need this cat. I don't know what it is. And I went, okay, well, your instinct's pretty strong. I'm not sure about this myself, but there's not many stronger forces of nature on the planet than Alex's instinct for something like that. I said, okay. So we went to meet the cat, and I thought, oh, he's lovely, but we'll go away and think about it. And on the way home, Alex is pricing up cat trees and stuff. And I just went, this is happening, isn't it?
Aww.
And she went, yeah.
You know what it was, though? It was Alex remembering her days of working down the pits, coming
That's
out.
what, that's what it is, isn't it?
Oh, working down pits.
It's reminding me of my days when I'd shovel coal.
Spend my days working hard on the good.
But the paws on the wheel. Swinging too slow.
Joel's there. He was the pit pony.
Bless him. I guess you're technically the pit pony of the podcast, aren't you, down there? Bless you are. But you know what? Wouldn't have it any other way now. I'd always rather be happy than right. I'm glad that Alex pushed that because honestly, he's the best.
That's a lovely story.
He's the best. He's great.
Aye.
He's a little dickhead, but I love him.
That's what you said about me the other day.
Stand by it.
I would like to have a dog, but I'm not in a position to be having one. Unless I'm even in the house all night with, just like Dave Meltzer's dog, I guess. Yeah. But I would like to get something like, I don't know, a rat or something I can come home to and go, hello, you. Make those little noises.
Adopt a cat, like a cat from a cat shelter.
Maybe.
You can get house cats. I know you can get house cats.
Pablo's a house cat.
Yeah.
He just chills all day.
We'll see. Ideally, a goat. But that's,
I love goats.
I'm waiting for them to retire and have like a goat.
Goat would be class.
Yeah.
Tortoise would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that we went off. We could have tried that for ages there, so I'll just cut it off. Thank you very much for the question. Gentlemen, when I say I've been watching you guys since day one-ish, please understand that I am the age that Douglas Adams referred to as the answer to life, the answer and everything else, yes. Context of the question, I misheard a guy at my job say Vince McMahon when he actually said businessman. And it literally just dawned on me that these two phrases have the same syllables, cadence, and pronunciation. Vince McMahon, businessman. Vince. Okay. Question.
I'm a businessman.
You guys ever notice anything like this? Any other wrestler that wasn't, intentional? This week has been long. You've had a long life. If you all decide to talk about anything else and not answer, that's cool. You're pretty and your hair looks nice. Oh, okay. XO. Former Chicago Bears legend and NFL Hall of Famer, Dick Buttkiss. Or Will from Winfield, Kansas. Thanks, Dick Buttkiss.
So Will's question is, have you ever spotted anything?
What was the question?
Well, I think you just said, have you ever seen anything?
Have you guys ever noticed anything like this with any of the wrestler that wasn't, intentional? Oh, right. one that went around is mankind, dude, love.
Ah.
Cactus.
Makes you wonder why it wasn't cactus. Cactus. On a more serious note, the concept of Paul Bearer didn't register with me for many years.
Yeah, I didn't know what a Paul Bearer was
that's a good
until
shout.
I only
That's
know
a
what a
good
Paul
shout.
Bearer is because of him.
Yeah,
So
there's
that's not
one.
the common thing you hear about, is it?
Answered the question.
Well done, you. Oh, I've got another one. Again, to me, if I ever realise this, Scott Levy was Scotty Flamingo in WWF, and when he left to do ECW, he was Raven, which is, of course, a dark bird compared to, like, the colourful bird.
Okay.
And
Actually,
now he's called Owl.
I have got one, and it wasn't until I got back into wrestling proper that I realised Rocky Maivia is made up of Rocky Johnson and High Chief Peter Maivia.
Ah, yes.
And it never really occurred to me.
Oh,
were
okay.
married.
No, because I thought his dad married his granddad.
Yeah, and they had him. Yeah. Jesus, that is nearly all the mailbag stuff we've had. But Ross
Thank
just
you, Will. That was
wanted-
actually a fun question.
Ross didn't want to include it, but I've asked Joel to load it up. It was the one that we got
Well,
sent.
it looks quite incriminating, Maffew.
Incriminating. No, not the feet again. Here's a picture of me. Can we have that on? It's not going to be the podcast, yeah.
How many drugs is Maffew stuffed in his mouth? Washed it down his bottom.
Hello, Brodachos. Me and my mate recently attended London town this past weekend. Going to AEW, blah, blah, blah. Went to the, Hooked on Wrestling.
Yeah, I'm getting quite nervous.
I've been scrambled.
This is like a scene from Train Spotting.
I can't even say it. I've been scrambled across London like many other wrestling fans. Managed to get the Sports Bar and Grill in Marylebone. Once I managed to get through the queue of people at the bar, I noticed a certain botchmania created amongst the crowd of wrestling fans belling out familiar hits. We watched on. It's Maffew gave up. Described as an exorcist-like performance whilst gripping onto the table. This is when I turned to my mate and said, whatever happens, I want to be that level of drunk tonight. Inspired by this, we managed to convince 15 other wrestling fans to join us in our quest for that level of intoxication, with even a convoy of Ubers heading to Leicester Square and subsequently taking over a bar full of wrestling fans, with me, my friend, and 12, 15 others staging the best karaoke session I've been able to be a part of, and become one of the best nights I've ever had. So thank you, and not thank you, to Maffew. Thanks for being the inspiration behind a night I'll never forget, and not thank you for backing my credit card to achieve such levels of intoxication. P.S. I did manage to get Maffew to commit to a photo before he left. I have left this photo largely unseen except for me and my mate. I thought it was best left for Cultaholic and Maffew's eyes, so I've attached it to this email. Sorry, Maffew. Just for all the content you provide. James from sunny Dorset. Thank you, mate.
So we've seen
That looked
stoned off
great.
his box Maffew. We've seen cowed off his box Maffew now. What else is to go?
Answer this question and many more can be found out on here, the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
I feel like we need to keep that picture in the event that you do go off the rails, and we can use it in a documentary.
That's the thumbnail.
That's the thumbnail for the Netflix
science-
documentary.
the dark side of botch.
Life botched. The Maffew Greg murders.
The Maffew murders.
That was a maniacal laugh.
Mailbag@cultaholic.com.
That's incredible. That is incredible.
It looks like I'm meeting the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm just
All right, mate,
nervous.
can I photo you? I love your podcast.
I grind my teeth to it every night.
I love the podcast. It keeps the intrusive thoughts away.
I need drugs to make through all 4 hours. It's the only way.
All right.
Keep all this in, Joel. Headphones.
That's
What were the
it.
headphones playing at that point? Was it the soundtrack to American Psycho?
It's just that audio code of breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. In case I forget. Oh, Jesus.
That's great. Oh, that's great.
And it now cuts to me like, hello, I'm not like that now.
It's funny because your hair's a bit like that as it cut away, and you were just
It's just spaffing all over
similar
me.
facial expression.
I don't get it. Why are you guys laughing?
They'd use that in a wanted poster. There'd be the comical moment where you'd just be stood next.
It's the exact same. Looks nothing like us.
Oh,
Wrist piss.
Wrist piss we're on to, yes.
Hello, lads. First of all, thank you for all the work you put in. It certainly worked this week. Also, I wanted you to know that all I know about English culture, I learned it from you. So I'm practically English. On behalf of the rest of the world, I'm sorry about that.
You're not.
Up the Gregs and all that stuff. Hey! Real and fake quiz. As a Mexican man, my passion for wrestling comes from lucha libre. So it's always nice when you guys talk about Mexico. But how much do you think you know Lucha Libre? Oh, God. I made a list of luchadors. Some of them are real, some of them are fake. You decide which is which, all right?
Brilliant. Oh, I'm into this.
Oh, these pronunciations are going to be so bad. I'm so sorry. Nino Hamburgers. Hamburgers. Oh, God, I even say that. Hamburgers.
Hamburgers.
That's fake.
Nino
That's all right.
Hamburgers.
That's real cheeseburger, but Mexican.
Give me his Burger Boy. Is how it translates as. It is real.
Get it.
It's a real Burger Boy. Amenaza Amarilla, the Yellow Menace. I'm
I'll have to
sorry.
get these up. Have a read of them. Amenaza Amarilla, the Yellow Menace. I can see all the
Hang
answers.
on, I was going to say, you gotta go to the bleed list.
That's real. Yellow Menace.
I saw the answer for that one. so
That
that's-
is fake. Villano V. Villano 5.
That's
That's
real.
real.
Yeah, what else? WCW. Real. Robert Verd. Green Robot.
No, fake.
I think that's real.
Fake. Villano 3 Junior. Villain 3 Junior.
Real. He's real.
Fake.
Oh, no, he's real.
He's a real
He's one of
boy.
the best AAA guys going at the minute.
I knew that.
Kangaroo. Kangaroo.
Surely real.
Fake.
Fake kangaroo. Heo del Villano 3. Son. Villain 3.
Real.
Fake.
Real. I've realised, no, Heo del Villano 3 is the really good one. Much about Villano 3 Junior. Damn it. It's so easy to get those two mixed up.
So Villano 3's had 2 kids and they're both going by.
The junior can sometimes be a nephew or a cousin. But Heo is like literal son of. So
Because Ray's, it was his uncle, wasn't it? That
Right.
was the original Mysterio man.
Ronald.
from Studio.
I am the
Oh,
Mysterio man.
that comes up here.
Ronald Mysterious one.
El Chile Picante. The spicy chili.
Fake.
Real.
Fake, sadly. Oh, Vampiro Canadianese. The Canadian vampire.
Real.
Real.
Yeah, that's Vampiro's first name. El Matamico. The mathematician. Can't be speaking.
I'd love for that
The
to
mathematician.
be
He's
real.
an NXT. It's Axiom.
Yeah, Axiom del Matematico. Real.
I actually knew this one beforehand. Yeah, it is real. So I got one of those big books of Lucha, and it's just, he's got like numbers in them.
Amazing.
He's got numbers on
That's
him.
how you know he's a mathematician, right? Keep up the good work, love. Good work. Former West Ham striker Guillermo Franco, a.k.a. Quetzal from Nuevo León, Mexico. P.S. I'm from the same place as Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza, and I sadly inform you that our estate is known.
Read this slowly.
Oh,
now.
no.
Read this slowly.
Oh, no.
NXT fans, brace yourself. Read this slowly.
I sadly inform you that our estate is known for seeing romantic relationships between cousins as something normal. So NXT is not that crazy with their segments. Mama.
So they've been doing these promos where they're both in bed texting each other with their shirts off.
And it's a very normal thing.
It's the start of a gay pornography, but
All Laurel and Hardy shared a bet.
it makes it even better, doesn't it?
Thanks. Oh, sorry. Gracias? Question mark. Jesus. Sorry, Jesus. Anyway, if you're having a Reese's Pieces or things to ruin us all, please go to mailbag@cultaholic.com. Love yous all.
It's Cultaholics.
Need a burp, sorry. Sorry.
You think that's getting cut out, do you?
You mother. I'm trying to get rid of my drugs before I leave. I can blame on Pachiti when the police
Is that when
come.
you went to the toilet?
Yeah. Just a smelly bag. Leave that alone. What a lovely podcast. And Joe's looking really nice today. I just want to point that out for no reason whatsoever. Just time for one more question. But before that, thank you, gracias, to our producers, Reno2200.
Them double digits flying for another month.
Noah Anderson. You know what? I miss Jack going, Reno2200. He's from the future. Thank you very much, you massive, lovely human beings. The big question this week. Will CM Punk go back to WWE? I sure said, what will he do if he does? Yeah. Well, we'll add that now. It's because they say yes and end the podcast, I guess. I previously would have said, absolutely not. No. The amount of hate this man has thrown over the years and said, and all the horror stories of
Team
him and his
Triple H
Z
as well,
packs,
yeah.
and him and Triple H, obviously not like Triple H speaking vehemently, going, well, CM Punk never said any of these things to me and all this stuff. He acted like he said it, but he wouldn't, and all this stuff. Yeah, I would have said no. However, I think someone pointed out to me, is this right, that CM Punk has just bought a big F-off house worth a lot of money. And if he's lost his money there, AEW, he has no other talent income coming in, he might have to leave just to afford it, which I've never thought of before. Like, aren't you like not independently wealthy, aren't you comfortable with the amount of money you made in wrestling? And if you buy a giant house and you lose your job, maybe not. Maybe suddenly, I'll hate it, but I need to pay this off somehow, right?
Who was your source for this information about buying a new house?
Reno 2200.
Phil Brooks' letting agent.
Oh, it's just on a thing. Someone told me, and sometimes
know,
people
maybe-
people tell me stuff, and it's just like, it's a joke, right? And they don't tell me, and I'm just going on spreading
Freddie
like a
Mercury
dickhead.
is not coming.
Excalibur sat there like, why'd I wake up today?
But if he does have a big new house, that is another reason for him to go back, I guess.
Yeah, if let's say he doesn't have a big investment or reason to do that, and he sure as hell can't go back to UFC, he might have to go back. I'll start again. If he doesn't have any reason to go, I don't think he'd want to. But if he has to, then yeah. Unless he goes to New Japan and Kenta kills him.
That's the only place, like realistically, if we're sat here, like, you've got to say one promotion you'll go to. I think New Japan's more likely.
But then even New Japan have got that AEW connection at the moment,
Yeah.
and that earth might be scorched as well.
But I think, because I was the same thought process as you, just like, all that water under the bridge, there's no chance. But you think about the names they've welcomed back in the past after thinking there's no way back, your Warriors and your Samaritanos, to say it your way.
Thank you.
So yeah, there's no reason why Punk can't go back, and I think you will. Eventually. I don't think it'll be very soon, but eventually I think you will.
I think, Vince, I was on Broken Skull Sessions many years ago, and Austin asked him about Punk, and Vince first apologised for Punk getting his papers on his wedding day, and said he genuinely hopes he can see a time where they can work together. So, and I believe that as well. I think if there's money to be made, so there's been numerous reports and sources inside that have discussed this week, and I know that general consensus is that if there's money to be made, then that's something that could happen. I know from what we hear from sources inside is that they wouldn't want Punk to come back for like a one-time pop and a one Mania match and gone. Like they'd want him to come back and work like a decent sized schedule for a bit, work with people, create talent, and then take it from there. But and I think that I genuinely could see it happening at some point, maybe even April. Think about it, right? This time, like in 2021. Would we contemplate the idea of Cody Rhodes walking out of Mania?
No. But Cody Rhodes didn't, do massive podcasts that caused lawsuits on the
there
way
is
out,
that.
did he? So long, suckers! He was like, all right, bye then.
Hey, that throne.
Yeah, but if you say, it's almost like a bad like Seinfeld or Frasier episode when it's just like, oh yeah, sorry about that thing I did. What thing? The huge. No, never mind. No. Tell me. It's like you didn't see it. It's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah, just the chance of like you may have not seen. Everyone knows about the CM Punk thing, but God, look at WWE. Like, yeah, we'll take you.
We were saying
How does I was losing to Dabakato?
We were saying on the news the other day, like, just imagine if the word spreads like within the locker room, like the prospect of CM Punk coming in. What's the locker room's reaction going to be in terms of like, oh, is he going to cause the same sort of ballocks that he did in AEW in our locker room, and what that reaction might have? Because if they're all going, no, please don't do it.
Yeah,
he still would come in, obviously. But you know what I mean?
It's a good point you say, because the thing that was floating around was, he wanted to work or tease the idea of working with Kevin Owens. Him and Kevin have had issues. There was that famous story about when they were in Ring of Honor together, CM Punk appointed himself locker room leader, apparently started yelling at Kevin Owens for wearing a shirt and was just like, you're out of shape, you bum, or whatever like that, and just in front of everybody and stuff. And Kevin's like, oh, okay. No. I don't want to wear I want to keep a shirt on. That's it. Leave me alone. So obviously that was decades ago now. I'm not sure if he cares or not.
CM Punk has improved dramatically.
Yes.
Backstage decorums.
Yes, Kevin's still a bit temperamental. Oh, that reputation he carries with him. But Kevin's, I'm sure he'll do business and stuff like that. But it's like, he's not like I love CM Punk, me. It's just like, how many friends has he got there?
Then if there's millions to be made off a big match, I'd put bygones be bygones just for a few million.
That's it.
And I guess another thing to say is like the environment of the WWE, you would think the stuff that Punk and Perry and Punk and the Bucks and all that sort of stuff had gone on AEW just wouldn't happen backstage in WWE.
That's the important thing is that, any issues caused, we're going to sort it out.
Yeah.
I remember, what was the last bit of like drama like that you heard about in WWE?
There was, I think there was...
Simon Gotch and Sin Cara. Like,
I seem to remember there was something that occurred late last year when there was some sort of miscalculation in a tag team main event. And they said things got a little heated. I think Seth Rollins was involved.
Oh,
but it was all sort of quelled within minutes.
Yeah, and it was just about the match.
Fine.
It was about the match not being as good as it could have been. Like,
Yeah.
I've always hated you. It was just like, that didn't quite go according to plan, and no one noticed on TV. Like,
No, you feel like WWE have more control of their locker room than AEW do in general.
Yeah.
And so I think that if CM Punk does come back, I couldn't see him being the CM Punk that was in AEW, knowing that I can do what I want here.
Yeah.
I genuinely think they go, right, this is where you fit. This is what you do. Keep your nose clean, and we'll have a lovely time.
Yeah.
And I think, as you say, if he's just bought a house, maybe he might be more inclined to go, I think I'll play ball for a bit. I think, but he might not. He might genuinely think, well, no.
But if he does have that thing, again, I'm sorry to bring this up. I could find out where he actually needs the money. If not, CM Punk needs WWE more than WWE needs CM Punk right now. Oh, sorry, and the slow build to WrestleMania, we got Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, the usual storyline with both of them, Sami Zayn, Kevin. We're okay. You want to come along? I think we'll manage somehow.
Yeah, that's it.
Thought 90,000 tickets was sold in one day. Yeah, CM Punk. Yeah, we'll let you know.
Yeah, it is interesting how Survivor Series is in Chicago though. So I guess if you're thinking of it from just a re-debut perspective, that's the ideal place to do it.
It'd be funny if they allowed it there for CM Punk when he's not going to be there than they were when he All Out weekend. That might actually happen. Jesus.
Yeah, I think you'll end up there eventually.
I think we'll hear rumors circulating around November, and then we'll all be disappointed when he doesn't turn up. But I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked.
I would have been shocked a few years ago prior to AEW, but now I wouldn't be because it's like you don't have an alternative. And what else are you going to be doing? Not writing Marvel books anymore.
I'd welcome it, mate, because you think...
Have we got any jobs going for CM Punk?
Of course we have.
Oh, okay. Well,
couldn't afford them,
I'll
but of
DM
course
him.
we've got a job for CM
Well,
Punk.
you know. No one is hiring him, so...
The thing that's been forgotten in the midst of all the backstage bollocks is how good the stuff on TV was with CM Punk.
Yeah.
Like the MJF...
That's the thing to remember, right? When he was on, he was on.
Yeah, the stuff with MJF's arguably the best stuff outside of Hangman they've done since the start of the company.
It's a good argument to make, yeah.
So yeah, as long as that environment's right backstage where we can't have the bollocks overtaking the TV stuff, I think get him in and let him do some creative control because he's shown, not Hogan levels obviously, but he's shown like with input in his storylines that he does good things. He does good wrestle things.
I think who you put him with, like Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
Seth, I mean, there's when you if you CM Punk, there's the storyline with CM Punk like to lean into reality, and obviously you have Seth on record saying no, don't bring him back. He's a cancer. Don't bring him back. So there's your jumping off point.
You got to have Reigns in there as well. Obviously, that's an interesting.
Reigns just annihilating CM Punk in the match.
I should have been in the Shield. Yeah, take that one. You were wrong about me. That's what Roman Reigns would say, just like that. Chris who?
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
maybe a sort of maybe a Roman Punk feud without the title involved. Maybe.
What happens when you win this title? CM Punk to put a big X on it.
It wouldn't even show up on the background. Oh, that's ruined it. Right. So yeah, we're all in agreement. He should come back.
Yeah. All those in favour? Aye.
Punk and Cody. They can both talk about the good. Hey, what's going on over there then?
Our runs were just misunderstood towards the end.
God. Do you remember like Cody was sort of like saying there was some bollocks going on backstage without saying it overtly on the air?
He said it as Cody tends to say things, yes.
Yeah, they could make something out of that, couldn't they?
You were so unhappy to see me that you left. Well, I followed you here.
Like Elmer Fudd.
Don't talk to
Cody twacks. Well, we could officially put a bow on this episode.
Oh.
It's been one for the ages. Tom and Ross And Joel, thank you all much for putting in the extra shift and a half of this. Tom, what have you got to tide us over until next time?
The classic SmackDown review tomorrow morning on the Cultaholic Podcast feed with myself and Maffew Greg. If you want Maffew and I talking a little bit more rubbish.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Bet you do. 4 hours ain't enough. On the YouTube channel, where did AEW go wrong with CM Punk?
That'll be a short one.
We're celebrating Gunther's record-breaking Intercontinental title reign now. There should be a video on the channel now. And look out, I believe, over the weekend for a video on the history of the X Division. The truth about the X Division and sort of how often they lean back into it in Impact Wrestling and the origins of it and the amazing story of who invented Ultimate X. Ooh. It's not who you think. Find out in a bit.
Jeff Jarrett.
It's sadly not Chosen one.
And Ross,
I've forgotten now. All my week was taken up by the 2 pay-per-views.
Of course it was. Of course.
Yeah.
Bless you. I have a new
Hold and Give. There was a new video on there.
Oh, yeah. Hold and Give.
Football podcasts.
And Give.
If you like the soccers, go there.
Yeah, if it's either one, go away.
We think those podcasts are long, clocking in at 2 hours. But we're here now.
Amateur. And I have a new Botchmania out. It's still online. Yay! And I would like to plug Jeff Jarrett's My World, talk about experience of going to Wembley, and putting over War Tom Campbell.
Oh, he does, doesn't he? My mate Jeff.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff.
Because I'm mates with Tom, and Tom's now mates with Jeff. I am vicariously friends with Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
He's a lovely guy.
My head fell off when I was listening to My World, and he went, I want to give a shout to Tom Campbell. I was like, what? Why are we doing that? You're crazy. I love it. That's really sweet of him. Bless him.
He's friends with that Ross, who I talk to.
Straight to hell on the channel. Go back and watch it from...
You sent Jeff straight to hell.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
And we had afternoon tea with Jeff Jarrett.
Floated up to heaven.
That's it. Of course.
You floated to heaven with him.
This has been hell.
We had
this is
afternoon tea
wrestling
with
hell.
him. This has been hell.
Mailbag at cultaholic.com. Patreon.com/cultaholic. This has been Cultaholic. You have been wonderful. We're now going to look at the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast logo. What should we say? Terry Spunk. Fantastic. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Terry Spunk. Rest in peace.
In kayfabe.
In kayfabe, not really. Sorry.
Unless Ron really did hurt him.
Sorry. If he is dead, say hello to Purple Aki from all of us.
Oh, Christ.